Let the doors be open. N'en ouvrez pas. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 6 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in this House to speak to the ongoing wildfire situation in Fort McMurray, Alberta. It is with a heavy heart that all Canadians have watched the devastation unfold over the last few days. Over 80,000 residents have been evacuated in the largest fire evacuation in Alberta's history. Homes have been destroyed. Neighbourhoods have gone up in flames. The footage we've seen of cars racing down highways while fire rages on all sides is nothing short of terrifying. I know I speak for all members of this House and 36 million Canadians when I say that our hearts go out to all affected families. We are thinking of and praying for the people of Fort McMurray. Though Alberta's loss is profound, we will get through this tragedy together, as friends, as neighbours, as Canadians. The people of Fort McMurray can count on the full support of this government. We will weather this storm together, and together we will rebuild. While it's too soon to comprehend the full extent of the damage, we know that it is far-reaching and utterly devastating. I have spoken with Premier Notley, and our orders of government are in close contact as we monitor the situation every step of the way. I want to assure the people of Alberta that we are doing everything we can to help.
The Government Operations Centre, which is under the responsibility of Public Safety Canada, is coordinating on behalf of the Government of Canada. The GOC is also working to collect the necessary resources and to prepare for the upcoming deployment. This organization is monitoring the situation in Fort McMurray and is reporting on it 24 hours a day. It is exchanging information with federal authorities and with the Government of Alberta. The GOC is working with a wide range of partners, including the police, emergency management organizations, and NGOs, to name just a few. The Government Operations Centre is the central information collection point in real time. It's a valuable source of information as the situation continues to evolve. Because of its experience acquired over many years, the GOC has put in place systems and products that are effective in helping emergency interventions.
Center know what they're doing and do their job well. They've been in communication with various partners on how to properly address this crisis. Partners like Natural Resources Canada, Health Canada, National Defence, Indigenous and Northern Affairs, the RCMP, the Canadian Interagency Forest Fire Centre, and emergency management organizations like the Canadian Red Cross. In addition, the people of Fort McMurray have the support of the Canadian Armed Forces.
Our forces are always ready to offer help in crisis situations, no matter where or when, including in natural disaster situations. The Department of National Defence is currently working with provincial and federal authorities to determine what is the best way for our forces to contribute to relief efforts.
Currently, the RCAF is deploying 4 CH-146 Griffin helicopters to Fort McMurray and 1 CC-130J Hercules to CFB Cold Lake. The RCAF is ready to provide support to the province of Alberta in the provision of air assets to assist with evacuation efforts, deliver essential aid to affected regions, and transport firefighting personnel and equipment to these regions. In addition to the efforts of our forces, as well as the GOC's coordination of information, supplies, and services for response and recovery activity, we're announcing further help for the people of Alberta. Today, I'm pleased to announce that in addition to the Government of Canada providing future assistance through the Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangement, the Government will also be matching individual charitable donations made to the Canadian Red Cross in support of disaster relief in efforts in the affected communities. The outpouring of goodwill and compassion from Canadians right across the country has not only been inspirational, it has been entirely characteristic of who we are, the fundamental human values we share as Canadians. Au moment où les gens ouvrent
As Canadians are opening their doors and making donations to organizations like the Canadian Red Cross, our government is offering its full support and will continue to do so in the difficult days and weeks to come.
Personally, I was in Fort McMurray 4 or 5 times over the past few years, and because one of those instances was a few visits for a by-election, I got to do a lot of door-to-door. I met with a number of homeowners, people who were rightly proud of the homes they built in that beautiful town. And to think now of the number of doors and homes that I knocked on, that I visited, that all of us as politicians visit regularly, to see the pictures out of Fort McMurray right now that could be taken in a war-torn corner of the world instead of our own backyard, is a reminder of how Canadians will and must stand together to support our friends and neighbours in this difficult time. To those displaced, please remember, we are resilient. We are Canadians, and we will make it through this most difficult time together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise today alongside my parliamentary colleagues to speak about the devastation in the city of Fort McMurray and the surrounding area. We want to thank the Prime Minister for his remarks this morning, and we know that his words will resonate with the people of Alberta. And I thank the Minister of Public Safety for all of the good work that he is doing. We thank him, both the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety, for meeting with me yesterday at short notice and also making sure that all of us, particularly those MPs who live in the region, have all of the updated information, and we thank you for that. All our thoughts, of course, are also with our colleague, the member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca, who is not here today for this very reason. He's on the ground supporting his constituents, and we all in this House support that work that he is doing. Mr. Speaker, you mentioned him yesterday, but I also want to mention, of course, the Leader of the Official Opposition in Alberta, Brian Jean, who used to be a member of this House, who lost his home in this fire. We want to also say to him, thank you for his courage. He's obviously going through a very difficult time, but in the very typical Alberta spirit, he said it's just stuff and that we'll carry on and rebuild. And we applaud him for his courage. Now, Mr. Speaker, what people in the region have gone through is literally hell on earth in the last couple of days. And I know all of us have been so shocked to see the images that have been broadcast across our televisions, not just here, but all around the world. The devastation has descended upon and the Prime Minister mentioned he'd been door to door, a very honest, hard-working group of people in Fort Mac. Now, the challenges that we will face in the coming days, weeks, months, and even years to rebuild this city on the Athabasca and Clearwater Rivers will test everyone's resolve. But, Mr. Speaker, I also have hope and faith because these are Albertans, and the people of Fort McMurray are a very resilient group. If we think back to the history of Fort McMurray, the building up of that city as an economic engine, it literally started from nothing, and it grew to be the economic engine of this country. So I know that all of us will pull together to support these people. A lot of these citizens were born and bred in Fort McMurray, but they've also come from all over Canada to build Fort Mac, to turn it into what is the great economic engine of Canada. And their hard work has benefited all of us, and we have to remember that when we think of how much they now need us. We know. And as any of us have crisscrossed the country, we've met people that have come from places like St. John's and Corner Brook in Newfoundland, or Sydney, or Digby, Nova Scotia, or Miramichi and Moncton in New Brunswick, or even in PEI. A lot of people from Atlantic Canada have made their homes and lives in Fort McMurray. So it's those stories of all of those who've helped build this place, no matter where in Canada that they came from, that gives us hope and faith that the city of Fort McMurray will rise again. On a practical note, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage the government to take action on two fronts. One, they've already done this morning, so I want to thank them for that, and that is to match all of the donations to the Red Cross. I think this is a fantastic way for the country to come together to show that we, as a national government, support the people of Fort McMurray. So I thank them for moving forward with this. Now, second of all, Mr. Speaker, given that there is obviously a continuation of a large infrastructure investment throughout this country, I do want to say, and I ask the Prime Minister and the government to keep Fort McMurray as a top priority as they move forward to make announcements, make decisions for infrastructure investment. It will take many, many years to rebuild this city, but these people didn't just lose their homes, they're losing community centers. Literally, there's streets that need to be rebuilt. So we will need to keep them top of mind when we think about infrastructure investment every step of the way. These are very practical actions, but they are things that the government at the federal level can do. And I want the Prime Minister to be assured that as Leader of the Opposition and this party on this side of the House will support him every step of the way to take these practical steps.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to encourage the government to take measures that are concrete.
For already taking action on the first.
Given that they are committed to pursuing the former government's commitment in investing in infrastructure, I ask that Fort McMurray remain an absolute priority.
I want to recognize all of my parliamentary colleagues in this House as an Albertan. Their messages of support and comfort, their donations and their concern have been heard loud and clearly by Albertans, and it's been wonderful. I want to thank again the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety for making this issue a priority. But most of all, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all of us, to tell the families, the workers, the first responders, and all of the public officials that are coping with this crisis that we're here for them. We're here for them. I will be in Edmonton tonight and doing what I can do in my small way in my community. But, Mr. Speaker, Fort McMurray is a place where Canadians have come from all across this country. It's a tough day for Albertans, but we will persevere. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Outremont.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the Prime Minister for his statement here this morning and thank the Leader of the Opposition for those very moving words. I think that one of the important things that has been said is that there will be matching funds for donations to the Red Cross. It's a particularly easy site to get to and to navigate. It's specific to the Fort McMurray tragedy that is still ongoing, and it is particularly user-friendly. So for Canadians to know that for every dollar that they give, there's going to be a dollar put in by the government, I think that should encourage everyone to give generously to the Red Cross. There are times in this House when we have to put everything else aside and pull together to help our fellow Canadians, and this is one of those times. We are all heartbroken by the suffering that we've seen. in Fort McMurray, and our thoughts and our prayers go out to everyone affected by this tragedy. Our thanks go out, of course, to the firefighters, pilots, volunteers, and emergency service workers, but I would dare say, Mr. Speaker, that our admiration goes out to the ordinary folks that we've seen in these tragic events. There is something incredibly reassuring to see how Canadians respond. 80,000 people on the move, leaving that inferno, waiting on the side of the road for gasoline to eventually get to them, patiently. Stories of neighbors helping neighbors, good folks helping good folks. I don't know if there are too many societies on earth where that type of calamity would be met with that type of stoic, strong, and poised response, and I think that everyone there deserves our congratulations.
It's true that there must be very few places on planet Earth where, when faced with such a natural disaster, people work hand in hand, ready to help one another instead of panicking. We saw that in the ice storm 20 years ago in eastern Canada. And it's something that's profoundly Canadian, to be there, to be able to get past obstacles like this. It's part of our history, and it's so admirable. And I really must tip my hat to the people of Alberta for the strength of character that they have shown in recent days. It's also necessary, as the Leader of the Official Opposition has just done, to remind everyone that there are things that we must do right now. We need to look at things like, for example, there was a joint civil protection program which is no longer there. Agreements for disaster relief, these are the things that we need to look at, that we need to make sure are in place to ensure that we are there for victims.
Working tirelessly to ensure first responders and the affected communities have everything they need. And I do urge the Prime Minister, as I did yesterday, to work with Alberta and all the provinces to bring back funding cut in 2012 for the Joint Emergency Preparedness Program. I think that we can all agree that, tragically, this is the type of event that we're going to see increasing in our country. My friend and colleague, the Member of Parliament for Edmonton Strathcona, spoke to me last night about two other subjects that we have to keep in mind, which is the immediate availability of employment insurance. People who have already lost everything shouldn't be made to wait, and they shouldn't be the subject of aleatory discretion in the public administration. We've got to open up, make sure we're generous, and make sure it gets done rapidly, make sure people have access immediately to EI. In remembering the importance of employment insurance and importance of putting money into housing, we're just going to be doing what we've been seeing from everybody there, showing generosity of spirit and kindness. And those are the two words that my colleague from Edmonton Strathcona stressed last night. And the Leader of the Opposition just reminded us that Brian Jean, who was one of our colleagues here in the House of Commons, lost his home. And I can tell you that when I visited the flooded area of High River in 2013, I was struck again how people can just rise above the normal things, because the person who went out to greet me was Danielle Smith, and her own house was flooded, and she took it upon herself to make sure that I visited that area. You won't find any accounts of Danielle Smith doing that. It was done spontaneously from the heart, and not a drop of partisanship in something like that. It's just, this is what we've been through. Do everything that you can to help, and that's what we have to do. Everything that we can to help the people of Fort McMurray.
At the very second that we started discussing this, or this morning, there is a Canadair wing from Bombardier, water bombers, have left Quebec to help Alberta, and this is a great example of what needs to be done. Everyone must be present.
Everybody in Canada understands and feels for the people of Fort McMurray today. This House should rise as one and provide all the help and support they need. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask for the House's permission to speak on the issue of Fort McMurray. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a moment, please. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House? Yes, excellent. Thank you. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, dear colleagues. We are all so concerned in the face of the drama that the population of Fort McMurray, Wood Buffalo, and all of Alberta are experiencing this moment. The images coming from there are surreal, having to flee in the face of such devastation, leaving everything, homes, furniture, personal belongings, risking losing everything. It's a veritable nightmare that moves us all deeply. The Bloc Québécois is with all of those in heart and spirit today who are torn between the hope of finding what they left behind and the fear of having to rebuild everything. A house is so much more than just a roof. We all know that. Our thoughts are with all of these people, all of the displaced families. We wish them courage, safety, serenity, and comfort. It is when misfortune strikes that we see in the great light of day the friendship, solidarity, generosity, tenacity, and indeed the great humanity of the people around us. We are confident that at the end of the day this community will emerge stronger, more cohesive, and ready to face new challenges and put this terrible episode behind it. The Bloc Québécois also wants today to recognize the hard work of the firemen, policemen, members of the armed forces, and the many volunteers who are helping fight the fire and bring comfort to those affected. Your devotion and generosity and dedication are of inestimable value. I want to confirm this morning that many Quebecers have already generously contributed to the Red Cross's request for financial assistance. I thank them and I encourage them to continue giving in solidarity with the people affected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And would I be correct in thinking the member for Saanich Gulf Islands would also have the unanimous consent of the House to speak? Yes. Agreed. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we all share the same sentiment, that which was expressed so beautifully by the leader of the official opposition, who lives closest to this tragedy of all of us who are leaders of parties in this House, that we know people who live there. We have friends of long standing who've made their living in Fort McMurray from all across Canada, but particularly from where my home originally in Cape Breton Island. So many friends who've made money, who've made a life, who've worked hard in Fort McMurray. And to see it going up in smoke in the most dramatic and catastrophic fashion of any television images I can remember from anywhere on this planet, it breaks our heart. And I want to thank our Prime Minister for this clear statement that Canada stands together, that we will donate, and we will see our government match our donations. To every member of this House, I think we stand united and want the people of Fort McMurray to know that they are in our thoughts and prayers. This disaster has not yet concluded. I know the Minister for Public Safety is working hard. I know our government is working hard. But we are one country, and we love Fort McMurray and every single resident. And I don't want to stop without thanking their brave Mayor, Melissa Blake, the Premier, Rachel Notley, and our friend, my friend, Brian Jean, leader of the opposition party, who suffered grievously through this tragedy, but who we know will continue and will rebuild. Thank you.
I thank all of those who have spoken for their excellent comments, and I certainly share them. I wish to inform the House, because of the ministerial statements, government orders will be extended by 23 minutes. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, Mr. Judge, the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration entitled Bill C6, an act to amend the Citizenship Act and to make consequential amendments to another act. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Bazan, seconded by Mr. Miller. Bruce Gray, Owen Sound, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code Increasing Parole Ineligibility. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is my pleasure to reintroduce my bill that I had in the last session. If you recall, in the last session I introduced this bill. It made it past second reading, was headed to committee when I got appointed as parliamentary secretary, and so I had to be dropped from the order of precedence, and the bill died. Was subsequently picked up by our former colleague Colin Mays, who then brought it forward. The purpose of this bill is to increase the parole ineligibility for those heinous criminals who go out and kidnap, sexually assault, brutalize, and murder their victims. And these are the Paul Bernardos, the Clifford Olsons, the Robert Pictons of the world, people that never, ever get out of jail. But unfortunately, under the current criminal code provisions, they are eligible for parole at year 25, and they start making their applications at year 23. And the families are re-victimized when they have to go back and listen to these cases being told every 2 years after that point in time. So to respect those families, to save them the heartache of reliving the loss of their loved one who often were sexually assaulted, tortured, and killed, we want to give the powers to the court to use their discretionary power either by jury or by judge to increase that parole eligibility to 40 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bazan, seconded by Mr. Miller. Bruce Gray, Owen Sound moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, premier lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time at the next sitting of the House? Mr. Bazan, seconded by Mr. Kent, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Taking of Restrictive Measures in Respect of Foreign Nationals Responsible for Gross Violations of Internationally Recognized Human Rights and to make related amendments to the Special Economic Measures Act and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is my pleasure to get up to introduce this bill. Short title will be Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials, and in the spirit of Iran Accountability Week. This will make sure that those individuals in Iran and other countries who are committing serious human rights crimes within their countries or are very corrupt individuals who are stealing the assets of people, both foreign nationals and those that are their own citizens, can be held to account. And this provides the tools and mechanisms to the government to make sure that they can go forward without having to come on a case-by-case basis to put in place proper sanctions for travel and economic activity of those corrupt foreign officials. And more importantly, it also provides the ability for the House of Commons Foreign Affairs Committee and the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee to look at who are on the different lists for sanctions around the world on an annual basis and report that back to the House.
Mr. Bazan, seconded by Mr. Kent, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, premier lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time at the next sitting of the House? Mr. Varava, seconded by Mrs. Wagentop, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to present my private member's bill known as the Protection of Freedom of Conscience Act. Mr. Speaker, with the introduction of C-14, I've heard from many Canadians, and they're calling, I think all of us in this House have heard a call that C-14 has a gaping hole. It does not protect conscience rights of Canadians. The Carter decision required that, and actually in the Carter decision, they required that conscience protection be protected for medical health care professionals. It is not included in C-14. The government has said it does not compel, but it does also not protect conscience protections. So therefore, I'm proud and thankful to represent all Canadians that we have a pan-Canadian approach to protect the conscious rights of healthcare professionals with the passage of this bill, the Protection of Freedom Conscience Act. Thank you.
Mr. Horwath, seconded by Mrs. Wagenthal, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Premier lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Madame May, Saanich Gulf Island.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Island, seconded by Mr. Sainte Marie, asks for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, sentencing, and to make consequential amendments to another act. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise today to present my private member's bill. It's very lengthy and detailed, but let me summarize its purpose. Its purpose is to remove the use of mandatory minimum sentences for most criminal offences. They remain in place for murder and high treason, but we do now have, and we had at the time that many mandatory minimum provisions were brought into this place, adequate and in fact overwhelming evidence that mandatory minimum sentences do not reduce the crime rate. They result in overcrowding of our prisons, additional costs to the provinces for which the federal government is not compensating, and in fact increase the likelihood that people who would otherwise be leading useful lives are placed in prison for longer than they normally would be. It removes judicial discretion, which may also lead to plea bargains, which take decisions out of the hands of judges. So, Mr. Speaker, it is my hope that in the process of this private member's bill, we can debate this issue, but it's also my hope that the government and the Minister of Justice will see fit to bring these provisions in more expeditiously than a private member's bill can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mrs. May, seconded by Mr. Sainte Marie, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Premier lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
The pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Balance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. C'est un honneur aujourd'hui de prendre la
It's my honor today to rise in this debate to present three petitions. The first is on the subject.
I want to go make a donation. I got time to do that.
bill is to ban in shark fin possession and trade. We already ban the finning of sharks in Canada, but not the trade in fins that come to us, and they are, of course, a primary cause of the pending extinction of many shark species. We also, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to present hundreds of names on petitions from my riding as well as from the Toronto area, calling on this House to ban the registration of genetically modified alfalfa. This is something opposed by farmers as well as by numerous people concerned about the expansion of genetically modified foods. And lastly, and quickly, Mr. Speaker, I present a petition, a timely reminder that the Government of Canada respond quickly to the climate crisis, that accept the science of climate change and table a comprehensive climate change plan. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pending petitions, présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to stand in the House today to present a petition signed by 138 of my constituents, and it is a petition to ensure Canadians have a fair electoral system. Thank you very much.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
For Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last Parliament it was discovered that endangered fin whale meat had been shipped across Canada and left through the port of Vancouver destined for Japan from Iceland. And of course, since 1972, Canada has banned commercial whaling in Canadian waters, and Canada is signatory to the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species, which has listed the fin whale and other endangered whales under the category requiring the highest level of protection against commercial trade. Canada must be an international leader in protecting endangered species from extinction to preserve biodiversity throughout the Earth's ecosystems, and many members of this House, I think, support this, and the people of Vancouver Kingsway and many people in British Columbia and across this country have signed this petition to urge the Canadian government to do exactly that.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Canadians want Parliament to know, and this is about Molly Matters petition, to know about a tragic story of Cassandra Kate. She was 31 months pregnant when she was murdered in Windsor, Ontario, a little over a year ago. Tragically, though, there will be no justice for Cassandra's preborn baby, Molly, who was also killed in that violent attack. That's because in criminal law in Canada, a preborn child is not recognized as a separate victim in attacks against their mothers. This petition calls on Parliament to pass legislation to allow a separate charge to be laid in the death or injury of a preborn child when the child's mother is a victim of a crime. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I've heard lots of comments about we need the justice for Molly. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, la députée d'Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My petition is asking the government to continue to commit long-term to contribute or invest in social housing, and it's not just affordable housing. There's a woman, Madame Godard, in my riding, who is very involved in her HLM. She prepares lunches, invites people to Christmas parties, so she really takes care of her neighbors. And it's in the same spirit, this petition that I have before me. It's asking the government to take care of people who are in the greatest need, people who need housing, people who are generally in difficulties and need help with housing, among other things.
Member for Yorkton, Melville.
I have two petitions to submit today, both on the same topic, continuing to come in from across Canada, and these two from my province in Saskatchewan, asking us to bring forward a law that protects pregnant women and their preborn children in a situation where in Canada we have the freedom of choice as women to choose to consent to the ending of a pregnancy, but also the privilege and the right to carry our children to term.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also have a petition here I'm honored to present regarding Molly Matters. It is a petition that supports the member of Yorkton Melville's private member's bill that highlights that women, the choice of women need to be protected, those including those that choose to have a pregnancy. They're calling on the House of Commons to pass legislation that would recognize preborn children as separate victims when they're injured or killed during the commission of an offense against their mothers. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition signed by my constituents from the great riding of Burnaby South. The petitioners are calling on the government to require all consumer products sold in Canada to be labelled if they include flame retardant materials. They note that research has found women's exposure to flame retardant materials during pregnancy may be linked to decreases in intelligence. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to the government's response on this matter.
Hear, hear. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this point in time, I'd ask that question number Q80 will be answered today. And if I may, furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions Q81 and Q85 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions, orders for return, questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Yes, agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
And then finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask that all the remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time.
And is that also agreed? Yes, agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Le gouvernement commune, commencement of a second reading of Bill C-15, the Budget Implementation Act 2016.
Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Mahaichuk, moves that Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2016, and other measures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate, the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, esteemed members of the House, I'd like to start by acknowledging the enormous human and economic challenge in Fort McMurray. Say that all of our government stands really at attention, looking to see how we can be of most assistance to people in a time of need. It's a pleasure for me today to rise in this chamber and speak about the investments that our government will make to keep Canada's economy strong and growing for the long term. Mr. Speaker, we bring a fundamentally new and optimistic approach to managing Canada's economy, one that's focused squarely on the middle class and on those working hard to join it. Grâce aux mesures prévues dans la...
Thanks to the measures provided for in the Budget Implementation Act, we will implement the main measures of our very first budget, which I tabled in this House on March 22nd. Mr. Speaker, I am particularly proud of this budget. It is a budget that grants priority to individuals and which puts in place the investments that will ensure the growth of the middle class and will grow the economy. This budget has major steps in terms of implementing a long-term plan seeking to restore hope and ensure the growth of our economy for the benefit of all Canadians.
Our plan for the middle class is resonating with Canadians. Since the day after I tabled Budget 2016, I've been traveling across Canada, from the Maritimes, Quebec City, and Waterloo, and west to Vancouver. Canadians are telling us that we're on the right path to long-term growth. I've also taken our message internationally to Chicago, New York, Paris, London, and Washington. I've met with economists, representatives of the financial sector, and investors. Everywhere I go, people are telling us the same thing. I really like what you're doing up in Canada. You may have read, Mr. Speaker, that the Financial Times calls Canada a glimmer of light. The Wall Street Journal called Canada the poster child for the International Monetary Fund's global growth strategy. And Christine Lagarde, head of the IMF, herself praised our approach. Our budget earned these endorsements because, I firmly believe, our government is focused on exactly the right things. The legislation we're debating today is a significant step in revitalizing the economy by providing better support for the middle class and their families. Budget Implementation Act 2016, number 1, includes measures that give Canadians the opportunity to build better lives for themselves. For some, that will mean being able to afford to send their kids to a quality daycare or helping their teenagers with college tuition. For others, it will mean a secure and dignified retirement. We've chosen to invest in Canadians because they are this country's most precious resource. They're among the most highly skilled and educated people in the world. And as a result, we're poised to lead on many fronts owing to our collective strength and the soundness of the policy direction and decisions outlined in this budget. The responsible way forward, Mr. Speaker, is to seize the opportunity in front of us, an opportunity to embrace the future and make targeted investments to grow our economy. We have the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. Interest rates are at record lows. This allows the Government of Canada to borrow on favourable terms and boost the economy over the long term. Canadians can take heart that, much like the turnaround of the country's finances back in the 1990s, our plan of investing in long-term growth is pivotal and transformative. This is a budget that offers a fresh boost to the core of this economy, Canada's middle class. Monsieur le Président, le projet de...
Mr. Speaker, the bill that we are debating today will allow us to build a vigorous economy in Canada, and will allow middle-class Canadians and people working hard to join it to have more money to save, invest, and ensure the growth of the economy. We wanted to act swiftly with the largest number of budgetary measures possible in order to provide immediate support to Canadians and to lay the groundwork for long-term growth. That is why this bill includes measures that allow seniors to retire with dignity, that offers support to workers and businesses, and that gives veterans the benefits they deserve.
The overall health of our country and economy can be gauged by how our middle class is doing. They need a government that acts to restore hope and brings opportunities. What they need is more than temporary half measures. That's why, Mr. Speaker, the new Government of Canada introduced the middle class tax cut as its first order of business last December. Because of this measure, nearly 9 million people across this country have seen their tax burden shrink. They're getting a break on each and every paycheck so they can better help themselves and better plan their family's future. In order to help pay for this middle-class tax cut, a new income tax rate of 33% was introduced for the wealthiest Canadians with more than $200,000 in taxable income each year. In addition to this tax cut, Mr. Speaker, we introduced the new Canada Child Benefit in the budget 2016. This benefit is intended to help parents to better support their most precious resource, their children. The Canada Child Benefit is a simpler, more generous, and tax-free benefit for Canadians. It's also better targeted to those who need it most than existing child benefits. It's estimated that about 300,000 fewer children will be living in poverty in 2016-2017 compared with 2014-2015 once the Canada Child Benefit is in place. With the passage of this bill starting this July, families with children under 18 will be provided a maximum annual benefit of up to $6,400 per child under the age of 6 and up to $5,400 per child for those aged 6 through 17. 9 out of 10 families will receive more money than they do now. Whether the extra money is used for things such as signing up their children for summer camp, helping cover the family grocery bill, or buying warm coats for the winter, the CCB will help parents with the high costs of raising their children. By supporting the Budget Implementation Act, you'll help more Canadian parents breathe a little easier at month's end and help them save for their children's future. The educational opportunities for young Canadians lie at the core of a creative and entrepreneurial economy, and Budget 2016 recognizes the costs educators often incur at their own expense for supplies that enrich our children's learning environment. The passage of this bill will implement a new teacher and early childhood educator school supply tax credit in recognition of out-of-pocket expenses for supplies such as paper, glue, paint, games, puzzles, and supplementary books for their students. This 15% refundable income tax credit will apply on up to $1,000 of eligible supplies in the 2016 and subsequent tax years. It will provide a benefit worth about $140 million over the 2015-16 to 2020-21 period. Canada's compassion ought to be judged on how it treats our most vulnerable. A crucial part of this is to help our seniors to retire in comfort and in dignity. One of the most important social contracts since the mid-20th century in Canada is the ability to enjoy a secure and dignified retirement. Canada's retirement income system has been successful in reducing the incidence of poverty among Canadian seniors. However, some seniors continue to be at a heightened risk of living in a low-income situation. In particular, single seniors are nearly 3 times more likely to live in low income than seniors generally. This budget will help seniors retire comfortably and with dignity by making significant new investments that support them in their retirement years. L'adoption du projet de loi.
The adoption of this bill will allow us to repeal the provisions provided for in the old age security provision that makes the age of eligibility for the OAS, for the GIS, from 67 to 65.
Will also increase the Guaranteed Income Supplement top-up benefit by up to $947 annually for the most vulnerable single seniors starting in July 2016. This will help those seniors who rely almost exclusively on old age security and guaranteed income supplement benefits and may therefore be at risk of experiencing financial difficulties. This enhancement more than doubles the current maximum guaranteed income supplement top-up benefit and represents a 10% increase in the total maximum guaranteed income supplement benefits available to the lowest income single seniors. This measure represents an investment of over $670 million per year and will improve the financial security of about 900,000 single seniors across Canada. Over two-thirds of those who will benefit from this increase are women living alone. La loi numéro 1 exécution du budget.
Budget Implementation Act 1, 2016 allows a greater access for venture capitals for small and medium-sized businesses, and its passage will allow us to reestablish the venture capital tax of 15% for the purchase of stocks for taxation year 2016 and following. This measure will guarantee tax relief of some $815 million over 2015-2016 to 2023.
Immediate action to enhance the employment insurance program so that out-of-work Canadians have the support they need while they need to look for their next job. After the passage of this legislation, new entrants and re-entrants to the labour market will face the same eligibility requirements as other claimants in the region where they live. Mr. Speaker, an estimated 50,000 additional Canadians will become eligible for EI benefits as a result of this measure, which will take effect in July 2016. The bill will also reduce the EI waiting period from 2 weeks to 1 week, starting January 1st, 2017, in order to help ease the financial pressure on those individuals who find themselves between jobs. Passage of the bill will also extend EI regular benefits by 5 weeks to all eligible claimants in affected regions of the country and provide up to an additional 20 weeks of EI regular benefits to long-tenured workers who have experienced the sharpest and most severe increases in employment in those regions. We're making significant investments to ensure the financial security and independence also of disabled veterans and their families as they make the transition to civilian life. Veterans and their families have earned the deepest respect and gratitude from all Canadians. Budget 2016 invests to give back to those who've given so much in service to our country. It proposes to restore critical access to services for veterans and ensures the long-term financial security of those who are severely injured, physically or mentally, in the line of duty. The bill will amend the Canadian Forces Members and Veterans Re-establishment and Compensation Act to increase, both retroactively and going forward, the disability award and associated benefits such as the death benefit, and to adjust the orientation and terminology of the permanent impairment allowance while also increasing the earnings loss benefit to 90%. Mr. Speaker, $1.6 billion over 5 years will flow directly to veterans and their families in the form of higher direct payments. Specifically, this bill will be increasing the value of the disability award for injuries and illnesses caused by service to a maximum of $360,000 and ensuring payment of higher benefits retroactively to all veterans who received a disability award since 2006. Increasing the earnings loss benefit to replace 90% of an eligible veteran's gross pre-release military salary, and changing the name of the permanent impairment allowance to the career impact allowance to reflect the intent of the program, consistent with changes announced in the budget to better compensate victims who had their career options limited by a service-related injury or illness. These enhancements deliver on mandate commitments and respond to recommendations from key stakeholders, including the Veterans Ombudsman. Mr. Speaker, investing in infrastructure creates good, well-paying jobs that can help the middle class grow and prosper today. Budget 2016 lays the groundwork for future growth by making immediate investments of $11.9 billion over 5 years, starting right away in public transit, green infrastructure, and social infrastructure. Over 10 years, the government will invest more than $120 billion in infrastructure to better meet the needs of Canadians and position Canada's economy for the future. The passage of the bill will help ensure that government institutions are aligned to best support infrastructure and innovation by transferring responsibility for PPP Canada, Inc., from the Minister of Finance to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities. Pour terminer, Monsieur le Président.
In closing, Mr. Speaker, our government has committed to be open, transparent, and cooperative. Respect for Parliament is an essential element of this commitment.
Restoring Parliament's oversight of the government's borrowing plans to provide greater accountability and transparency for how the government finances its activities. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight the hard work of former Senator Lowell Murray, one of the most distinguished parliamentarians of the last century, and his advocacy over many years on this important measure. I'd also like to thank Senator Moore for carrying on that tireless advocacy in the years since his colleague's retirement. He worked with others, like retired Senator Banks and Senator Day, in making sure Canadians understood the importance of this issue. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2016 represents a giant step forward in our plan to put the middle class first and to deliver the help they need now while investing for the years and the decades to come. It's about creating the necessary conditions to ensure that hope and hard work won't be wasted but will be rewarded, where our children and our children's children can flourish. With these investments, and inspired by a sense of fairness, we're ensuring that Canada's best days lie ahead. I therefore encourage all members in this House to support this bill. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in order to grow the economy and pay off the debt and deficits that the government's going to incur, the government needs to create jobs. And in order to create jobs, they also need the people to fill the jobs. So my question for the minister is very specific, and I do want an answer to it. Policy decisions need to take into consideration not only what the effect is in the short term, but also the impact on the workforce. And I'd like to know whether or not the minister or his department conducted a policy analysis on the Canada Child Benefit and what effect that will have on young women entering the workforce.
Good question. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to answer the question. We analyzed the measures in our budget exhaustively against a number of issues. First and foremost, we looked at the measures in our budget and how they're going to impact on our economy in the immediate term. We calculated the measures in our budget will increase our economy's growth by 0.5% this year and 1% next year. We looked at the number of jobs that are going to be increased in the economy this year and next year, 43,000 and 100,000 respectively. Then we looked at measures like the Canada Child Benefit and what that was going to do for Canadian families. We looked at the number of families that were impacted positively by this measure. We concluded that 9 out of 10 families with children would be impacted positively, that on average they would get $2,300 more per year. Of course, much of these benefits go for those families that are experiencing the greatest challenges. So a single woman with one child, as a good example, earning $30,000, would be able to get $6,400 under our new measures, significantly enhancing her opportunity to be in the workforce while raising her child. So we've looked at the measures, we've considered them, and we believe that they are in the best short-term, medium-term, and long-term benefit of Canadians, including women.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister of Finance for his speech. We've discussed the fact that this is an omnibus bill several times. The government says it's not. However, when we know that our parliamentary procedure manual indicates that when a bill modifies or amends 35 other bills, as is the case here, that's an omnibus bill. And there are a number of distinct initiatives but linked between them. So that clarifies the situation. In this bill, we have a measure that includes Bill C-12, which was a full bill. In that bill, there's a full chapter on recapitalizing banks. There are measures that affect 35 different bills and 9 different departments. So if the minister claims that this isn't an omnibus bill that prevents the House and committees to have a full study, what is the minister's definition of an omnibus bill? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. We want to be open and transparent with Canadians. We know that this budget and the Budget Implementation Act contains timely measures associated with our budget. So we can say that this is a budget implementation bill that only affects measures in the 2016 budget. And so it's because of this that it's not an omnibus bill, because it really only contains measures that are found in Budget 2016. That's clear and transparent.
Questions and comments. I see some members rising for questions and comments. They do need to be in their own seats to be recognized. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if the Minister of Finance could add some further comments in regards to how Canada's economy is going to benefit by the substantial decrease that we've seen for taxes. We've made reference to the millions of Canadians, Canada's middle class, that is going to be receiving a direct tax cut. And that tax cut is coming. And by having that extra money in their pockets, there will be communities from every region of our country that would actually benefit. And I'm wondering if the Minister of Finance can just elaborate on how it is that the middle class and enriching the middle class by giving a tax cut will in fact be healthy for Canada's economy.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to take that question from the member. We embarked on our initiative to improve the lives of Canadians with the very first measure that we put in place, which was a tax reduction for middle-class Canadians. We looked at the tax bracket, the second tax bracket, between $45,000 and $90,000, and we recognized that by reducing taxes for people in that group by 7%, by moving it from 22% down to 20.5%, we would be able to reduce the taxes for a very large number of Canadians. So almost 9 million Canadians will be impacted by that tax reduction. What we're recognizing is that Canadians, middle-class Canadians, are finding themselves anxious and challenged to get ahead, that by reducing taxes in that cohort, we create a better situation for those Canadians and their families. We create a heightened sense of optimism and possibility for the future, which will inspire us in Canada's economy to do that much better in the future.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister of Finance for his words.
For the quality of his French. Every time that I rise in this House of Commons and asking questions, he answers to me in French. I deeply appreciate that. But it's not because he's speaking French that what he's saying is right. Alors, Monsieur le Président.
So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a few points. When the Minister talks about improving the debt to GDP ratio, well, that's something that he inherited from the previous federal government. And he said that he was going to make changes to children that's costing $1.4 billion. He promised $10 billion deficits. We have a $30 billion deficit. Mr. Speaker, this isn't a question period, so I ask the Minister, with his goodwill, can we agree on one thing and recognize that he inherited a budget surplus from the former government? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, when I speak in French, I try to speak correctly, and I will try to do that today as I do every day. What I'd like to say at the beginning is that the debt to GDP ratio, our current situation, the record of our country, is we're in a good position because of actions taken in the 1990s and just following that, because the governments of Mr. Chrétien and Mr. Martin changed the current situation with and put in place a much lower debt-to-GDP ratio. That's the basis of our current situation. That gives us the possibility to make investments. Fortunately, with our investments, we will have the possibility of increasing our level of growth in the future. And that means that we will see a balanced budget in roughly 5 years with a continuation of our investments. And in that way, we will have a good situation and not the situation that we have now, where the Conservatives left us a difficult situation, because we've seen debt increase over the last 10 years, and now we're going to have a deficit for 2015-2016 for the entire year, the 12 months of the year. We are going to have a deficit. That's the current situation, but we are going to do something. The Honourable Member for Joliette. I would like to remind the Minister of Finance that we also salute the economic stimulus program announced in the budget, and I will go back to Madame Lagarde, who said that it's important to stimulate the economy when growth is uncertain. So this is the right moment, and the amount of money invested in infrastructure is appropriate. However, I have concerns about the delays in transfer payments. The Minister of Finance said we're starting immediately. However, the budget says that the way that the money will be transferred to the provinces, for example, to Quebec, will use the Building Canada model. However, we know that in the past it took up to 2.5 years to get an agreement, and then there was a need for 1.5 year agreements for each project. In a time of economic stimulus like this, the money needs to get out the door fast, and that's not going to be the case if we continue to use the Building Canada method. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. We know that it's very important to make investments, and that it's very important to make investments as soon as possible. We started with Phase 1 of our investments in infrastructure with $11.9 billion, which will start flowing very soon. However, we need to be prudent at the same time. We need to cooperate with the provinces and municipalities to be sure that the projects getting money are the right projects that are going to help communities across the country. So we will try to make investments as soon as possible with the processes that are working right now, but we will be careful with the money of Canadians to ensure that it will really have a good impact on our economy now and in the future. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member
for Milton.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this past weekend, I came across a very telling quote in the National Post. It said that election promises are like babies. They're fun to make, but hell to deliver. And it seems that this government is learning this lesson every single day in the House. It's kind of shocking, Mr. Speaker, the speed at which the Liberals have actually broken the election promises they made to the electorate during the campaign in August and September. It's almost uncanny when you think about it. They made a commitment to modest deficits, capping at $10 billion. They said that they would reduce the ratio of debt to GDP, and they had that goal of returning to a balanced budget. But, Mr. Speaker, after taking power, they just changed their minds. You know, they've nearly tripled the deficits now. They've admitted that they can't control debt to GDP ratios. And finally, they decided that balancing a budget was a position that actually should be mocked. Now, needless to say, we know that they probably have no intention on fulfilling that commitment to a balanced budget. But throughout all these changes proposed in the budget implementation legislation, The Liberals are actually deceiving Canadians about what the real facts are. Yesterday, the Prime Minister took a moment to commemorate his first 6 months in office, but I'm not quite sure what he can celebrate. After all, much of what the Liberals have done since taking office has been nothing more than simply undo the progress that we made as the Conservative government. And I think it does bear some time to talk about what we accomplished. When the Liberals took office, taxes on the Canadian public were at their lowest point in 50 years. By the end of our mandate, the average family of four was saving almost $7,000 a year. The Conservatives took a $55 billion deficit, which we entered into on agreement with parties in the House in order to come out of the Great Recession. And in 5 years, we had a surplus. And even during this global recession, the Conservatives made sure that we moved the economy on by creating 1.3 million net new jobs, majority of them private sector and full-time. In fact, Canada was recognized globally as having the best job creation and economic growth records in the G7. And what do we have today? Well, we have officials from the Finance Department, the Minister's own department, indicating that there is a surplus that's been left, yet the Finance Minister stands every day in the House and denies the reality of the surplus. The most recent fiscal monitor, which we continuously try to table as information in the House and are rejected, confirmed that there was a surplus over the first 11 months of the year of $7.5 billion. However, the government wishes to pretend that this does not exist. And the National Post, again, hit the nail on the head when they said, this may be the first surplus that a finance minister doesn't want to talk about. Now, earlier this week, I asked the finance minister a question on the fiscal monitor. And in frustration, perhaps, he said Conservatives would do well to get past this whole balanced budget thing. I actually find it very surprising, and it's almost a bit baffling, that the Minister of Finance for our great country can take our economy so lightly in saying those words in this place. Mr. Speaker, my perspective of the budget is this. It's bad for Canadians, and as such, we must vote against this Budget Implementation Act. Contrary to what the government asserts, this budget is going to stifle growth in our country. The excess spending that it sets out is actually untargeted, and it's going to end up hurting Canadians in the long run because it's going to show up as future tax increases. And that's going to do nothing but saddle my kids and my grandkids and my family's kids with debts and deficits. Even the Canadian Federation for Independent Business were not left alone in this budget. They had been promised small business tax cuts, and the Liberals have now decided to mysteriously defer this. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has indicated this is going to cost small business $2.2 billion, which is a significant cost on the backs of hardworking men and women across this country who are just trying to help us grow the economy. This budget fundamentally is a betrayal of Canadians who trusted the Liberal Party to keep the promises they made in the campaign, where a Liberal government breaks those promises. It's a betrayal of the middle class because they get it. They know that eventually, with the debt and deficits, they're going to have to pay for it through higher taxes themselves. It's a betrayal of families, because what family in Canada doesn't understand that you have to live within your means? Now, right before the release of his budget, the Finance Minister's economic outlook showed that revenues were actually holding up better than expected. GDP growth in the last quarter of 2015 was actually higher than what was anticipated. But here we are still on track with a Liberal government to bore billions and billions of dollars that they don't need to fight a recession that we're not in. Conservatives believe fundamentally that we should always try our best to run the country like we would run our own households. And you don't do that by living off credit cards. Living within our means, especially when the circumstances don't justify the spending. So that's why when we were in power, we mandated that balanced budgets be the law, not the exception to the rule. Page 51 of the Liberal budget says, the government remains committed to returning to balanced budgets. But on the very next page, the budget says, the balanced budget legislation enacted under the previous government is inconsistent with the government's plan to return to balanced budgets. And the Budget Implementation Act not only repeals the Balanced Budget Act, it actually projects deficits extending longer than the 5 years with no plan to return to balance. Now, this is a very curious quote because it's not just a projection to show you another broken promise to Canadians. It's actually an uncanny demonstration of the arrogance of this government, assuming that Canadians will re-elect them. And I'll tell you, that's not going to be an easy task after 4 years of the fiscal mess they're about to plunge us into. I'd like to shine some light on some other parts of this bill that sets out to change the old age supplement eligibility back from 65 to 67. Now, as we know, this measure would have eliminated an estimate $11 billion in annual spending up to the year 2030. And the decision was not made lightly, but it was made in keeping with OECD recommendations. And Mr. Speaker, an expert on the issue actually said in 2012, and here's the quote, the cost of OAS represents about 2.3% of GDP, but the chief actuary for the Canada Pension Plan forecasts it would have risen to about 3.1% by 2030 had the retirement age not increased. That expert, Mr. Speaker, was none other than the now Liberal Finance Minister. And yet now Liberals are moving to reverse this measure, even though the evidence suggests that it was better to keep it in place. It's interesting, Mr. Speaker, what else the Finance Minister has said on the issue of OAS. He wrote a book prior to becoming the candidate and then the minister, and the book was called The Real Retirement. And we have given it a good read. And some of the things that he said, again, were quite interesting. Here's a quote from the book. If we were to retire 3 years later than we do now, any concerns about having adequate retirement income would practically vanish. It would also alleviate any shortages in the workforce due to the aging population. Very interesting remarks. He also wrote, there must be moderate cutbacks in social spending phased in over time. Now, he also said that phasing in the eligibility age for OAS and GIS from 65 to 67 was a step in that direction. Now, evidently, he disagrees with his own government's budgetary measures by virtue of what he wrote not more than 2 years previous. These are just a few examples of the Liberals' refusal to accept expert research, evidence, and hard facts. Their platform, Mr. Speaker, is based on deception. And on behalf of Canadians, I am deeply concerned. In the budget document that was produced on page 63, there's a chart. And the chart is often pointed to show you examples of why Canadian families will be better off with their child's benefit as opposed to the system that we had in place in the Conservative government. But if you read very closely, Mr. Speaker, there's a bit of fine print at the bottom. And what the fine print says is that the examples actually don't take into account the former measures we had, like income splitting, like fitness tax credits, education tax credits, tuition tax credits, all of the benefits that would be available to exactly those circumstances, which would then show that maybe not everybody is doing as well as they will under their Canada Child benefit. It admits, rather cryptically, that Liberal evidence was being pulled out of thin air. You know, Mr. Speaker, I spent a lot of my time in my career making sure that women have the absolute opportunity and ability to enter the workplace and achieve great things. Because I fundamentally believe that if we want to grow our economy, we want to make sure that we have great productivity and innovation, we can't simply leave an entire part of our population behind. And in many places in this budget, while the Liberals talk a good talk and how they're helping women, I fear that it's going to have the exact opposite. And I asked the question to the Finance Minister whether or not there is any hard data on what effects these measures are going to have on choices women make in going into the workplace and how long they stay and what they do there. One of the areas that I find very curious and interesting is the decision they took that in small business, it was just a sham setup in order to allow people to avoid paying a higher level of personal tax. I'll tell you why this is a problem. One of the areas that I've discovered in my time as a minister in the past and in the workforce for a lot of time now is the fact that women do want to make different choices on where they work based upon flexibility. It is Mother's Day on Sunday. It's a day that we all look forward to. And being a mother is possibly the greatest job a woman could ever have, if you choose to do so. But we also want to be active in our community, and we also want to be active in the workplace because we have great contributions to make. And sometimes you make a choice that perhaps opening a small business or becoming an entrepreneur will allow you to balance what you want to do in your life in terms of raising a family and as well contributing to our economy. And for the government to indicate that in their opinion that in a lot of these cases these are just tax loopholes because husbands set their wives up in sham corporations is offensive. But more than that, it's a chill. And the chill is saying that we don't really need to have you in the workplace, and we don't really believe that when you attempt to become a small business entrepreneur, you're doing it with great purpose. The tax cuts that were meant to go to small business that have been deferred for the future is another step along that continuum of chill. It's very difficult, one, to have the courage to start a small business if you're balancing a couple of kids at home. But number two, you never want to make things happen in your household that actually puts your economic prosperity of your family unit in danger. And taxes do matter. It matters how much you make in your business. It matters how much you make in your life. And the reality is that getting through that threshold to take a decision to start a small business can be a very difficult one for a lot of reasons. And now they're making it even harder because that diminishing return is not going to be there for a lot of women. So first they're told that it's not a real business, and secondly they're told we're going to make it harder for you instead of making it easier. It's not necessarily a woman-friendly. And why do I talk so much about small business and talk so much about women? Well, because, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly the area where women are entering the workplace at a disproportionate amount. 50% of small business startups are coming from women. 2/3 are from majority-owned women businesses. This is an area in which women can exceed and excel, and they're shutting the door on it, and they're putting a gloss over it saying that it's not real work. And I find that to be very disturbing because, after all, it is 2016. Mr. Speaker, one other aspect of the child benefit that I do find of concern is one in which not a lot of people are going to be talking about, but I'm going to give it a go, and it's this. I grew up on Cape Breton Island, and Cape Breton is a very unique and special place, and I'm actually grateful that the minister went to Sydney so he could see what it's like to be part of Cape Breton. And I think it's important for people to see what it's like now because things have not gotten better on Cape Breton Island, despite the fact that we enjoyed a bit of a bump from the oil patch doing well, and we sent a lot of our brothers and cousins and fathers and a lot of our mothers as well out there to work. But the reality is that in the 80s, when the steel plant closed, when the fisheries closed, when the coal mines closed, there really wasn't a lot of work. And as a result, and I'm one of the examples, families split up and left. And the decision at the time taken by a series of governments was the best way to deal with Cape Bretoners was to just write them a check and make it easier for them to get government help. And I think perhaps it was done with great intention, but the reality is it just doesn't work, because today the unemployment rate in Cape Breton is still atrocious. And today, the saddest place in the world is a Sydney airport, because when kids come home from Ontario and Alberta and BC or wherever they ended up, it's the grandmothers waiting for the babies to come off the plane. And I fear when we set up a program that realistically is there to help, but can become a crutch, it's not really going to be doing great things for women either entering into the workplace, taking tough decisions about being single mothers, or having that help from the government turn into something that becomes more of a noose around your neck. So I asked the government to do very careful analysis going into the future on what the effect the child care benefit will have upon decisions of young women to enter the workplace, whether or not it's having an effect, detrimental or positive. I would like to see both. But anecdotally, from my past experience, being paid by the mailbox, as my friend, the member from Saskatchewan, and I can't remember what your riding is, but as you always said in the past, being paid by the mailbox is certainly not as good as being paid by the check. And that is definitely the better way to deal with people's prosperity. I appreciate, Mr. Speaker, the opportunity to stand in this place and talk about difficult things and the effects that the policies may have on people's life choices. And I appreciate very much that it's a touchy subject, and I hope that members of the House understand that it's coming from not necessarily a negative place, it's coming from an honest place of what I've experienced in my life and who I am as a result. You know, Mr. Speaker, the Budget Implementation Act has given a lot of great words and platitudes for Canadians to consider. But at the end of the day, the great concern I have is that Canadians will also be responsible for the billions of dollars in debt. And the Finance Minister did say in his book, and it's very true, that debt prevents you from doing things such as sleeping well at night. And right now, knowing the kind of debt that we're going to be saddling our kids with, combined with the debt of the provinces across this great country, I fear that not a lot of us are going to be sleeping very well at night. Conservatives will not forget the Canadians who voted for responsible fiscal management on Election Day. And we are not going to forget those who voted Liberal either, because the plan that those people voted for, the plan that they were actually promised, is a far departure from what the Liberals have delivered in this legislation today. We're going to continue to hold the government accountable. We're going to continue to ask questions. We are going to continue to fight for lower taxes. We're going to continue to fight for a balanced budget. And we want to see a plan that will keep Canada growing and thriving. And at this point, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move, seconded by the member from Oxford, an amendment, that the motion be amended by replacing all the words after the word "that" with "This House declines to give second reading to Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2016, and other measures, since this bill does not support the principles of lower taxes, balanced budgets, and job creation, exemplified by, among other things, repealing the Federal Balanced Budget Act." Thank you very much.
Ms. Raitt, seconded by Mr. McKenzie, moves that the motion be amended by replacing all the words after the word "that" with this House declines to give second reading to Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2016, and other measures, since the bill does not support the principles of lower taxes, balanced budgets, and job creation, exemplified by, among other things, repealing the Federal Balanced Budget Act. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her comments. I listened intently because she was describing my life. I'm one of those women entrepreneurs who started a number of small businesses, raising my children. And what's really interesting as I listened is, as small businesses, when you first start out, what the tax rate, frankly, is doesn't matter, because we're cashing our paychecks and putting them back into the business, because we're growing our business and we're starting our business. So what my small business needed, and what the small business owners I've talked to as president of the Chamber of Commerce and other things, are customers. Sure. And I wonder if the member opposite would comment on whether she believes that growing the economy is the tool that will create customers for small businesses.
Good question. Member for Milton.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I appreciate the fact that when you're running a business, you have two things you care about: revenue and expenses. And I don't know whether one is more important than the other. Both definitely have to be looked at in order to ensure that your bottom line does well. On the expenses side, that is something the government can absolutely control. That is something that they can do right now to alleviate pressure on small businesses to ensure that they do well, that they do have extra cash to invest into their business. What the government cannot guarantee, and what the government will not do through this act, is tell them that they're going to get more customers. Tell them that they're going to increase revenues, because it is a plan, it is an idea, it is an ideology in some cases that putting money into the hands of the middle class is going to inevitably end up with an increase in the economy. Economists have said different values of what it's going to happen to the GDP, but how Canadians feel about their security and our economy is what's going to determine whether or not they spend that money.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Néjac, Les Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I've got the pleasure to sit at the Finance Committee as well. Everybody knows that there is a wide ideological gap between the Conservative Party and the New Democratic Party. On the other side, there are some things on which we agree on. And I do remember, for example, the long crusade of my former colleague, the MP for Winnipeg Centre, Pat Martin, against the penny, for the abolition of the penny. And we've seen that measure in the previous Conservative budget. Another item, another element on which we can agree is the reduction of taxation for small and medium-sized businesses. The NDP introduced this commitment back in its 2008 platform. We conducted in 2011 as well, and we did it in 2015. And the Conservatives, once again in the previous budget, announced a decrease of this tax on small businesses from 11 to 9% gradually. The Liberals follow suit during the 2015 campaign. It's never too late to board on the train, and said that they would also decrease that tax to 9%. What do we find in this budget? They keep the first tax cut to 10.5% and cancel the rest. This is clearly a broken promise from the Liberal government, and it will be costing small and medium-sized businesses $2.2 billion. I'd like to have the comments of my honourable member on this.
Honourable Member for Milton.
Thank you very much. I very much appreciate the question. I also appreciate the great work that the NDP did in asking the Parliamentary Budget Officer for a true quantification of how expensive this would be for small businesses in Canada. $2.2 billion is a very, very large number. And, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly the hit that small businesses are taking across this country as a result of the Liberals breaking their promise. And we do agree on a lot of things together, but we do also agree that we have to keep this government to account for the promises that they made. And I know that the honourable member and myself, through our work on the committee, will make sure that we do that every single time we meet as a committee.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her thoughtful comments and her constructive criticism of this budget. But a day after the government abruptly shut down debate on Bill C-14 to comply with the Supreme Court order to provide Canadians with the constitutional right to a physician-associated assisted death, I wonder if she doesn't find a bit rich the finance minister's comments about avoiding half measures, in that there is not a mention of the penny of the $3 billion promised during the campaign by the Liberals for, among other things, palliative care, which would ease Canadians' constitutional right to live a full and complete life. I wonder if my colleague shares my concern about this disappointing delay of priorities.
Honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his great speech, impassioned speech, that he was one in four MPs were allowed to give in this House on the topic of assisted death, that 3/4 of us were prohibited from having that right to do so as a result of the shutting down of debate yesterday. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member brings up a very good point, and the point is this, is that there is no real policy rationale throughout this entire budget. It is half-baked at best. Promises made, promises kept, depending upon whom the Liberals wish to reward for their election last year. And that is the saddest part of this budget. The fact that when you have a serious issue such as physician-assisted death before this House, knowing that palliative care has to be that anchor on the other side, the rush on one side and the complete ignorance to it, the issue on the other, is actually breathtaking. So it's a half-baked piece of policy that we will be watching very carefully.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. La députée de Vaudreuil.
Honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
My honourable colleague from across the aisle used words like cryptic. She referred to some parts of the budget in regards to fine print. She even used the word arrogance to describe the budget in this government. She referenced our government's decision to invest in families, invest in infrastructure, invest in growing the economy. That was hugely problematic to the member opposite. She also referenced the fact that she sees an issue with the Canada Child Benefit, which is going to put more money into the pockets of families. What's difficult to understand, Mr. Speaker, is when did the shift take place in the member's mind where she suddenly had a huge issue with deficits when her own government increased our debt by $150 billion? And also, Mr. Speaker, when did she suddenly develop this huge issue with investing in families and providing support to families when her government provided support to families? Simply what we've done, Mr. Speaker, is increased that investment and also made it clearer to understand for families by making it tax-free. I'd like to know when the date was when this shift occurred in the member opposite's mind. I'm pretty sure it was October 19th at midnight, but I'd like clarification on that.
The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't quite know how to answer the question and still remain in the chamber. The reality is this. There are wide gaps of policy rationale difference between what they've done with the child care benefit and what we did with the universal child care benefit. And the biggest difference is the term universal. Everybody got it in Canada. They could choose to do with it what they would. And as well, it was actually costed and within our budget to do so, and it made a lot of sense to give parents the ability to choose. What I'd like to ask the member, since we're taking this walk down memory lane, when did their party figure out that it's okay to give money directly to parents? When did they stop being afraid they're going to spend it on popcorn and beer?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, well, I have great respect for the honourable member from Milton and congratulate her on many points she made. But I do have something that's very confusing to ask her about her speech, and that is she repeatedly made mention about the importance in this country of assisting women, and in particular to assist women to enter the workforce. She spent a great deal of her speech on that particular aspect, and even talked about the particular challenges facing women who are starting small businesses. Now, the New Democratic Party has championed having a national child care plan that would be the single biggest contributing factor to assisting women to enter the workforce, to contribute to our society, and to start those small businesses. Yet she was part of a government that for 10 years studiously and steadfastly resisted bringing in a national childcare system that would have exactly the effect and impact that she so passionately advocated for in her speech. I'm wondering if she can help me understand and bridge that confusion as to why she's opposed to a national childcare plan but wants us to encourage women to enter the workforce in all the aspects that they can do so.
The honourable member for Milton.
Yeah, I appreciate the member's question. Where I land on the topic of institutional or national daycare is, I believe this. Well, I know it's this. It's the fact that the type and the timing of childcare that's needed in today's workplace is very different than the way it was when 30 years ago we talked about having one national daycare system. Entrepreneurs have different hours. Millennials want to work different ways. I certainly had different hours that I wanted to work that did not fit into the normal mode of what a daycare situation is. And in fact, I couldn't choose regular daycare as the way in which my kids went. We ended up going with somebody in a house who took in about 5 or 6 kids, and that's how we did our childcare. It's the flexibility that I found I needed to do what I needed in my career that I thought would be more I would say beneficial to women in the country as opposed to a national daycare. And that's why I supported our universal child care benefit, because then giving it to the mothers and the fathers to decide which way that they wanted to deal with child care, what I thought would be the best way, given how technology changes the way in which we work. But I do hope that, I do commend the NDP for all the work they do in ensuring that women either enter politics or try to enter into the workplace. And I appreciate you always bringing up your point with respect to national daycare. I don't agree with you on it, and that's okay. That's what we do in this House, to debate those issues. But I'm grateful for the question.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Basque. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this first Budget Implementation Act was truly the first test of the new Liberal government in terms of the economy. Obviously, it's a Ways and Means issue, and after the budget that was tabled on March 22nd, this is the first realization of how of the Liberal government's processes and methods.
This first test has been a failure. It has been a failure on many counts, especially in regards to the promises that the Liberal Party has made during the campaign. Ça a été un échec parce que
it was a failure because the Liberal government had promised to do things differently. The Conservatives, because I've sat through the last parliaments, the Conservatives repeatedly tabled twice a year omnibus bills. We're talking about often 300, 400, 500-page bills in a very short time, which prevented the Finance Committee from doing its work, that is, of studying very attentively, of scrutinizing and analyzing the very important elements of that benefited the country in terms of the economy and social measures. And during the election campaign, I'd like to come back to what they promised in their platform. They said, we will not use legislative subterfuge to ensure that parliamentarians cannot study bills. They said that the previous Prime Minister also used omnibus bills to prevent parliamentarians from studying its proposals and to debate them in a suitable way. We will put an end to this undemocratic process by amending the rules of the House of Commons, and we're still waiting for that. But if we talk about omnibus bills, the definition of an omnibus bill, the Minister of Finance, and I'm going to come back to the question that I put to him. According to our process, our process that is under O'Brien and Bosque, an omnibus bill seeks to amend, repeal, or enact several bills at a time. And this one has 180 pages, and it amends 35 bills, including specific laws that are fully contained in this bill, and it repeals other bills retroactively. It affects 9 departments. So to date, This bill that has been tabled, Bill C-15, is an omnibus bill. It is characterized by the fact that it ties together a number of bills. The Liberals, instead of doing what Canadians expected of them, that is to put in place a different approach, a transparent approach that is more accountable, they're trying to play on words. And how are they doing so? By saying that these are all the measures that are in a budget. But, Mr. Speaker, the budget often has 300 or 400 or 500 pages. Now, if they want to include all the measures in an omnibus bill, they're going to amend the budget based on what they want in terms of legislative amendments. So it doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't make sense because the very limited time we have to examine this bill attentively means that there is no more transparency. In order for us to do our work properly in committee, we need time, we need bills, especially when they're technical. We need to be able to make a suitable report on these bills to Parliament.
It's not the case because there is many highly technical aspects of this bill that should be studied separately. When we're talking about the bail-in clause, for example, that's in this bill, that's aiming to basically solidify the banking system and reassuring that if there is a failure in the banking system, taxpayers won't be on the hook. Because often we are between the choice of letting them fail and having large consequences for the economy, bailing them out with taxpayers' money. This brings a third possibility, which is currently being studied through OECD countries. Why put this 25-page highly technical bill of its own, a modification of the Bank Act, to be studied with hundreds of other measures that are touching things that are so as diverse as the Canadian Wheat Board, veterans, modification to the GST, and so on. You know, this actually creates uncertainty right now among Canadian population. I'm not opposed to the idea of the bill. I think it should be studied. I think it actually might be a good way to protect the economy and at the same time protect the taxpayers. It's possible we'll go in that direction. But I'm sure the government members, I'm sure all of the members of this House have already received emails, communications from concerned citizens that this might actually touch their deposits, that the money that they have invested in the bank in terms of deposits could be affected. So it would have been wise from the government to actually take this part and study it separately to reassure Canadian citizens that this will not be the case, that this will not be like Cyprus, for example. No, it decided to put everything in this 179-page bill. It doesn't make sense. What was the rationale of including a full bill that had been tabled here in this House, C-12, which aims at the reinsertion and the compensation for veterans? Obviously, I think we are in agreement that we need to study this bill carefully, which it would have been studied carefully if it had stood as its own bill. Si ça avait été un projet de loi,
if it had been a standalone bill, it would have deserved study in committee over 2 or 3 or 4 sessions of at least 2 hours to ensure that the concerns of veterans are addressed. Now what's going to happen? It'll go to the Finance Committee. The provisions of that bill will be studied with the very few witnesses that we'll be hearing from, and the veterans will have to fight to bring forward their concerns, to have their opinions heard on this bill, at the same time as bankers, tax experts who are going to come and talk about other measures such as bank capitalization. Why? Why did they include this bill in the BIA when everyone agrees that we should study the compensation for veterans very, very carefully? Tell me, Mr. Speaker, tell me that this is not an omnibus bill when we're talking about a number of measures that should have been studied separately. Other measures are highly dubious, and unfortunately, they'll have to share the stage with a myriad of other measures that have nothing to do with fiscal matters. I'm thinking of employment insurance. Not only has the government once again misleading the House, has the government misled the House by saying that EI surpluses are not used to fund the government's activities, where it is clear in the government that the EI surplus is being used in the consolidated fund. But even though we can commend the government for some measures, which partially address the 2012 reform that the Conservatives had put in place, they really fall short of the needs of workers and the protection measures that they expect from the EI system. When the government says that they're eliminating discrimination between the different categories of workers that forced frequent claimants, for example, seasonal workers, to accept a job at 70% of their salary and to have to travel further than 100 kilometers from their homes, well, we were the first party to oppose those restrictions, and I come from a riding where seasonal work accounts for a large part of the economy. Well, obviously, I'm happy about those measures, but other Conservatives that the Conservatives had eliminated that were very important, for example, the pilot project measure that sought to fill the black hole, which is the end of when people receive their EI benefits and the beginning of seasonal work, well, that measure is unavailable to workers in regions with high unemployment rates. For a reason that I can't fathom, the Liberals have decided to reinstate that program for 12 regions in Canada. Now, that's great. Those 12 regions deserve those 5 extra weeks of EI benefits. But I think it's a measure that should be available to all workers as it was before 2012. And I'm sincerely wondering when I see the members on the government side who come from the Atlantic provinces, except for Newfoundland and Labrador, what do they think of those measures? What do their seasonal workers, people who work in farming, tourism, what do they think of these measures that exclude them, whereas they were entitled to them before 2012? And the Liberals are turning a deaf ear to these people's claims and demands, even though they hold all 32 ridings in that area. Now, I represent my party for the Atlantic provinces, and I'm going to be putting that question on many, many occasions. Another element, and I mentioned it in the question that I put to the official opposition critic for finance, and I didn't receive an adequate response. Why did the Liberals break their promise? They made the promise, and they promised to reduce the taxes on small and medium-sized businesses, and poof, that promise has disappeared. And not only that, but they have the gall through the parliamentary secretary to claim that they did reduce the tax rate on the PMEs, on SMEs, because it went from 11 to 10.5%. It's not the Liberals who did that. That was a measure that was put forward in the Conservatives' previous budget. And in this budget, the Conservatives, or rather, we wanted the measure to come in more quickly, but what we wanted was a reduction from 11 to 9%. And the fact that they only reduced it to 10.5%, and it doesn't even come from them, it comes from the Conservatives. So I find it shameful that the government is trying to take credit for a measure that they had nothing to do with. It's really a diversionary tactic so that people don't notice that they canceled or repealed the promise that they made with regard to reducing this tax rate from 11 to 9%, and the government has never indicated why they did not keep their promise. It was one of the most measures that was most followed, and it was one of the most important promises they made during the campaign. Another measure that requires the particular attention of the Finance Committee, something that raises concerns and worries with regard to the possible disclosure of more personal information to the Canada Revenue Agency. Now, I'm not saying that it's a bad idea or a good idea. What I'm saying is that with such sensitive issues as this, especially in light of the events that we have seen over the past few months with regard to tax evasion and certain problems that seem to exist at the CRA, well, it would be clear that we should have to be able to take the time to study this measure, not in order to obstruct committee procedure, but in order to reassure Canadians that these measures are necessary and that they're going to protect their privacy. Once again, there is no understanding being shown on the part of this government. They're simply trying to bundle everything up into one gigantic package, that is this bill, and then they're going to try and rush it through the Finance Committee so that people don't notice it. But, Mr. Speaker, that is contrary to the Liberals' commitment to do things transparently and to restore to the Parliament and to committees their role of watchdog and their role to scrutinize. In this House, we don't name names. I'm the member for my riding, for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-Les Basques. But in committee, we name people. We are allowed to call members by their names because although we are here in proportion to the number of seats that were elected, we do not speak for our parties. We are in committee to study government bills, to ensure that these bills pass the test, that is, to verify that these bills will contribute to the progress of Canada and to strengthen its economy. And with bills of 180 pages, that's impossible. Why is it so long? Well, there was an article published in the Parliamentary Review by Mr. Messicot. It was calculated that between 1994 and 2005, that was a Liberal government, BIAs had an average of 73 pages, whereas since 2006, they have an average of 308 pages. So they're 4 times more voluminous. And that is even more significant than it appears, because one single budget implementation act is presented per year. There was none in 2002 and 2 in 2004. Since that time, they have been tabled twice a year, except in 2008 when there was only one. In recent years, therefore, the average number of pages was more like 550, because that means they're 7 times more voluminous. And we're talking about a time in power when the Liberals formed the government between 1994 and 2005. So that means the BIAs were on an average of 308 pages. So we're talking about tax measures that affected the GST, that affected the excise tax, and now we're being told clearly that a bill of 180 pages, which affects a myriad of other issues that may have been in the budget but that still remain very complex and that need to be studied separately, we're being told that this is not an omnibus bill. Well, so I'm not convinced by the explanation of the Minister of Finance. I don't think this House is either, and I don't think Canadians are either. And so I think that this government has failed miserably in respecting its commitment to more transparency and more openness and more accountability. I would like to complete my speech with an issue of the Conservatives, which concerns the repeal of a bill. We were not really in love with that bill, Mr. Speaker, I confess to you, but the way the Liberals are doing this right now is extremely reprehensible. They are repealing retroactively a bill that is currently in force, and in addition, Mr. Speaker, this bill, or rather technically, the government is violating this bill as of June 1st. So what's the problem? Well, there's no problem. They're going to repeal it, and the provisions will be put in place in order to repeal it retroactively. So it's as if it never existed. Mr. Speaker, we live in a state that is governed by the rule of law. The government must not start to change bills retroactively in order to not to have to obey the law. And in the space of 3 weeks, we have 2 examples where this government has decided to do exactly that, to repeal a law in order to not to have to obey it.
Repealing a law that, when it is being debated for repeal, well, the government could be violating that and be brought before the courts. That goes completely against the principles of the rule of law and the principles of living in a state of law. So, Mr. Speaker, for all of these reasons and others that I haven't had the time to mention, but hopefully I'll have the opportunity to mention as I answer the questions from my colleagues in this House, I move, seconded by the member for Hochelaga, that the amendment be amended by deleting all the words after the words "since the bill" and substituting the following. A. Is an omnibus bill that amends or repeals 35 different acts or regulations, retroactively repeals an entire act of Parliament, and contains another entire government bill that is currently before the House. B. Increases taxes on small businesses. C. Fails to meaningfully improve access to employment insurance. And D. Contains far-reaching changes to veterans' benefits, seniors' income supplements, and banking regulations without adequate parliamentary debate and oversight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard the terms of the sub-amendment from the honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les Basques. Normally, a sub-amendment can only amend the amendment that is before the House at that time. So I will consider the movement of this sub-amendment and come back before the House in due time with that consideration.
Burnaby Coquitlam.
Well, it was
un rappel au règlement.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
It has been since 2004, but Elections Canada saw fit to change the riding, and it is now the riding of New Westminster Burnaby. So go figure. It was Burnaby New Westminster, now it's Burnaby New Westminster, and New Westminster Burnaby. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to follow up on the sub-amendment by asking you to consider the sub-amendment on the following basis. The actual motion that the official opposition submitted just a little while ago is that this House declines to give second reading to Bill C-15 and an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22nd, 2016, and other measures. Then there is a modification that has been offered by my colleague from Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les Basques, which does not change in any way the principle of the amendment that was offered by the official opposition, but does omit and add some words. But the principle that the House declines to give second reading to Bill C-15 is very clearly maintained in the sub-amendment. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, if we refer to our Bible, which is O'Brien and Bosque, on page 534, when it comes to sub-amendments, it is very clear that each sub-amendment must be strictly relevant to the corresponding amendment and must seek to modify the amendment and not the original question. That is what's happened here with the sub-amendment that was offered by my colleague. A sub-amendment also cannot strike out all of the words in an amendment, therefore nullifying it. As I've already mentioned, the principle is maintained that the House declines to give second reading to Bill C-15. And finally, debate on a sub-amendment is restricted to the words added to or omitted from the original motion by the amendment, which is exactly what the sub-amendment from my colleague does. Now, I just wanted to cite precedents, Mr. Speaker, because it's important in this House that we look at the precedents from this Parliament, and I'd like to cite the precedent from actually last month, April 11th, debates in this House The official opposition offered an amendment that the House not approve the budgetary policy of the government. And the sub-amendment that was accepted by you, Mr. Speaker, but it's accepted by the Chair, offered again from my very active and hard-working colleague, the member from Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques, was to maintain the principle of the amendment and add and omit some words that did not interfere with the principle of the amendment, but certainly sought to, in the sub-amendment, omit and add some words. So very clearly within our Bible, O'Brien and Bosque, very clearly in terms of precedents, including the debates just last month, and very clearly from the wording that our colleague from Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques, the sub-amendment should be considered in order. And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your attention.
Well, I thank the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby for his intervention, and I apologize for messing up his riding name. I'm not accustomed to doing that and recognize that an error. I appreciate also the clarity of his intervention in respect to this matter and commit to get back to the House soon in terms of the issue at hand. We'll take this under advisement very carefully and appreciate the urgency in respect to the debate that the bill and amendment that's currently before the House is underway, and we'll get back to the House as soon as possible. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, and I listened with great interest to my colleague's analysis of his interpretation of what an omnibus bill is, and I have to say that there is actually no formal definition in both the rules of the House or in terms of legal definitions of what constitutes an omnibus bill. But when you read Duhame and other assessments of what constitutes an omnibus bill, it requires that the omnibus bill not only group together legislation, which any budget implementation bill does, but it groups together legislation that is not related to the budget. And the very clauses that he raised concern with as being complex and many, and I appreciate that even though it's not 643 pages, it's only 180 so odd pages, a much smaller version of a complex bill that we've seen presented in previous budgets, certainly the last one I was in the House for. Every item he identified is actually a budget item. In other words, they are of a family of changes to existing bills and legislation that are related not only to each other, but are directly related to the budget. And I appreciate that the movement on restoring and growing benefits for veterans is a previous piece of legislation which has been sped up through this process so we can get help to veterans as quickly as possible. Appreciate his concerns about that, even though he seems to support it. That we've included in the budget, I think is appropriate. Additionally, the idea that EI reform and expanding EI reform is part of the budget, is part of our legislative agenda, and we're bringing it through at the same time. A very famous New Democrat by the name of Jack Layton once said at Toronto City Council, when they argue with process, they've conceded defeat on the principle. And I was wondering if the member opposite would like to reflect on that, the fact that they actually support these measures in the budget. What they're complaining about is that they can't support them individually often enough.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Spadina-Fort York. We could have a long debate over this. This bill is an omnibus bill. It's a bill that includes various measures that, well, some of them might be in the budget. But if we look at the budget, and if we look at everything that the government's doing, well, everything the government does is in the budget. So this argument suggests that budgets that the Conservatives tabled were not omnibus budgets. Well, Mr. Speaker, here, you know, we need to debate the spirit. This party went before the voters to say that they were going to change things. They said that they were going to increase transparency and increase the number of mechanisms through which committee work and Parliament's work could be facilitated. This bill does not do that. It doesn't do that because there are very complex measures that should be studied very closely, which are going to have major ramifications, and they can't be studied properly, in depth. Why? Because the committees won't be able to do that. Because Well, the Liberals, what they're doing is they're doing what the Conservatives did before them, and they're preventing independent members of this House to present their amendments in this House. So I would submit, Mr. Speaker, that the way that the Liberals are doing things, if it's less obvious than what the Conservatives were doing before, well, they're still tabling omnibus budgets, which hurt the work being done by committee. And unfortunately, this is a problematic process, but there are a number of elements, as I mentioned in my speech, that are broken promises by the Liberals that will be seen, and there are elements that could have been included. For example, extending EI measures to the entire country and not just 12 regions. There are substantive elements that I discussed in my speech which must not be neglected, but at the end of the day, what I wish to highlight is the fact that this government is not acting any differently from the way the previous government acted, despite their election promises.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Rimouski for his trenchant critique of this omnibus budget bill. I'm sure he also remembers that the current government was elected promising a new health accord, yet this budget does not provide any increase in federal transfers to provincial governments, either as a share of the economy or relative to previous projections. In fact, by 2019-20, this budget will have reduced annual transfers to provinces by $1 billion. To be specific, if we look at Table 5.2.6 in Budget 2015, it showed major transfers to other levels of government of $76.3 billion in 2019-20. Whereas if we look at Table A1.4 in Budget 2016, it shows this same figure down to $75.4 billion again in 2019-2020. So I wonder if the member for Rimouski could comment on why the Liberal government is cutting health transfers to Canadian provinces.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet Temiscouata, Les Basques.
Regina Louvain.
Well, this is a very important question, and it goes to the heart of Canadians' expectations based on the last election. On this side of the House, well, in the NDP, we made clear commitments to re-establish the escalator for healthcare transfers to the provinces at 6%. And what the Conservatives proposed limited increases to the level of cost of living. That's not enough for the provinces, it's clear. The provinces need those transfers to face increased pressure on the healthcare system because with the aging population, well, the problem here is that the Liberal government says that it's going to negotiate a new health accord. They're talking about negotiating and not imposing. And in this budget, what do we find? Well, nothing that shows an increase in health care transfers. These negotiations won't be easy because we can't just look at the current situation in the provinces, but what's going to be happening in 5, 10, 15 years when there's going to be increased demographic pressure. What are the government's plans? Well, we have no idea. The budget and the Budget Implementation Act would have been the ideal moment to learn more about the government's plans, which are very nebulous at the present moment.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his speech.
I would like to ask him where we in the official opposition in the NDP disagree on many points, and many points relative to this budget. We do have convergence in a number of areas, and I wonder if the NDP shares our concern about the absence, any mention of what was an immediate commitment in the Liberal campaign for $3 billion for home care and palliative care at a time when the government is rushing to comply with the Supreme Court order for the constitutional right to physician-assisted death, while putting off, we don't know how long, the commitment to provide palliative care for Canadians' constitutional right to live a full and complete and comfortable end of life.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank my colleague. This is a very important question, and it's a question that brings our two parties together. It's clear that, there was an election promise to invest in transfers to the provinces at $3 billion to deal with home care and palliative care. Well, in this budget, nothing, no mention. I would say that this isn't the only element where immediate investment should have been made. For example, the Labour-sponsored Venture Capital Investment Fund, which would have helped those areas which use venture capital, and that wasn't done. I think that there are a number of commitments that were made, and I suspect that they made those commitments to facilitate their re-election, but now they've been set aside. I would say that when it comes to palliative care and home care, it's very important because it would have facilitated the debate that we have been having and will continue to have on medical assistance in dying. But the government has missed a golden opportunity to link palliative care with the debate that we are having and the Supreme Court's decision on medical assistance in dying. If we could have had a debate on medical assistance in dying and palliative care at the same time, I think that that would have made things much easier to debate, not only for parliamentarians, but also for all Canadians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise in this special place with humility and with gratitude. With humility because I represent the 90,000 people of Winnipeg South Centre, who in the most magical moment of all in our democracy have transferred their trust to me to represent them in the Parliament of Canada. And they represent really all that's great about Canada, in all of its diversity, across all of its neighbourhoods, and with all of its sense of place and pride of place, as all of us in this House feel. And we bring that pride of place to something that's greater than our own identities and something greater than the places in which we live, but to the great country that's ours. And with gratitude because I am here because of the courage of my grandparents, Mr. Speaker, all of whom left Russia in 1906, escaping the pogroms of the Tsar. Jewish people who were not at home in the Pale of Settlement, who could not exercise freedom, who could not own property, who had no sense of opportunity for their children or for their grandchildren. And they came to Canada where there was a single relative there to welcome them. And they came with no English, with no money, and really no prospects. And what they brought with them was a sense of hope and opportunity and the freedom to be who they were. They were displaced Jews from a foreign country. And what they found when they came to Canada was limitless opportunity, if not for themselves, then for their children, and in my case, their grandchildren. And in my mother's family, only one of the 4 children could go to university. So 3 of them went to work so one could learn. And his name was David Golden. And David Golden was a prisoner of war who was captured by the Japanese at Hong Kong on Christmas Day of 1941, and who came back to Canada weighing 120 pounds in August of 1945. He then picked up his Rhodes Scholarship and became the youngest deputy minister in Canadian history at the age of 34. His minister was C.D. Howe. And my uncle was one of a handful of public servants who rebuilt the Canadian economy after the war. And what he taught us in our family was that citizenship of a country such as Canada and the nobility of serving that country was the greatest calling of all. So I owe to my grandparents and my parents a sense of what it means to serve the people of Canada, and I am grateful for that opportunity and humbled by it. And I come from a very special province for many reasons. We all think that our home province is special, but I want to talk about a few things that are particularly appropriate to this budget that we're debating. We're all immigrants, with the exception of Indigenous peoples who have been here for thousands of years. And I remember when I was president of the Business Council of Manitoba, we held a conference called Pioneers 2000. And as an icebreaker, we wanted all of the delegates to see if their ancestors would have been allowed into Canada under the circumstances of today. And it was remarkable because former Premier Duff Roblin, a progressive conservative premier of Manitoba, whom I consider to be a mentor, would not have been allowed into Canada. The ancestors of Gary Dewar, who was the premier of Manitoba at the time, would not have been allowed into Canada. So I am so proud of what this country has done in accepting 25,000 Syrian refugees with the promise of more. Because we realize that what we do when we open up our country to those who are fleeing persecution from other places is the possibility of a lifetime for them, and that will always be repaid to the generosity of the nation that accepts them. And I feel as a Canadian so honored and so proud to be a part of a nation that understands that. And also a nation that understands the importance of immigration as a way of building our nation. So we have a sensibility and a sense of generosity which is really, I think, unique in the world. And I was struck by the comments of the member from Outremont this morning in reflecting on the tragedy of Fort McMurray and how he expressed, and I think probably was speaking for many of us, of where else but in Canada would there be such an outpouring of generosity and of understanding and of a sense of the collective, that we have a responsibility to help each other. And as a Manitoban, I also grew up with the understanding that our Indigenous populations have been marginalized. And they have been marginalized for decades, for generations. And for this budget to announce significant investments so that those children who are raised in remote communities have the same opportunities that my children had for a quality education, that they live in places where the water is clean and doesn't have to be boiled, that they live in communities where schooling is going to prepare them to live out their lives to fulfill their aspirations the same way that our children, my children, are experiencing now. And that we have an historic challenge to offer Indigenous communities what all of us aspire, regardless of our ethnicity, our religion, our place of birth, our community. So I am particularly happy to be part of a government that has recognized that, not only with words, but with action. I'm also very happy that in the first few weeks of us taking on this responsibility, that we have brought back the long-form census, that we have asserted again the importance of evidence-based decision and of scientific evidence as we look at forming and informing public policy. And then I remember, and who can forget, November the 4th, when the cabinet was sworn in on one of those absolutely perfect days, when the fall foliage was in all of its resplendent colors, that there wasn't a cloud in the sky, there was a gentle breeze, and we walked from 24 Sussex to Rideau Hall. And when the cabinet was sworn in, what we saw, Mr. Speaker, was a reflection of the nation itself. And many of us, I think, were particularly moved when our colleague, now the Minister of Justice, was sworn in. An Indigenous woman, having been just appointed to be the Minister of Justice for Canada, which in its own way was a symbol of how far we have come. Remarkably, it was in 1960 when Aboriginal people were given the right to vote in Canada. In the lifetime of many of us who sit in this House, well, certainly in my lifetime. And then to see that the very diversity, the very texture of the country was reflected in the cabinet was very, very moving. And then, of course, when we were sworn into office very shortly afterwards, we were given our mandate letters by the Prime Minister. But it wasn't, Mr. Speaker, just that I was given a copy of the mandate letter, so were you. And so were 36 million Canadians. As a matter of fact, anyone around the world with access to a computer has access to what the Prime Minister has asked us to do as members of his cabinet, which is a remarkable departure from any other government. And as Minister of Natural Resources, the Prime Minister has asked me to do many important things. And one of them is to work with the provinces to develop a Canadian energy strategy. And I have a particular interest in the subject because it was in 2009 when the President of the United States came right here to meet with the Prime Minister of the day to talk about a continental energy strategy for North America. And a few of us from around the country scratched our heads and said, well, that's a great idea, but what's the Canadian energy strategy? Well, there wasn't one. So we decided that we would put the frame around some principles that ultimately led to the Council of the Federation in July of 2015 publishing a Canadian energy strategy, but the Government of Canada wasn't at the table. So a great national enterprise was not part of the Government of Canada's attention. Well, that's not the only example, Mr. Speaker, of how over the last 10 years the country has lost its sense of building national consensus over great national projects. As a matter of fact, the Prime Minister didn't meet with the premiers for 6 years until the current Prime Minister called them to Ottawa to meet in the first place to prepare for the COP21 meeting in Paris, and then subsequently to COP21 to begin sketching out a pan-Canadian framework on climate change, which most would agree is one of the great issues facing our time. The whole nature of nation building by bringing leaders together to talk about those issues that are important to all Canadians had been lost. Well, not anymore, Mr. Speaker. Now we are fully engaged in the business of building Canada from the top down and from the bottom up, as we have seen in the way in which the government has gone about doing its business. I have had the pleasure, since taking on my responsibility, of representing Canada at the meeting of the International Energy Agency in Paris, of representing Canada at the G7 energy ministerial meetings in Japan just last week. My colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources, has traveled to China representing this government on energy and climate issues. And what we find wherever we go, Mr. Speaker, is that there is tremendous welcoming of Canada, re-engaged in the forums of the world to talk about issues that are important not only to Canada, not only to Canadians, but to our partners internationally. And this is a responsibility that we take seriously, and it's a responsibility that I discharge with the great humility of knowing that when I am at these places, I speak on behalf of the Government of Canada and behalf of Canadians. So this is a government with a different approach, with a different tone, with a different way of going about its business. But also, as we see in this budget, with very precise commitments that give meaning to the promises of the campaign, that give substance to the mandate letters given to ministers by the Prime Minister, and part of our commitment to the people of Canada. So I want to talk particularly, Mr. Speaker, about some of the elements of the budget that bear directly on the portfolio of natural resources, and also particularly to our commitment to facing the greatest challenge of our time, climate change. And in many ways, Canadians are showing us the way. And I want to give colleagues just some examples of how Canadians are showing the way. At the north end of Howe Sound, a Canadian company is pulling carbon dioxide from the air and turning it into a fuel that can replace gasoline. In Okotoks, just south of Calgary, a community is heating its homes by collecting energy from the sun, storing it underground, and drawing on it as needed. In Northern Ontario, White Sand First Nation is looking to biomass to provide its electricity. And in my home city of Winnipeg, entrepreneurs are providing street-side solar-powered stations so passers-by can charge their cell phones and computers for free. In these communities and thousands like them across the country, Canadians are using their ingenuity to solve problems, to better their lives and bring us to the future. They know that our world must phase out its reliance on the fossil fuels of the past and embrace the renewable energy of tomorrow. And while that transition may be long, its trajectory is clear. Our government welcomes this new direction. We recognize that as a nation rich in fossil fuels, we need to find greener ways of extracting those resources, and that we must also accelerate the use of renewable energy. Some may see these two imperatives as incompatible. They may, for example, view any investment in oil and gas exploration or infrastructure as reinforcing the past rather than building the future. We disagree. We see opportunity in all forms of energy. And as the Prime Minister has said, the choice between pipelines and wind turbines is a false one. We need both to reach our goal. Here's why. While it's exciting to think about the low-carbon economy of the future, we're not there yet. The truth is that even in light of the Paris Agreement, the demand for fossil fuels will actually increase for decades to come. In fact, according to the International Energy Agency, the world will need a third more energy by 2030, and 3/4 of that energy will come from fossil fuels. Nor does it end there. By 2040, a growing middle class in developing countries will consume 26 million more barrels of oil every day. At the same time, the use of natural gas could increase as a transitional fuel, cleaner than coal or oil and more accessible than many renewables. In short, Mr. Speaker, oil and gas aren't going away soon. And so as Canadians, we have a choice. We can say, shut down the oil sands and natural gas production and let others meet this global demand. Let others have the jobs and reap the benefits. That certainly is one option. Or we can say, let's use this period of increasing demand to our advantage. Let's build the infrastructure to get our resources to global markets and use the revenues to fund Canada's transition to cleaner forms of energy. In other words, let's leverage the fossil fuel resources we have today to deliver clean energy solutions for tomorrow. Well, how do we get there? Our government understands that to attract investment and build the infrastructure to move our energy to market, we need to get our environmental house in order and have Canadians behind us. And we've got to go to work. The Prime Minister went to Paris with our provincial and territorial colleagues and let the world know that when it came to fighting climate change, Canada would no longer be a bystander. Then he met again with the provinces and territories to craft a new approach to climate change, including the possibility of putting a price on carbon. This budget goes further, providing $50 million to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the oil and gas sector. We are restoring credibility to the environmental assessment process. And, as Grand Chief Perry Bellegarde has said so well, before you build anything, build positive, respectful relationships. We agree. All of these measures are aimed at creating environmental assessments that will carry the confidence of both Canadians and investors. And that's what this budget does, Mr. Speaker, by investing more than $1 billion in clean innovation and technology. Technologies that will transform traditional sectors and open up entire new industries. Technologies that can strengthen our economy, preserve our planet, and expand the middle class. Worldwide, investment in the clean tech sector grew by 16% in 2014 alone. In less than 5 years, it will be a $2 trillion industry. If Canada were to earn just its fair share of that market, we could create a $50 billion industry by 2020. This budget goes further, investing billions of dollars in clean energy and technology, energy efficiency, charging stations for electric vehicles and refueling stations for alternative energy. A low-carbon economic fund that will support provincial and territorial action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Mr. Speaker, of all of the budget initiatives I've talked about today, they take us closer to our long-term vision for Canada. I believe that Canadians are ready to embrace that vision. After all, our history is marked by successive generations, dreaming big and achieving greatly. We saw that spirit in a railway that spanned a continent, a broadcasting system that connected a country, and an arm that reached into space. Today, that same spirit animates Canadians in every corner of our country. Like their forebears, they are tackling big challenges with big ideas, creating a future that will be brighter than we can imagine. This budget brings us closer to that future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his elegant speech, and I want him to know that I share the pride in our country, and I look forward to a very bright future. One of the things that he did say, and I'm paraphrasing a little bit, he said the budget gives meaning to the commitment made by the government. And one of those commitments they've made, Mr. Speaker, was to palliative care. And as you know, I was the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Health for many years, and I was here in the House during the economic turn down, and I fought to make sure that there was no cut in transfers to the provinces. As a matter of fact, we continue to put more new money into health care. And I think Canadians want the priority of the government to be people who are suffering. But frankly, Mr. Speaker, there was absolutely no new money in the budget for health care, absolutely zero. The Liberals across there have been saying they've committed to $3 billion for palliative care. And our concern this week, Mr. Speaker, is they've actually used closure on a bill on assisted suicide, a bill that would actually support an early death for those Canadians who are suffering that have no other choice. And without the same commitment or the same priority to alleviating their suffering while they're still alive. So my question for the Minister, and I know he sits on Cabinet, and I was hoping we could get a commitment or some type of support today. Where is the $3 billion for palliative care? When will it be delivered? And how does the government define their vision for palliative care? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, when we tabled the bill, at the same time, ministers spoke about the need and the importance of palliative care across the country. As a matter of fact, at one time I was deputy leader of the Liberal Party in Manitoba. My leader was Sharon Carstairs, who then became a member of the Canadian Senate, who has led the Canadian conversation about the importance of palliative care. This is a subject that we take seriously. It has been part of the discussion from the Minister of Justice and from the Health Minister. It's something that I believe deeply to be a very important part of our responsibility as government and as Canadians. And I believe that you will see that the government's commitment to palliative care will be real and will endure over time.
Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Coming here today and talking about the budget. I noticed in the budget, of course, actually in his role as Energy Minister, which is important, but also I noticed in the budget that there is some mention of appointments. I was wondering if the Minister could tell me, of course, through my riding of Burnaby South, we have the Kinder Morgan Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion is being planned. I know that there's been great talk about changes to a National Energy Board process, which hasn't been changed, but I do know in terms of appointments that the minister has said that he would appoint a ministerial representative to oversee this process. The appointment has not been made, and I've also heard that this appointment would be, the person would be only paid $1 per year. So I'm wondering if the minister can confirm or deny that, and also tell me where is this representative that we haven't heard from yet. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There will be a panel of ministerial representatives appointed very soon. Their responsibility will be to consult with Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities up and down the line. The member, I'm sure, is aware of the timetable of the Trans Mountain expansion. The recommendation to government will come from the National Energy Board on the 20th of May, and that will be followed by a 7-month period that the government will assess the recommendations and ask the ministerial panel to do more meaningful consultation with Indigenous communities up and down the line, and there will be a decision taken by Cabinet somewhere before the end of 2016.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I may just compliment my colleague from Winnipeg, and in his humble fashion talked a great deal about Winnipeg Centre, in fact, our home city and province. And he has been, I know, over the last number of months, an ambassador of goodwill and opening all sorts of thoughts and dialogues on Canada's natural resources. I've had the opportunity to have some chats with him in regards to it, and I'm wondering if the minister would just talk about how important Canada's natural resources are to our country. And I'm just thinking in terms of just whether it's the creation of jobs, the contribution to the GDP, if he could just share with the House something that I know that he shares well beyond Ottawa and in fact our home province of Manitoba.
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, natural resources account for about 20% of the country's GDP. And a part of the mandate letter from the Prime Minister to me is to understand that our prosperity is linked to the natural resource sector. And on the subject of consulting Canadians, I have had the pleasure of hosting roundtable conversations from Halifax right across the country to Vancouver. And at these roundtables, Mr. Speaker, were industry representatives, environmentalists, and Indigenous leaders who were sitting together, sometimes for the first time, listening to each other's point of view. And it's remarkable what happens after 2 or 3 hours of such a conversation, that all of a sudden they start finishing each other's sentences. And the reason for that is because the objectives really are common ones. And one of the challenges has been to ensure that people are in rooms where they're listening to each other. And that's not only in a small room with 10 or 20 people, it's in the rooms of the nation. And that is why we have established a new way of assessing these projects that will require a consensus that will be developed and a sense of public confidence in the regulatory system. We think the best way to do that is to facilitate these kinds of conversations among Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to commend the Minister of Natural Resources for his very inspiring speech. I certainly appreciated the beginning where he talked about his family and his grandparents' immigration. That touches me very deeply. I also particularly appreciated the part of his speech where he says that the government supports the development of renewable energies, and I'd like him to give this House a concrete measure of an example in the budget where the government is going to support renewable energies in Quebec. The Honourable Member for Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government has made significant investments in renewable energy right across the country. As a matter of fact, the Prime Minister, along with 19 other heads of state, signed the Mission Innovation Agreement in Paris on November the 30th that committed all of those signatory nations to doubling their investments in research and clean growth over a 5-year period. This budget in 2016 is a significant down payment of that international commitment that will impact, and you bring up the province of Quebec. We know how important natural resources are to that province, the mining industry, the forestry sector, particularly the forestry sector. And I, just within the last 2 weeks, had a chance to meet with the Forest Product Association of Canada, who are leading the world in sustainable forestry practices. And the Government of Canada will give incentives to these industries, will encourage them to continue down the path of sustainability wherever they happen to do their business in Canada, in Quebec or in the other provinces.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to participate in this debate on Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled on March 22nd and other measures, and will be splitting my time with the member from Calgary-Shepherd. Mr. Speaker, a budget is a demonstration of a government's priorities, a reflection, if you will, of their vision. And yet, despite borrowing almost $30 billion this year, Budget 2016 is missing a pronounced emphasis on putting in place the conditions that support long-term growth in the wealth and prosperity of all Canadians. In less than 6 months, the Liberals have taken Canada from a budget surplus to a massive deficit. The Finance Minister has been asked countless times whether running a deficit 3 times larger than what he campaigned on is a breach of his contract with Canadians. But the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, and his Parliamentary Secretary have simply refused to answer the question. If the Finance Minister is so proud of this budget and the massive deficit experiment he is taking Canada into, he should be willing to tell Canadians that his campaign promise wasn't worth the paper it was written on and why. Finance Canada once again confirmed that from April 2015 to February 2016, the Government of Canada ran a budgetary surplus of $7.5 billion. It is worth repeating over and over. The Liberals inherited a balanced budget and an economy that was growing. Thus, the over $113 billion in additional debt that Canada will incur over the next 4 years is entirely the choice of this Prime Minister and his Minister of Finance. And it is their duty to explain this decision, to break their promises and the additional debt charges that Canadian taxpayers will have to pay going forward. The Canada is Back statement that the Prime Minister likes to pronounce just about everywhere he goes is certainly true. Canada is back. Back to the 1970s and early 80s, where the Liberal government of Pierre Elliott Trudeau ran deficits of, in adjusted dollars starting in 1975, $27 billion, $28 billion, $41 billion, $46 billion, $43 billion, $41 billion, $29 billion, and finally $72 billion in his final budget of 1983. If deficit spending is indeed the path to long-term economic growth, as this government claims it is, Prime Minister Chrétien wouldn't have had to cut transfer payments to my home province of Saskatchewan by 15% in 1995 because 33 cents of every dollar collected had to go to public debt charges and the government couldn't afford to do anything else. While it is true that the budget was finally balanced again in 1997 to 1998, it took deep cuts in transfers to the provinces to do so. The budget did not balance itself. Revenues did not grow at a faster rate than spending. C-15 also represents the return to an activist federal government that believes it has all the solutions. In other words, big government that knows best. The Liberal plan to create jobs is to increase direct payments to individuals and then pay for these transfers by borrowing money. Their plan for the struggling sectors of Western Canada's economy is to provide a temporary bump in employment insurance rather than removing barriers to getting resources to market, which would create real new jobs. and they didn't even get that right. But more to the point, Western Canadians don't want a government handout. They want a federal government that supports the West because we have a dynamic and innovative economy that is temporarily struggling due to a drop in demands for goods. The Liberal government could, at the very least, attempt to do no harm to the energy sector, but instead, they plan to impose additional regulatory red tape. On another front, the government didn't even bother to hide its dislike of small businesses, or any business for that matter, in this budget. In the Finance Minister's budget speech, the word government was mentioned nearly 40 times, while business received just 6 mentions. And the Finance Minister's actions have unfortunately matched his talk. He is reversing a 4-year phased decline of the small business tax rate that will cost small businesses nearly $900 million per year. The Minister of Small Business has attempted to justify this tax hike by trying to make the implausible claim that small businesses will benefit from the government's new social programs because presumably folks will have more money to spend. The Minister of Small Business should know that taxes are an expense which is passed on to the consumer through higher prices. Higher prices make Canadian goods less competitive should a company try to find new customers outside Canada. More and more small businesses are competing continentally and internationally, and this tax hike ignores that reality. It makes good sense to give small businesses every chance to succeed here at home and abroad by reducing their tax burden. I know that many Liberal members are excited about their first budget, but I would caution those members that governments cannot borrow money in perpetuity to pay for their spending sprees. As I noted earlier, over the next 4 years, the Liberals intend to borrow over $110 billion. Over that same period, the Government of Canada will have to pay approximately that same amount in interest on its debt. While this Liberal government likes to say that now is the time to spend money because interest rates are low and Canada's debt to GDP ratio is amongst the lowest in the world, this statement is fraught with problems for a number of reasons. First, despite Canada having comparably low federal government debt levels compared to other countries, presently nearly 10 cents of every dollar spent by the federal government goes towards paying the interest on our debt, which was largely accrued during the 1970s and 1980s. That 10% of every dollar spent by the federal government going to pay interest on debt is money that does absolutely nothing for Canadians today. Second, when combined with provincial debt, total government debt in Canada is at $1.2 trillion, or over $34,000 for every man, woman, and child living in Canada. And thirdly, Canada's population is aging. Every year, more Canadians are retiring than are joining the workforce. In a few short years, as the baby boom generation retires, Canada will face a shortage of taxpayers to support the pensions and benefits of retirees. Consequently, the fact that Canada is in a sound fiscal position is not a reason to step back and return to the 1990s when the Wall Street Journal called Canada an honorary member of the Third World. Rather, we should continue to lessen our debt burden, which will reduce our monthly public debt charges, and then either pass those savings on to Canadians or put that money back into our economy in the form of a long-term durable infrastructure without having to raise taxes. Unfortunately, we are seeing the exact opposite. C-15 makes substantive changes to PPP Canada by allowing this Crown Corporation to sell or otherwise dispose of all or substantially all of its assets. As the government has already moved PPP Canada from Finance Canada to Infrastructure Canada, I can only speculate that the Liberal Party is planning to get rid of this corporation and transfer its funding to Infrastructure Canada. PPP Canada has received $2.4 billion in funding since 2007 and has dispersed this in an efficient manner for water infrastructure, public transit infrastructure, local road infrastructure, green energy infrastructure, and so on. Funded projects include a new bus depot in Saskatoon, a biosolids energy centre in Victoria, a road expansion in Winnipeg, and a housing renewal project in Vancouver, just to name a few. These are exactly the types of infrastructure projects the Liberals say they support. Yet, it appears they're about to gut a program that is getting money out the door for good projects simply because they aren't able to dictate which ones will be funded. I hope one of the Liberal members across the way can provide more clarity on the intent of allowing PPP Canada to dispose of all of its assets during our opportunity to question them. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I, together with my colleagues on this side of the House, will continue to demand a real plan to create jobs and fight to keep more money in the pockets of hardworking Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for her presentation. It's fascinating to hear their party refer to 9 and 10 and 11-month results as if they're year-end results. Never seen that in business, and it's curious that those results are being used as measurements in this House. Their government also added $154 billion to our national debt. So what I'm wondering from the honourable member is, would she admit that it's really the year-end results that matter when you're looking at financials?
The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the member for his question. As the member opposite knows, the IMF called on every government in the world to deliver a stimulus in the order of 2% of GDP in additional spending to replace private sector demand during a recession, the recession of 2009. When Canada emerged from the recession in better condition than any other G7 nation, the deficit was gradually reduced until it became a surplus in 2015, which your own finance department has confirmed. I would remind the members opposite that the Liberal Party was at the time asking for a much larger deficit and a slower return to balanced budgets. When Canada posted a deficit in 2009, there was a clear plan to return to balanced budgets, something that this government is clearly failing to do.
Comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come from the school of thought that in Canadian elections, in order for voters to have to cast a responsible ballot, that they be able to count on the promises that the political parties are making to them at that time so that they can have confidence that what they vote for is what they're going to get. Now, we're talking about the budget here today, and in terms of this budget, we know that the Liberals campaigned and told Canadians that if they were elected, they would run 3 successive budget deficits of $10 billion and balance their budget in the 4th year. They told Canadians that the important measure was the percentage of the deficit compared to the GDP. Yet now we see a budget tabled where we have $120 billion of deficits over the next 6 years, no plan to balance the budget over 4 years, and forget about the metric of GDP to deficit. We had a government that told Canadians they would put $3 billion into home care, and there's not a penny for that in the budget. They told Canadians they would restore home mail delivery. They told Canadians they would have a national framework for childcare within the first 100 days of office. I could go on and on. So I want to ask my honourable colleague, does she think that this budget reflects the promises that were made to Canadians? And has there been any cost to Canada's democratic process as a result of a government breaking so many promises within its first 7 months of government?
Honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the member for his question. I have heard from many constituents since this government tabled this budget. During break weeks, I've had the opportunity to meet with them. And what I can tell you is that there is a growing concern with the complete lack of leadership being provided by this Prime Minister and the government, combined with the speed at which they have abandoned many of their election promises and an unwillingness to admit the facts in terms of inheriting a surplus. It would appear that everyone but this Liberal government understands that sooner or later deficits have to be paid back.
We have time for one very brief question. The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Guelph raised some interesting points. He's a nice fellow. I sit on the industry committee with him, and I like him enough to tell him that he's wrong. I wondered if the member from Saskatchewan could give us a little more insight on these financial statements the member from Guelph was talking about. I'm afraid at the end of this fiscal year, we're going to have a big addendum on the Liberal spending, the massive Liberal spending in the final quarter of this fiscal year. And maybe the Liberals would like to table a budget that shows what it would have been if the Conservatives were still in government and what the financials look like with the Liberals now in government. I wonder if she'd talk about our balanced budget with a surplus and their massive spending deficit.
The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek, and 30 seconds or less, if possible.
Yes, very simply put, Mr. Speaker, our financial statements are based on the fiscal year and not the calendar year, and so the statements that we are referring to do refer to the end of the fiscal year.
With a surplus.
With a surplus.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
I want to thank the member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek for her intervention. I also will be extra on good behavior today. I have a pair of eyes looking down on me today, about 8 months old. So I know that Epiphany is on January 6th, and I only had my Epiphany this week. I actually figured it out. I figured out that the balanced budget promises and the small deficits that the Liberals are proposing and have proposed in the past are a work of fiction. And the budget is fiscal fiction. And Minister of Finance, I'm sure, intends to apply the 2016 Liberal budget for the Giller Prize, a worthy nominee, no doubt. And actually, I'd like to start just a bit, talk about the Giller Prize, as the 2016 Scotiabank Giller Prize is for literary works of fiction. And looking at the criteria for it, I think the Budget Implementation Act and the budget itself, the document, is worthy to be submitted. So it's to be eligible, a book must be a first edition full-length novel, and I think it counts very much, a short story collection, if you will, of broken promises, written by a Canadian citizen, no doubt of that. So it does say one thing, no self-published book shall be eligible, we've covered that off, and the decision of the judges as to whether a book is eligible shall be binding. So I think we're on the right track here, and the good news is they can submit it by September 30th, 2016. Now, if that doesn't work, they could also apply for the Shaughnessy Cohen Award for Political Writing. And this being a political document, of course, they could submit it. The publisher should note that the prize is for literary excellence. They should only submit books that they deem outstanding in this regard. And by far, the fiction in the budget and the Budget Implementation Act is outstanding fiction. And books that are strictly hagiography or political advocacy, or which fail to illuminate political trends or issues, are unlikely to be shortlisted, which might be sad news for this budget document.
Too bad.
The other sad news is that no more than 20% of the manuscript can have previously been published in book form, which is good news too, because many of the promises in the Liberal Red Book are not in the budget, because they pretty much broken every single fiscal promise they had, which again adds to this new theme that this is fiscal fiction. Now, it just doesn't add up. And I have another one. The Rogers Writers Trust Fiction Prize is another prize they could seek. It would also help to pay down some of this deficit. So this may be something government may want to do, is to apply to every single literary prize in Canada or the United States to try and pay down the deficit. Again, the sad news is no more than 20% of the manuscript can be previously published in book form. So that's very sad to see here. So when we talk about the work of fiction, this budget is exactly just that. The Budget Implementation Act is exactly that. It pretends to be for the middle class when it's actually against the middle class. It does very little for them. What it does do is saddle future generations with billions, hundreds of billions of dollars of debt. And actually in this budget, there is absolutely no plan to return to a balanced budget. There is no pretension of returning to a balanced budget, hence the fiscal fiction. Because on one end, the Liberal government talks about returning someday, potentially, maybe, if it so happens, due to a balanced budget. And in the actual Budget Implementation Act, there is no such talk. In fact, in the budget document itself, there's actually no graphic that shows when they tend to return to surplus. So I'd like to just talk about page 53, the path forward, when it talks about repealing the Federal Balanced Budget Act. And this is one of those fiscal anchors that is quite important to the budget. So instead of amending it in the Budget Implementation Act, they've gone ahead and just completely gotten rid of it. So again, it just adds to that fiction, again, that they talk a good game about trying to balance the budget, but have no intentions to do so in statutes. They're actually getting rid of any statute that talks about balancing the budget. And when we talk about this wonderful statute, the Federal Balanced Budget Act, I just want to read from the preamble of the act that this government is getting rid of. So it says, whereas attaining and maintaining a sound fiscal position requires that the Government of Canada achieve annual balanced budgets and reduce debt other than when a recession or extraordinary situation occurs, whereas maintaining balanced budgets and reducing debt helps to keep taxes low, instill confidence in consumers and investors, strengthen Canada's ability to respond to longer-term economic and fiscal challenges, and preserve the sustainability of our public services, and whereas reducing the debt burden will help to ensure fairness for future generations by avoiding future tax increases or reductions in public service. Now, these are all great things to want and to have in the administration of our public finances, but obviously the Liberal government doesn't think so, which is why they're getting rid of it entirely instead of amending it, just adding on to that fiscal fiction. I'm sure the judges of the Giller Prize will be most pleased to see that. So when the Minister of Finance was asked about balancing the budget, he brushed it off. He claimed that he didn't want to focus on the issue. It's not important to him. In fact, he then went on to say that we Conservatives were stuck in this whole balanced budget thing. I understand his position. I actually do, because if you don't care for it and it's just talk and it's just fiscal fiction to you, you will then say to anybody who disagrees with you that you're stuck on it. And obviously he's not stuck because he's about to get rid of it in this Budget Implementation Act. He's getting rid of the one fiscal anchor, the legislated anchor that says you must have a balanced budget for all the great reasons that are in the preamble. He obviously doesn't like the preamble, so he's getting rid of that too. And when we look at the International Monetary Fund did a study, they reported on 89 countries had implemented some form of statutory debt restraint through the end of 2014. And further on it goes, such laws are useful in showing skeptical bond investors that a nation is serious about kicking old habits of profligacy. They also allow voters to hold politicians to account. Now, there's such a thing called an election, and Canadians made a choice. Perhaps we disagree with them. On the fiscal side, though, Canadians were promised something. They were promised tiny little deficits and a return to balanced budget, which is an expectation of Canadians. It's part of the values that we share, that we manage our public finances the way we manage our household finances. You can't keep spending money on your credit card. Eventually, you have to return to balance, create a surplus to pay down your debt. That's how it works. In this budget, though, there is no such plan. There's no talk of it even. There's no such goal. There's no such pretension anymore, hence the fiscal fiction, worthy of the Giller Prize. And then when we talk about small businesses for a moment here, tax rate was supposed to go down to 9%, and now will stay at 10.5%. Again, another broken promise from this Liberal government. And according to the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, that decision will cost small firms $900 million per year as of 2019. Now, the Parliamentary Budget Office calculated it could cost up to $2.2 billion. And I asked a question for the Minister of Small Business on this matter partially, but also on the matter of small professional corporations and how they were treated as an entity, a business entity. And I got basically no answer. There's nothing in the Budget Implementation Act that speaks to it. And it's completely avoided as a subject. The minister, in fact, avoided answering the question entirely. So what is there for small business in this budget? Nothing. Again, fiscal fiction that they're going to be helping small businesses across Canada. They have no such plan. Again, they have no such intentions. And like I've done before, one of the things I love to do is to use Yiddish proverbs. And I have one here. There's plenty of time to bemoan bad fortune once it arrives. And so what is going to happen when the next recession hits? What will happen when there's a major disaster? How will this government pay for it? They're already running tens of billions of dollars of deficit with no plan to return to surplus. What will they do? Will they simply double the deficits? Will they simply increase the national debt even further? I mean, their plan runs well beyond 2019, so beyond the mandate of a parliament. They simply have no plan. Their promise to return to a balanced budget is fiction, worthy of the Giller Prize. And I think when we think about that too, is the Parliamentary Budget Office has done a substantial amount of work to show that they inherited a surplus. And I hear the talk from the other side say, well, you can't only look at the first 11 months out of a year. That's not how a business will look at things. But a business will look at cost control measures. And ever since October 19, 2015, all cost control measures are basically gone. So what they're going to present to us in the last month of the fiscal year is a massive deficit that they'll blame on the Conservatives. But in truth, they are responsible for it because they've had the reins of power since then, and they've been the ones running this country and running the finances. So they are responsible for the debt that's been accumulated. Nobody else but themselves. And indeed, the Liberals consistently refer to defending the interests of the middle class, and that is fiction, literary fiction. So we see here, just to end with these parts, are the summary of the budget implementation document. They're eliminating the education tax credit. They're eliminating the textbook tax credit. They're eliminating the children's arts tax credit, the family tax cut credit, child fitness tax credit. And again, I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, I have a pair of little eyes looking down at me, 8 months old. There's something in here for teachers. So we're eliminating everything for middle-class families while introducing something for teachers. Again, middle class, this budget was never meant for the middle class. That is entirely fiction, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Well, I can't tell you, for someone who represents a riding that I think has more bookstores than any other riding in the country, how refreshing it is to hear a Conservative actually talk about literature and books. For 10 long years, the cuts to the Canada Council, the cuts to the programs that supported authors in the publishing industry, the damage done by their copyright reforms to publishing and authors in this country was astonishing. A shameful record on literature. But if the member opposite is actually interested in reading more books, I'd like to suggest a few titles for him. Beautiful Losers, Essays on the Failure of Conservatism. Dismantling Canada, A New Conservative Agenda. And my favorite one that I think I really could recommend is The Conservatives Have No Clothes, Why Right-Wing Ideas Keep Failing. Would the member opposite like to reflect on the fact that not only did the budgets that his party produced prior to the recession, during the recession, after the recession, and even now landed us in more debt than any other government in modern Canadian history, why they think they have any right to lecture anybody about fiscal management when they quite clearly put $160 billion of debt on the backs of their children.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Calgary Shepherd. But before he starts, I'd like to remind the members that there's a process, and yelling across the floor is not one of them. The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your intervention. Again, I thank the member for the question, but that continues the same thread as I mentioned before. It's fiction. And, small business, entrepreneurs, writers who write books don't need the government's support to basically finance their operations. Good books get recognized. Good books get purchased no matter where they are. That's why there are e-books. That's how writers get the material out, just like musicians. They're entrepreneurs. They know what to do to get the material out to people who want to listen to it, who want to read it, who want to take advantage of it. And just to speak to maybe just one point the member made about, spending and how much debt was accumulated by various governments. I mean, the government that he supports has zero plan to reduce the deficit. Zero plan. They don't even pretend to do it in the budget document. Again, back to my point, it's a work of literary fiction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. I remind him once again that the Liberals are denying the fact that they are presenting a bill that is completely anti-democratic because it is an omnibus bill, and we won't have the opportunity to split the bill into several smaller bills to study certain elements that are quite problematic or which are very complex and which require closer study by specific committees. And the Liberals keep telling us that they're the best at defending the middle class, while on April 14th, a UNICEF study came out and it said that Canada, one of the richest countries, is one of the countries where inequalities for children have gone up the most in recent years. We're 26th out of 35, and that's really not great. And one of the solutions proposed by UNICEF is to reinvest in family income and programs for care of small children. And we see nothing in this budget, for example, for preventing crime, preventing trouble in mental health issues, for social housing. And I've been working with workers in the field who are unanimous in saying that there's a lack of prevention programs out there. Now, that's maybe not the Conservatives' cup of tea, but the Liberals said that they wanted to change things. I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks of that. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd, in 60 seconds or less, please. 60 seconds, Mr. Speaker. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the NDP member for asking the question. She brought up a lot of subjects, so it'll be very hard in 60 seconds to respond. But I think that when we have deficits of this size over several years, and when we've decided that we're going to put debt on the backs of future generations, well, that's going to create big problems for future generations. How are they going to pay for the programs and the services that they will want and need when they have to pay for the services and programs that we have today? That's my answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In debate, the Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
I'm very pleased to be able to join the discussion today. I'll be splitting my time with my colleague from Trinity Spadina. But before I talk about the budget, I do want to offer my condolences and my hearts and prayers go out to all of those in Fort McMurray and the community that are currently suffering, and pray for their safety and the safety of that entire community. So, Mr. Speaker, 6 months ago, I made a promise to the people of Humber River Black Creek. I promised that a Liberal government would put people first. And it is within this promise in mind that I rise to speak today on the budget. For the first time in a very long time, I am proud of a budget put forward by a federal government. I say this because, in contrast to budgets put forward by previous governments, Budget 2016 is both fiscally prudent and socially responsible. It acknowledges that Canada cannot be strong if our families and our households that form our core are not strong. In fact, Budget 2016 is an innovative long-term plan that is specifically focused on strengthening the fiscal security and stability of our families living in places like 10 San Romano Way, 7 and 11 Arletta, and in similar working-class homes throughout Canada. This budget contains a range of measures that are intended to grow the economy while helping low-income families, supporting seniors, and expanding affordable housing for those who need it. See, when I visit my friends and constituents at Elspeth Haywood Centre, or at the North Islington Seniors Group, or at the Jamaican Canadian Centre, they know that Canada's per capita GDP is important, but that's not what they focus on every day. They struggle to focus on that kind of national number because they're too busy worrying about their next trip to the grocery store or their next rent payment. When I spoke to previous budget over the years, I've stressed that national economic prosperity must be felt at the kitchen table, not just the boardroom table. Conservatives would laugh, but the residents along the Jane Finch corridor in my riding didn't laugh. They understood it exactly. For too long, seniors, students, young families, those looking for work, felt abandoned by their government. But since October the 19th, my constituents feel more optimistic, and this budget is part of that change. Today, the people of 3001 Finch, the kids at St. Andre's, the students at York University, they all can feel their individual needs are being addressed thoughtfully and compassionately. Canadians gave this government a mandate to help the middle class and those working hard to join it. And that is precisely what we are doing with Budget 2016. Budget 2016 pursues an agenda driven on innovation and investment, which is at the heart of our policies and part of the government's long-term vision for a more inclusive economy. This is in stark contrast to the previous budget of the Conservatives, who not only squandered the $13 billion surplus that was left for them, but failed to achieve any real sustained economic growth during the course of their 10-year mandate. As the Minister of Finance stated in his budget speech in March, we are seizing the opportunity to invest in people and the economy, and to prepare Canada for a brighter future. Well, this is the kind of positive outward thinking that will drive our economic focus going forward, and it will help to ensure that families living in my riding and others across Canada will have a real shot at the kind of prosperity the previous government so often promised but consistently failed to deliver. Despite the political rhetoric, the truth is that they overspent to the tune of $160 billion. And they did so without any solid plan or any measurable results. And while a certain armchair economist in this House thought that out-of-control spending was a good idea, even the most junior economist knows better. But I say we must not lose sight of our objective to create an economy that is more inclusive and that benefits everyone involved. And this budget is setting us out in that direction. Canadians are asking for help, and this government is listening. The days of picking the pockets of low-income seniors, young families, starving students, and the unemployed hopefully have come to an end. Budget 2016 is about establishing a new fiscal foundation, one that includes everyone. For example, given the high poverty rates and low household incomes facing many residents of Humber River Black Creek, tackling the fiscal crunch that many are facing on a daily basis is critically important to them. Notably, many low-income seniors living in places like 35 Shoreham or 3680 Keel are facing a number of financial strains just to make ends meet. The rising cost of living has already erased any hope of saving for the future, so without meaningful support, any hope of a dignified or secure retirement is gone, and that is wrong. This budget will dramatically improve the quality of life for seniors by increasing the guaranteed income supplement annually by $947 starting this July. This represents an immediate 10% increase in GIS benefits for low-income seniors. As well, we will reverse the decision imposed by the previous Conservative government by restoring the eligibility age for old age security from 67 back to 65. That means the hardworking people like those living in the Northwood apartments will have access to the financial assistance they require to retire with dignity. This was an issue that I fought for while in opposition, and I'm very happy that our Prime Minister and our government has made the change back to 65, which is where it needs to be. In addition, the Government of Canada intends on working with its provincial and territorial partners in order to enhance the Canada Pension Plan, with the objective of improving retirement income security for all Canadians. And I look forward to the discussions in the future that will follow on this issue. No senior should be forced to decide between paying their monthly bills or going hungry, and this budget goes a long way in helping them achieve a dignified retirement. The budget will also provide $200.7 million over 2 years to repair and expand affordable housing units for seniors and others. And $573 million will be directed to tackling repair and energy efficiency issues for social housing sector. Many of the addresses and units that I referred to earlier are struggling tremendously to cope with the cold that's coming through, the lack of repairs that are being done in many of our Toronto community housing buildings, as they are in many parts of Canada. Come and sit in my constituency office for a single day, and you will quickly see that these are areas with a tremendous need. But I'm pleased to say that the affordable housing is a priority under the $2.4 billion allotted for social infrastructure spending, and will have a positive impact on seniors and others who need an affordable, safe, and respectable place to live. There will also be $3.4 billion over 3 years as part of Public Transit Infrastructure Fund that will be of great economic benefit to many communities, particularly those struggling to get to work on time via the Finch bus routes in Toronto. This route has been an issue for many years, so I'm glad to see it as a priority for our new government. So just as the seniors of today are struggling, the seniors of tomorrow are feeling the pinch too. We need to address those issues as we run the risk of kicking that can down the road. Canadian families, particularly single parents, are facing mounting personal debt, high living costs, and an inability to pay for their children's education or save for retirement. Our government will make immediate investments to improve the fiscal capacity of families who are planning ahead, as well as those looking for work to support their loved ones. A key feature of Budget 2016 is the launch of the new Canada Child Benefit, a more simplified program in which families will receive a monthly tax-free payment targeted for low and middle income earners, while those benefits seeing an average increase of almost $2,300. That means 9 out of 10 families throughout Canada, and especially in ridings like mine, are going to see the benefits of being able to better support their families and their loved ones. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kent-Leamington.
Well, Mr. Speaker, and I listened with interest to my colleague's speech, and she forgot to mention the first 2 years that we were in office when the Conservative government paid down the national debt $37 billion. And she forgot to mention that while that happened, we lowered taxes like the GST from 7% to 6% to 5%. She also forgot to mention that at that time there was a incredible some call it a world depression that happened upon us in 2008, where all the G8 countries got together and decided that they would massively infuse cash into our system. Canada being the only country that at that time did so, but had an objective of paying down that debt and coming into a balanced budget position, which we did at this year, leaving the Liberals with a modest increase in the budget, but also at that time in March providing the same government with about $7.5 billion in their coffers, which they as quickly spent. My question to the member is, having now heard those facts, could she explain to this House why the government thought it would be necessary to go back into a deficit position, bringing about all those things that we've heard about today would cause so much havoc for our children and our grandchildren in the future? Thank you.
Honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Well, just very quickly, when the Conservatives got into power and replaced the Liberals, they had $13 billion to play with. And they clearly used it over the many years to try to buy every single vote they could from every community there was throughout Canada. And then at the end of the time that they leave, they're leaving us with $160 billion more in debt. So let me say that I'm really proud that our government has said that they're going to invest in people. We're going to invest in people. We're going to help our students make sure they get a good education. We're going to be focusing on innovation, job creation. We're going to be focusing on Canadians, and that's where our investments are going to be, where it's really important to make sure that we are growing the economy. We're not afraid to spend $5 to invest in Canadians because it's their money. And right now they want us to be investing in them, their families, and making sure that we are opening the doors for opportunity for all of them, so that they don't have to continue with the struggles that they currently have been, especially for the last 10 years.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Jonquière. I thank my colleague for her speech. It's true that we've been talking about this budget since this morning, that there are good points, like some tax credits coming back, the workers' fund, no tax on feminine hygiene products. That's very important for women. Doing away with the income splitting as well. But in the budget, there's nothing about Canada Post and the issue of home delivery. But particularly for the constituents of my riding in Jonquière who need EI for seasonal workers, the only thing we find is 12 regions that are supposedly more important than mine. My riding of Jonquière. Our workers are penalized, and they won't have the right to the 5 extra weeks that the other regions will have. So I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments on that situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Well, certainly as we move forward with our budget, we're looking at a variety of different areas throughout the country that are struggling, and what is the best way that we can help them. Certainly the challenges that are facing Fort McMurray are areas that we are going to have to pay specific attention to and invest a lot more money than maybe what we had planned to. because we need to be helping those people. And in reference to the issue to do with Canada Post in particular, I believe the Minister has announced in the last day or two a committee that has been put together that will be doing a review between now and the end of the year to be able to consult with Canadians and with academics and professionals on how to maximize the opportunities for Canada Post, because the issue of mail delivery is something that's important to all of us, and we'd like to see some of those issues resolved as soon as possible.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, thank you. It's an honour to rise in this House and speak to this bill today, and in particular to follow my colleague from Humber River Black Creek, who laid the groundwork for a new urban agenda in Ottawa all those years ago, before the last 10 years of the last decade, where quite frankly, as a city councillor, support for cities quite frankly disappeared. The reason I chose to run federally and to leave City Council and join Parliament was for one reason and one reason only. Beyond the need for a stronger urban agenda, we needed a new national housing program. And this budget is the first time in 25 years, the first time in my political life, I've seen a federal government step back in with the strength, the commitment, and the diversity of programs for housing that this country so badly needs, as we watch thousands of people go night after night homeless in this country. The $2.3 billion over the next 10 years, compared to the last Liberal budget, which had $2.7 billion over 10 years, this is now $2.3 billion over 2 years, includes doubling the money flowing to provinces to now a total of $500 million from the federal government to both build, subsidize, and repair public housing. It includes $200 million for senior housing. It includes, importantly, $90 million for people escaping family violence. Taken together, this is the most substantive and the most important investment in affordable and public housing we've seen in a generation, and it's this budget that delivers it, and it's the most important reason to support this budget. Cities have also been spoken to. We've moved away from the third funding formulas that defined infrastructure programming over the last 20 years. We've moved to a fair system, a flexible system, but a system that gets money into the hands of city councils fast. And the 50-50 split defines a new relationship that we've established between the federal government and our municipalities across this country, large and small, rural, highly urbanized, in the south, the north, and coast to coast to coast. This is the most important dynamic in our new relationship, is that we are now recognizing that cities are where the majority of Canadians live, and if we're going to improve the lives of the majority of Canadians, we have got to invest heavily in the equity and the stability and the capacity of cities not only to provide shelter and services to Canadians, but also to generate economic growth. One of the other critical steps that's been taken in this budget, which has not been present in the last 25 years, is that we now recognize that aging infrastructure, not just new infrastructure, needs support. So state of good repair and the recapitalizing of urban infrastructure is a fundamental part of the new infrastructure program. Cities have been crying for this for decades. Finally, we have a party and a government in Ottawa that's prepared to listen. I sat by as a city councillor and watched the province of Prince Edward Island in particular see more money spent on billboards about infrastructure than the actual infrastructure that was being advertised on those billboards. The previous government was very good at putting up the billboards, very good at cutting ribbons for projects that didn't exist, but when it came time to cut the check, they were missing in action. And while they put up the billboards, spending actually went down. Unacceptable. Major cities in this country, Vancouver, Calgary, Winnipeg, Regina, Toronto, Mississauga, Ottawa, Montreal, Halifax, St. John's, $0 in the new Building Canada Fund over the last 2 years was delivered to those cities, while citizens in those countries cried out for support. Talk to the mayors. Talk to the mayors in those very cities, and you'll find out that that's exactly what happened. The other thing that I'm proud about is the fact that our infrastructure programming goes beyond just transit and housing. It reaches into arts and the social infrastructure which builds stronger neighbourhoods. A recognition.
I'm just going to interrupt the honourable member. It's getting noisy, and I just want to make sure that everybody understands that there will be time to ask questions of the honourable member, although now is not the time. The honourable member for...
The other thing I'm proud about is the social infrastructure and the cultural infrastructure that this government's investing in, including the universities. It's not good enough just to build housing and transit. You need to build complete neighbourhoods, and this infrastructure program does just that. I also need to suggest that the spending categories for infrastructure, the social infrastructure, green infrastructure, and transit also include something else which is critically important. Much of our aging housing infrastructure and stock is aging. Many of the federal programs built in the 50s and 60s were built at a time when energy efficiency and high-quality construction was not a priority in the federal government programs of the day. This particular budget puts $500 million into the revitalization and the retrofitting of those particular housing units, which not only become more expensive to operate, but also generate a significant amount of greenhouse gas. We can both repair, restore, and also address some of the climate change needs with the infrastructure spending targeted at low-income Canadians living in aging housing stock. That is the smartest infrastructure program related to housing that's in this budget. We've also committed and lived up to our promise to sustain the subsidies that keep people in affordable housing, whether they're seniors in Alberta or single mothers in Toronto or Aboriginal and First Nations people living in the Maritimes. Those subsidies under Section 95 will be restored for 2 years while we sit down with the provinces and our housing providers and renegotiate a new housing dynamic for this country that goes well beyond the life of any one government into the future so that we have a program we can all be proud of. There's another thing that's part of this budget and part of this government's action which underpins all of that, and that's the need for better data on how and where and why Canadians are choosing to live where they live. The long-form census. I was part of the City Council that had to take the previous government to court to get them to admit they had deliberately undermeasured and undercounted people living in high-rise buildings. They said they couldn't get into the buildings. The reason they couldn't is they weren't committed to the census, and they certainly weren't committed to the details the census give cities and communities as they do long-range planning. Restoring the long-form census, doing a proper census, getting real data and real evidence in the hands of cities allowed us to spend the money that's now on the table more effectively to produce better results for Canadians, not just economically, but socially. And that's part of the approach this government has. It's not just about putting resources on the table, it's getting smarter about how we spend them, so we spend them into the economy, as I said, quickly, fast, fairly. That means equitably. And at the same time in a flexible manner that realizes and understands that smaller provinces no longer have the capacity necessarily to participate in infrastructure programs constructed as they were 3 decades ago. The smaller municipalities don't have the opportunity to get public-private partnerships put together because their asset base and the size of the project isn't big enough to attract the interest of the private sector partners. We have changed those dynamics because we have listened to cities. And we have listened, most importantly, to people living in those cities. And the transformation that this promises for a majority of Canadians is profound. But at the same time, we have not walked away from other parts of the country that don't define themselves as a large urban centre. The broadband investment is about economic development and access to the internet and the larger world for smaller, more remote communities. A critical piece of infrastructure investment that once again will not only build and strengthen remote and smaller communities, but will deliver capacity economically to those places so they too can thrive and grow and become strong metropolises. Additionally, we have also, and I think this is the most important part of this budget, we have stepped up on Aboriginal affairs. $8.4 billion in funding. We have declared that the clean water crisis will come to an end, that equity in education and healthcare outcomes and investments is going to be there, that education and distance learning will be invested in and made stronger. We have declared and supported the call for an inquiry into missing murdered Indigenous women. This commitment, and I remember sitting here during Budget Day and looking up into the gallery and looking at the face of the Chief of the Assembly of First Nations and the pride I saw in his face and the confidence I saw in his face and the trust I saw in his face. And I remembered that particular applause that budget got. And that, I think, is something that we should all be very proud of and is one more reason to support this budget. This budget turns a page on 10 lost years and projects into the future for 10 years and beyond equity, opportunity, economic growth, and an ability to build a country we can truly be proud of and truly is one that takes care of Canadians no matter where they live, how they live, or why they choose to live the way they do. It is a critically important time in this country's history on the Aboriginal component alone. But for cities and municipalities, there has never been a budget that has spoken more directly, more respectfully, and more profoundly to their needs. And as someone who comes out of that sector politically, I can only tell you that when you talk to mayors across this country, they know that on October 19th the right decision was made, but what's more importantly, they know that this budget is the right thing to support as we move forward. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Well, I listened with interest to this member's speech and some of the misleading statements made. I'm from a community that has the largest First Nation in Canada. We built them a $42 million water treatment plant during my term of office here in the last 4 years under the government. We built in my community well over $300,000 worth of new infrastructure, the Wayne Gretzky Sports Complex, which is a $63 million project. We rebuilt Applegate Co-op housing on 86 Tollgate Road. We rebuilt social housing right across the community and on Six Nations. We built the Six Nations a new police station because of crumbling infrastructure. And he's telling Canadians today, through his speech, that we didn't make any of those investments. How does he square that to this House of Commons?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thinks that drinking water and the crisis around clean water has been solved in this country. He is out of his mind. I invite him to go to the northern communities that have had 5 and 10 and 20-year boil water alerts that were not addressed in the last 10 years, and go drink a glass of water and see how well he does answering and calling questions in this House. On the issue of critical infrastructure, the major cities of this country, and I'll list them again because I've talked to the mayors personally: Vancouver, Calgary, Regina, Winnipeg, Mississauga, Ottawa, Toronto, Montreal, Quebec City too. No penny, not a penny of federal infrastructure from the new Building Canada Fund for 2 years. And if you talk to the folks in Alberta and you ask the folks in Calgary and Edmonton what that infrastructure money would be doing right now, it would be putting unemployed workers back on the job. And instead what we have is a government, a previous government, that walked away from that province, and that's one of the reasons their unemployment challenge is so hard to solve right now.
Questions and comments? I want to remind the honourable members I realize that spirits are running high, but just relax. There's a process here. If we can follow it, that would be wonderful. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. The member for Spadina Fort York spoke about the urban agenda, and part of that, of course, is transit funding. Now, the budget allocates transit funding according to ridership, which is certainly a good formula for jurisdictions that already have well-developed transit systems. But I think of my home city of Regina. Last week, I had the opportunity to ride on a couple of buses, and they're very nice, but we could use some more buses, more frequent service. Regina isn't going to get very much transit funding because ridership is currently low. If you look at the province of Saskatchewan as a whole, we're getting less than 1% of the transit money in the budget, even though we comprise more than 3% of the country's population. So I wonder if the member for Spadina Fort York could kind of speak to the fact that the budget really focuses transit funding on jurisdictions that already have a lot of public transit and doesn't do much to expand it in cities like Regina, which he was fond of mentioning in his speech and question responses.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
One of the things that transit planners and transit operators know from across the country is that to make transit investments more effective and to deliver the greenhouse gas transformation that's required through investments in transit, as well as to get the most riders moving quickest and to deal with gridlock right across the country, is that you build from strength. In other words, you build transit systems out from where they're highly used and highly congested into areas that have less, and you move from strength into areas that need the development. This is phase one of the transit program, and as we start to build out stronger transit across the country, communities that are not dealt with as specifically as he's identified in this budget this year, phase two is on its way. Second, third, and fourth years of this mandate will show that the system we've chosen to invest in will provide the strength and the capacity as we grow it from strength into new areas as part of our strategy. This is what transit operators and transit properties across the country have been asking for. We've listened, we've responded, and this is going to deliver the results we all hope to see in this country.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased today to participate in this debate on Bill C-15. It's an important debate because this bill implements a budget that does long-term harm to our country. It sets Canada down a path of reckless spending, over $100 billion in debt, higher taxes, and leaves a massive burden to future generations. But first, let me address some of the specific items in the bill that are not particularly well thought through. Despite the Liberals' clear promise to small businesses on the campaign trail, this budget hikes taxes on small business owners. That means that hardworking small businesses, who are the driving force of Canada's economy, are being forced to cough up a staggering $2.2 billion to help pay for the finance minister's budget and spending spree. Now, Mr. Speaker, I did forget at the start of my speech to tell you I'd be sharing my time with the member from Beauce, and so I'm doing that now. Bill C-15 will further damage the economy because it levels some Canadians with an overall income, a tax rate of over 50%. Experts across the board predict that this will cause some of our country's most talented people to look elsewhere to pursue their ideas and their businesses. And that's not all. The bill targets charities, and it ends children's fitness and arts tax credits. But even with all of these ill-considered tax hikes, Budget 216 still leaves Canada with a $30 billion debt. And that cuts to the heart of the broader problem of Bill C-15, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-15 implements a reckless budget for this country. It is completely non-transparent and is built on a set of misleading and questionable numbers. The finance minister arrived in Ottawa telling Canadians that the books were in worse shape than he had anticipated. He outlined a set of fiscal assumptions that have since been completely debunked, and he used them as the foundation for his budget. He ignored the evidence from his own finance department and from the PBO and said that both said the budget was in surplus. He repeatedly told members of this House that he inherited a deficit, and he built his budget on that assumption. But we now know that he has inherited a surplus of $7.5 billion. We also know that he jammed as much new Liberal spending as possible into the last month of this fiscal year, of the past fiscal year, to get rid of that surplus. He hasn't been transparent about his efforts to spend his way out of surplus, and he has been completely non-transparent about the state of Canada's finances. Then he went against the independent advice of private sector economists and against the advice of his own department, and unilaterally downgraded Canada's growth forecasts. And he built his budget on economic assumptions made without any explanation. Here again, the finance minister was called out by the PBO for his lack of transparency. And then the finance minister had to be forced to reveal his 5-year budget figures by the PBO, which he was trying to keep hidden from the public. And if that's not enough, the 2016 budget is filled with wild assumptions of job creation, all of which have been repudiated by the PBO and other experts. Mr. Speaker, fiscal prudence matters. Managing taxpayers' dollars responsibly matters. And being transparent about managing public money matters. But this finance minister continues to play games with the budget, hide the numbers, and damage his own credibility. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals received a mandate from Canadians to go into deficit, but it was a very specific mandate. Canadians were promised that the Liberals would discipline themselves by sticking to 3 core fiscal anchors: deficits no more than $10 billion, an annual falling debt-to-GDP ratio, and a balanced budget by 2019. These were all articulated in writing, posted for all to see, all Canadians to see, in the mandate letter the Prime Minister gave to the Minister of Finance. The 2016 federal budget betrays every one of these promises. Somewhere along the line, the Finance Minister decided that rather than exercising discipline and delivering what he had promised to Canadians, that it would be a lot easier to to interpret the election results as a mandate to borrow and spend as much money as he wants for as long as he wants on whatever he wants. Let me be very clear. Canadians did not give the finance minister a blank check to go on such a spending spree. Budget 2016 will saddle Canadians with $100 billion in new debt. That will have to be paid back through higher taxes. Budget 2016 plans for massive deficits and borrowing indefinitely into the future, with no plan whatsoever to return to balance. The budget barely mentions business. It will not create jobs, and it throws away Canada's competitive advantage. Mr. Speaker, I also come from a riding that has a substantial agricultural component to it. It's about 65% urban, 35% rural. There's not one mention in the budget about enhancements to any of the communities in the small rural centres. As you go across, there talks about agriculture at all. These are the people who are the heartblood of many ridings, many communities. They are the ones who daily toil so that we can have the benefits of living in the bountiful life we do from their agricultural pursuits and their risk-taking. And I can speak as a small business entrepreneur over the years, over 25 years owning my own company, that one of the most important things for governments to do for small businesses is to make sure that you do not have the highest tax rates that are imposed upon citizens who are creating jobs, like small businesses. I happen to be in the building industry, an industry that is the bellwether of the Canadian economy. We're talking about businesses that employ more than 800,000 workers in this country. And this budget does absolutely nothing to improve and enhance the livelihoods of those small builders in my community who are building maybe 5, 6, 7 houses. All it's doing is adding to their red tape costs and the cost of their taxes and employee remittances. These are the people who drive our economy. And this budget implementation bill does nothing to do it, to help them out. I urge all members of this House to vote against this reckless Liberal spending spree. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it is borderline humorous when I hear member after member from the Conservative Party stand in their place and try to give the impression to Canadians that there is a Conservative surplus budget. In reality, Mr. Speaker, if the previous government demonstrated anything, it demonstrated that it did not have the ability from within to be able to manage a budget to a surplus. And history and the facts clearly demonstrate that. My question to the member is, why does he and his Conservative colleagues believe that they have an ounce of credibility on the issue of deficits when they have failed so miserably in terms of being able to deliver a balanced budget? The budget in which they stand in their place today during the election year is not a balanced budget. It is a deficit budget, no matter how often you try to repeat it. And every budget leading up to that with the Conservative government was a deficit budget. And in total, over $150 billion added to Canada's debt because of the Conservatives, and they got a stagnant Canadian economy, and Canadians wanted investments that they never received.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Well, talk about humorous. This member obviously does not understand that money coming in is in excess of spending is a surplus. We balanced the budget every month of this past fiscal year, except for one month, March. And what did the finance minister decide to do? Plow back all of their Liberal spending, over $13 billion dollars into that, so that he could show and stand up and say, oh, we were left with a deficit. We left in October with a surplus right up to the end of February, and now they want to say that? Yeah. Secondly, about the fact that we did go into deficit spending was because the global economy was crashing. And every country, every advanced country in this world signed on to spending. In fact, that party wanted us to spend twice as much. They were asking us to spend twice as much as we spent. And we brought it back to balance. Yeah.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, it's all very well to stand up in House, put questions, pat oneself on the back. We hear back and forth, we balance the budget. No, you didn't balance the budget. Excuse me?
I'd like to remind the honourable members that we are in session, and screaming across the floor is not part of that session. So I'll give it back to l'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, because that's what I wanted to say, is that people say things back and forth across this House, but we should be talking about our workers. I've been hearing speeches all morning, but there are workers who get up every day, go off to work with their lunchbox, and they need, when there are job cuts, to have EI. I'd like to hear my colleague, because when his government was in power, they put in place an EI reform that hit workers hard. It penalized workers in certain regions because they didn't get the 5 additional weeks of benefits. What does he have to say about that?
Brantford Brant. The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
I'm sorry. Mr. Speaker, I'm caught off guard here, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't aware of the question, but let me just underscore what I said in my speech and the way I've responded. Every time that the deficit question comes up, if you're a person who's ever had involved in have a business where you have a balance sheet and you watch your income coming in and you watch the spending, it's absolutely unconscionable to me of what has happened with this finance minister. He's taken a surplus of $7.5 million and he's turned it into what he claims is a deficit we left him because of his spending, putting it into a fiscal year and claiming that's the case. It's unfathomable to me that they can think that Canadians buy this argument. They understand that they get a paycheck and they have expenses. And if they want to pile themselves into debt, they can choose to do that at any time. And that's what our finance minister has done. He's piled us into debt at the last possible moment to claim and to say that we left him in debt. We did not choose that spending. We left a surplus.
What we'll do is we're running close to 2 o'clock. We'll go with one more question, a quick one for the honourable member from Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciated the speech of my colleague. I just wonder if the member would comment on some of the things that our previous government did, especially in 2006 to 2008, before the globe, the entire planet went into recession. We paid down close to $40 billion of national debt. We lowered the GST from 7 to 6 to 5%. Throughout the Great Recession, we led the G8 and G7, the most industrialized countries in the world, with growth. There was over a million jobs created in spite of that recession, and we balanced the books and had a surplus a year ahead of the action plan.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Those points have been made through questioning and through my speech, but the reality is if you take the empirical data of all of this, taxes were at their lowest rate for Canadians over the last 50 years. Exactly. Most average Canadian families had gained in excess of $7,000 more in their pockets.
Yes, they did.
And the one thing, actually, one member who spoke here from the opposite side today, he got into politics because of social housing. I got into politics because I was disgusted with the fact that politicians thought it was their money and they could do what they want. That's why I got into politics. Because it's not our money. It's the taxpayers' money. It's the hard-working people every day who are honest and pay their taxes. And you know, the government that motivated me to run as a businessman was because they took our money, they gave it to their friends for no work.
Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Signy, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as we celebrate the 71st anniversary of the liberation of the Netherlands. More than 7,600 Canadians died during the 9-month liberation battle, and a vast number of our Canadian lads are buried in Holland. More than 1 million Canadians are of Dutch descent, and almost every Dutch family has a relative in Canada. One of the reasons why my parents came to Canada was because of the liberation of Holland. Yesterday I was honoured to take part in the Dutch Remembrance Day ceremony with the Ambassador of the Netherlands to Canada, Mr. Kees Cole. Spring is the best time to celebrate the friendship between the Netherlands and Canada. Each May, Ottawa is coloured by the blooming tulips from the Netherlands as a sign of gratitude of the efforts extended during World War II. I encourage all my honourable colleagues and all Canadians to learn more about the heroic efforts Canada played in the liberation of the Netherlands and join in the celebrations of our two nations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cancer has touched all of us at some point in our lives. Over the past few months of 2016, our family has lost a cousin and an uncle. This weekend in Prince George, I'll take part in our annual Canadian Cancer Society 24-hour Relay for Life, raising funds for cancer research and vital support services for those fighting cancer and their families. I'll be walking for those that have fought cancer and lost, and those who continue the fight today. I'll be walking for my little brother Trent, who has fought cancer twice, Mr. Speaker, and kicked its butt. And I will be walking for our colleague from Scarborough Agincourt, who indeed himself is fighting for cancer. I ask our honourable colleagues to join with me today and every day in the fight against cancer. We can and we will win this fight. Our collective goal should be creating a world where no Canadian, no human lives in fear of cancer. My goal for this Saturday night, Mr. Speaker, is to walk the entire 24 hours with the Hell Yeah Prince George team. It's going to be tough, but not in comparison to the fight against cancer. Thank you.
Good. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, today I want to highlight the vibrant cultural scene in the municipality of Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu. I wish to join the local paper, Le Canada Français, an institution for over 150 years, in honouring Mr. Guy Boulanger. I salute his leadership over the last 27 years as director of the Society for the Promotion of Cultural Events. Thanks to the Théâtre des Deux Rives, which he modernized, and the Cabaret Théâtre du Vieux Saint-Jean that he set up, the Upper Richelieu region now welcomes over to 70,000 spectators every year. Thank you, Mr. Boulanger, for your years of work and commitment to promote culture in our region. With our vibrant cultural scene, we will be celebrating all year the 350th anniversary of Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of myself, the member from Hamilton Mountain, my leader, my caucus, and my party, I rise in the House today to join with Hamiltonians in mourning the loss of Ian Deans and to extend our sincere condolences to his family. Starting as a Hamilton firefighter and becoming a political giant, Ian was the MPP for Wentworth from 1967 to 79 and was the MP for Hamilton Mountain from 1980 to 86. Ian's incredible talent made him an ideal House leader, not just at Queen's Park, but here in Ottawa as well. For 10 years, Ian served as the chair of the Public Sector Staff Relations Board. I am honored to have called Ian a friend and a mentor. He was the one in 1984 who convinced me to move from the labour movement to the political arena. Ian was one of the most naturally gifted politicians I've ever met, and he set the gold standard for what it means to connect with your constituents, represent your community, and make a real difference here in Parliament. Hamilton has lost one of its true champions. Rest in peace, my friend.
Wow.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge Vince Mirabelli for all the outstanding work he does in our community of Thunder Bay. Mr. Mirabelli has raised hundreds of thousands of dollars and donated countless of hours for an array of local charities. He most recently was named the first recipient of the Canadian Realtors Care Award. In 2005, he kickstarted a gala fundraiser for Thunder Bay Regional Health Sciences Foundation. This event has raised more than $500,000 for the hospital over the last many years. In 2009, he established the Mirabelli Pediatric Endowment Fund to help support the hospital's littlest patients. On top of this generous monetary donations, Vince has also dedicated a dedicated companion to a child living with cancer as part of Camp Quality. He continues to make our community of Thunder Bay a better place. Congratulations, Vince.
The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and pay tribute to urban community associations and their amazing volunteers for the contribution to the fabric of urban life in general and to my riding of Calgary Rocky Ridge in particular. Community associations in Arbor Lake, Citadel, Evanston, Hawkwood, Concora, Ranchlands, Rocky Ridge, Royal Oak, Sage Hill, Scenic Acres, Sherwood, Silver Springs, Tuscany, and now Nolan Hill greatly increase the quality of life in these neighborhoods. Dedicated volunteers in each community make their neighborhoods great places to live, raise families, and enjoy retirement. These associations are the civic backbone of neighborhoods. Their volunteers put on festivals, run programs for youth and seniors, maintain recreation venues, operate pools, organize cleanups and beautification projects, and much, much more. Without community associations, our neighborhoods would not be the fantastic places that they are. Please join me in recognizing the importance of urban community associations.
Honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Last Sunday, I paddled down the Don River with friends, residents from Toronto Danforth, as well as my colleagues from the member for Don Valley West and King Vaughan. Paddle the Don celebrates the importance of this major Toronto watershed in the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of New Credit and the resplendent parkland that surrounds it and supports it. Led by the representatives of the Métis Nation of Ontario, this 10-kilometre paddle reminds us of the benefits we've received from the Don River watershed over the years and from the harm that we've done to it. Le Toronto Regional Conservation Authority cherche à protéger la...
The authority is working towards protecting the Don from the pressures of urbanization and bringing some of the 1.2 million people who live in its watershed to the river, and this is an important educational tool. With the help of volunteers from the Canadian Coast Guard Auxiliary, Scouts Canada, and many others, this rainy day in Toronto was a wonderful experience. Thank you.
I am pleased to rise today to speak during Mental Health Week. Brian Hansel, a father from my riding, founded the Paul Hansel Foundation in memory of his son. The Paul Hansel Foundation looks to break down barriers and establish a proactive and preventative dialogue that puts mental health on an equal footing with all other forms of health. The Conversation Plate initiative was created to get people talking about all aspects of mental health. Today, the Foundation will celebrate the official Conversation Plate launch at Assumption Catholic Secondary School in Burlington. Assumption students will be performing their play, Beneath Our Skin, which sheds light on difficult mental wellness issues. This past weekend, I had the opportunity to make my own conversation plate, and I am proud to take the lead on a conversation thread here in the House. I congratulate Brian, the Foundation, and Assumption students on this important issue and look forward to sharing this plate and this conversation with my colleagues. Thank you.
Honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Monsieur le Président, May 5th.
Mr. Speaker.
We hope that soon it will be recognized as the National Day of Midwife here in Canada. Midwives in Canada are represented by the Canadian Association of Midwives. Their organization provides leadership and advocacy for midwifery as a regulated primary maternity care system. Midwives are also well positioned to address the specific challenges still faced by women in rural, remote, and Aboriginal communities in Canada as well as in the developing nations. Today, I also attended the event on Parliament Hill by the Canadian Network for Maternal, Newborn and Child Health, an organization which works to improving women's and children's health worldwide. Midwives play a critical role in this area too. Mr. Speaker, we must work on increasing women's access to quality midwifery services. Today, on the International Day of Midwife, I ask all my colleagues to please join me in celebrating the profession of midwifery in Canada and in the world.
Way to go, Deepak. Good for you.
The Honourable Member for Marc Aurel Fortin. Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure this week of awarding certificates of recognition to several young people in my riding for their excellent results in the 21st Dictée Lavalloise. As a former teacher, I am proud of the growing success of the Laval Dictée. This family activity has gone international, with youth from Burkina Faso to France participating this year. Mr. Speaker, these young champions have reached a level of excellence thanks to their teachers. And that's why I'm so proud to be part of a government that supports teachers with the teacher tax benefit. This tax credit applies to the purchase of school supplies up to $1,000. I speak from experience when I say that teachers often don't hesitate to dip into their own pockets.
Burnaby North Seymour.
Mr. Speaker, it is a true pleasure to rise today to congratulate Simon Fraser University on its 50th anniversary. Named after the famous explorer, SFU has stayed true to its spirit, encouraging its talented researchers, faculty, and students to push past boundaries and engage the world. Their drive to explore and innovate are among the reasons why SFU is repeatedly singled out as Canada's finest comprehensive university. It is also what makes Simon Fraser's vision for the future so exciting. SFU Innovates is a bold action plan that embeds innovation and entrepreneurship throughout the university. That means all students, from engineers to anthropologists, can access the critical skills of entrepreneurship and innovation to succeed in the new economy. I invite my fellow parliamentarians to celebrate this great university at a reception to be held next Tuesday and find out more about how SFU mobilizes the very best ideas and people for Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank you and the Minister of Veterans Affairs alongside parliamentarians from all sides for joining me and Romeo Dallaire at the 3rd annual Sam Sharp breakfast this morning, which each mental health week combats mental health issues facing veterans and their families. This year we heard broadcaster Joe Tilley speak about the tragic tale of his son Spencer, who succumbed to his addiction following his service in the Canadian Armed Forces. And whether it's PTSD, its effect on families, or addictions, our friend Michael Landsberg reminded us they're sick, not weak, and there is help there for them. And, Mr. Speaker, parliamentarian Sam Sharp returned to Ottawa 100 years after he left for the Great War, surrounded by students from his old high school for the unveiling of his sculpture by Scugog artist Tyler Briley, Mr. Speaker. So what a legacy this parliamentarian from 100 years ago has, showing veterans and first responders today that they're not alone in their mental injuries. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight a key contributor to research and innovation development in my riding of Don Valley East. Janssen Incorporated is the largest pharmaceutical company in Canada. It employs over 800 people and is providing world-class leadership in life sciences investment. Over the past 2 years, Janssen, along with the parent company Johnson & Johnson, has committed over $1 billion in investment to life sciences in Canada. Additionally, Janssen is launching a new venture on May 11th, the J Labs. Toronto will host up to 50 Canadian startup companies who will share over $3 million in world-class lab equipment and scientific support. I applaud the company for their continuous effort in being good corporate citizens and for their leadership efforts in life sciences. I look forward to working with them and continued success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, it's International Midwives Day, and my 3 daughters were born at home thanks to midwives. Now, back then, it wasn't even recognized the province, so my bandmate Jason Collette and I had to barter the services for our daughter's birth by building a deck for midwife Bridget Lynch, who, of course, has gone on to be a world leader in maternal health care. But, you know, things have changed dramatically since then. In Ontario, we have over 82 midwives just serving rural and isolated regions. In Centre de Santé Francophone de Témiscamingue, I'd like to thank that team. In James Bay, Attawapiskat, serving communities like Moosonee and Fort Albany. Amy Boland Osborne has come home to Timmins with Boreal Midwifery. These women offer incredible service and mentoring. Childbirth should be a sacred time, and midwives and doulas have restored the power of this moment to the mother, to the child, and the family. So let's praise the midwives.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake asked me to pass on the following message to this House and to Canadians. Please pray for all the firefighters and first responders who are putting their lives on the line to save the municipality of Wood Buffalo. Many of the evacuees I've spoken to are very concerned about their future. Many have limited means as a result of the tough economic situation, and now some people were already jobless and now they've lost their homes. These people have nowhere to go, and they just want reassurance that someone has their best interests at heart, that someone is there to help them get back on their feet and to rebuild their communities. They need help to put the pieces of their lives back together. In many cases, just knowing we care and will not let them down can be enough. Canadians have never shied away from helping others in need. I am very proud of all Albertans who have opened their homes, provided food for their stomachs or fuel for their cars, and a shoulder to cry on, and in many cases, a few dollars for their pockets. Thank you, Canada, for your compassion and generosity.
I don't think the microphone was on for the very first part of the statement of the member for Lakeland when she said that the statement she was going to read was a message from the honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Speaker, 100 years ago this week, an extraordinary woman was born, Jane Jacobs. Jane Jacobs was an internationally recognized writer and urban thinker, and a bit of a troublemaker. Her books on cities have been translated into dozens of languages, and even though they were written over a half-century ago, many are still being used to teach in universities to this very day. Jane Jacobs chose to live in Canada. It was my privilege to call her a friend and a neighbor. When she died a decade ago, her friends and family chose to recognize her life by holding a series of walks in Toronto, talking tours that showcased her lessons, her life, and the impact that she had on that city and others. A decade later, these walks are now being held in close to 200 cities around the world, including Canada. In fact, in Toronto this weekend, there'll be more than 200 walks in neighborhoods right across the city. I'll be leading one both on Friday and on Saturday. You're welcome to join. As we recognize the remarkable life of Jane Jacobs, I encourage everyone to look up janeswalks.org and join a walk this weekend and celebrate how city building and building better neighborhoods is not just important work, but it can be a lot of fun, too. Thank you.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the crisis in northern Alberta seems to be worsening. Additional communities have now been evacuated, including emergency response centres, and the province has now declared a state of emergency. Residents are very worried about what the future will hold for them. Once this crisis passes and the reconstruction begins, will the Prime Minister assure the residents of Fort McMurray and region that infrastructure funding will be top priority for them?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the answer is yes. The rebuild of Fort McMurray is going to take many years, and this government will be a strong partner to the province, the municipality, and to the thousands of Canadians who will be rebuilding their lives in that important part of the country. The thoughts of all Canadians are with the residents of Fort McMurray area, as well as with the first responders working to keep them safe and the courageous firefighters who are combating the fire. Over 80,000 people have been evacuated, with many still in transit. Approximately 1,600 homes have been destroyed, although the full scale of this disaster is still not yet known. The situation continues to evolve, and the Government of Canada is actively involved in ensuring that we support in every way we can now and into the future.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the crisis in Alberta has gotten worse. Other communities have been evacuated, and the province has now declared a state of emergency. Can the Prime Minister assure us that once the crisis is over, Fort McMurray and the region will be a priority for funding of infrastructure and other... Right, Honourable Prime Minister. The crisis that the people of Fort McMurray are experiencing is terrible, and Canada, the Government of Canada, will be a partner not just in the current emergency, but over the long term. And therefore, the work that we'll be doing over the next months to restore capacity in that area, but also in the years to come to rebuild this significant city for Western Canada, to ensure a future for all of those who have been affected by this disaster.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' complete lack of transparency on spending taxpayer dollars now extends to their negotiations with Bombardier. While they negotiate to give $1 billion to a corporation, we've been given no details. No details on how that will be paid back, and no details about what taxpayers will receive in return. So, Mr. Speaker, when will taxpayers actually get to see the bailout deal from Bombardier so they can find out if it's actually worth their money?
Honourable Prime Minister.
I will point out to the honourable member what I've said many times in this House. The negotiations are ongoing. We believe in a strong future for the aerospace industry in this country. We know that there are many good jobs associated with it, not just in Quebec, but right across the country. And we're looking for a solid business case to make sure that investments Canada makes in Bombardier or in the aerospace industry have benefits for Canadians, for good jobs, for our economy, not just for the short term, but for the medium and long term as well. That's the engagement we've made to Canadians, and that's the commitment we're keeping.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, we know that the government is currently negotiating with Bombardier, and it's important, this negotiation, but now we're even hearing that the government would like to get involved in the management of the C-Series. So I'm very, very worried when I think about the deficit. The Prime Minister is talking about the deficit, but he's talking about transparency in this. So what are the terms? What are they going to do? What's on the table with Bombardier? And when will we finally see the results of this very long discussions? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect that this government is going to invest to create growth and is investing in jobs to help the middle class and those who want to be part of the middle class. That is why our investments in Bombardier will depend on the negotiations that are underway with them to ensure the solidity of the business case and to see what the short, mid, and long-term investments will be. Jobs in Canada and the future of the aeronautics industry in Canada. That's what Canadians expect, and that's what we are doing responsibly. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I think everyone was proud of Canada recently when Delta Airlines placed a very significant order with Bombardier. This is a better performing plane. It pollutes less. It's quieter. So what are the reasons why they're not allowing for the extension of the runway at Billy Bishop? What is behind that? Maybe they don't want to bother certain residents of Toronto? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, all members of this House know very well that we made a commitment during the election campaign to listen to Canadians, to respect the voices of MPs from the various regions, and whether they're in Toronto or elsewhere. We have listened to MPs and we have made the commitment not to reopen the tripartite agreement and to respect the will of the people of Toronto. And that is exactly what we're going to do. We are going to keep our promises. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals continue to be in favour of special treatment for the wealthy and well-connected. Today at committee, CRA officials testified that the sweetheart deal for KPMG clients did not include immunity from criminal prosecution. So my question is simple. If the Prime Minister is serious about tackling tax havens and remembering that actions speak louder than words, will he ensure that those multimillionaire tax cheats and those at KPMG who aided and abetted them face criminal charges?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've committed to making sure that all Canadians pay their fair share of taxes and that the CRA and the Canadian government ensures that it enforces all the rules and the responsibilities linked to that. That's, quite frankly, why we put $440 million more in this current budget to go after tax avoidance and tax dodging, and at the same time, why it was a Liberal member who launched the committee study that is being done on KPMG and the audits to ensure that we're actually doing that right. Merci.
Come on.
A member for Outremont.
Comme d'habitude.
As usual, with all responses, he tries to do a pirouette. I'll repeat the question. It was a simple one. The Prime Minister says that he's going to work against those who don't pay their taxes and hide their money in paradises, tax havens. But today, it was revealed that the people who got the sweetheart deal will not be exempt from criminal charges. Will he take every possibility of the law, including laying criminal charges, to fight against KPMG and these people who broke the law? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we cannot just talk about the importance of pursuing those guilty of tax evasion. We have to act. And that's why in our budget we put $440 million extra to indeed fight against tax evasion and avoidance. And that's why it's a member of the Liberal Party who put forward the motion to do the study on KPMG and tax evasion. And that is also why we are going to do everything we need to do to ensure that everyone pays their fair share of taxes in Canada. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Before walking the talk, the Prime Minister was sitting beside the Mayor Coderre during the election campaign, and he said that he committed to restoring delivery, Canada Post delivery to homes. Today, setting up a committee. So where are his sunny ways now? And where is his promise of doing things otherwise? Is the Prime Minister not ashamed of having fooled Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, what we have committed to doing is to consult and to study this issue and to understand. We understand that Canadians want a better level of service at a lesser cost, and that's exactly what we committed to doing. We put an end to the implementation of community mailboxes, and we're working with Canadians and with an independent panel that will carry out consultations openly to ensure that we offer the best possible service from Canada Post to the people of Canada. The member for Outremont.
The Prime Minister was fishing for votes in our big cities. He solemnly promised to restore home mail delivery. No ifs, ands, or buts. Now he says that home mail delivery will not be restored. I have an honest question for the Prime Minister. If the previous government had done that,
Order. We're going to hear the question. The member for order. Order, please. The member for Outremont.
Contrary to the Liberals, we're always honest. I have an honest question for the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. If the previous government had done that, what would he have said? Wouldn't he have said that they were lying?
I'd ask the member to be judicious with his language, the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect good quality service from Canada Post, and that's exactly what we're offered. That's why we committed to stop the implementation of community mailboxes, and why we committed to working with Canadians to ensure that they get the service they need and they want at an affordable price. That is exactly why we are putting the time in that the previous government did not, to talk with Canadians, to look at the changing world of delivery of mail and services, and to ensure that they get the right quality. That is what we committed to throughout, regardless of the fabrications the member opposite might make about what I said or didn't say.
That's it.
I want to point out, the member for Outremont, that although I know we have debates and disagreements in this place, that I don't think he would want to do this when someone else is speaking, to suggest that he doesn't want to listen. That isn't the kind of respect that he wants to show, I know. The honourable member for Milton.
Oh, we're the motion maker here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, continuing on the theme of broken promises,
yes.
It's been 6 months of disappointment from the Liberals fiscally as well. Since they've come to office, they've broken 3 key election promises. Number 1, that the tax plan will be revenue neutral. Number 2, that the deficits would be no more than $10 billion. And number 3, they said that they were going to balance the budget by the end of the mandate. Wow. So after 6 disappointing months, can the finance minister, despite the Prime Minister's gloating in the House today that we keep our promises, can the finance minister tell Canadians which one of these broken promises is he most proud of?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak for a moment on what the members on the other side of the House might be doing right now.
Exactly.
They want to balance the budget on the backs of Canadians. So what exactly would that mean? That would mean that right now we'd be making cuts and to services, cuts to Canadian families that would make their lives more difficult.
Let's have a little order. We all want to hear the member speak. We all want to hear everybody speak when they have their turn. When they have their turn. Otherwise, we could have a very short question period. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Balancing the budget on the backs of Canadians means cuts to Canadian families, hurting Canadian families today. It means not investing in the future and getting to a lower growth rate. Canadians were hopeful and optimistic. They made the choice to invest in Canadian families today with the Canada Child Benefit, and they made the choice to invest in Canadians tomorrow through investments. The future of Canada is going to be brighter because of the very hopeful, optimistic choice they made.
Bravo. Now, member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are concerned.
Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are actually concerned by the attitude that the Minister of Finance has been demonstrating in the last number of days. This week alone, he's denying a surplus that he inherited from us. He's also mocking us openly, saying that we're stuck in this whole balanced budget thing. And then he introduced a bill that actually repeals legislation which would make balanced budgets a law. Mr. Speaker, the minister said earlier this week that his kids and his grandchildren will be better off. But what part of sticking our kids and our grandchildren with debt and deficit is actually going to allow them to be better off?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remember the most important promise that we made to Canadians. We are going to achieve a better future for Canadians. What we are doing with the measures in our budget is we are going to achieve a better future. We put in our budget measures that will be 0.5% faster growth this year, 1% faster growth next year. The Parliamentary Budget Office, the Bank of Canada, they've confirmed that our measures will, in fact, grow the economy. And that's what we're trying to achieve. That's the legacy for our kids and for our grandkids.
Now the member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, for 2 days, the Parliamentary Secretary has accused small business owners of being tax cheats.
Shame on
And she's not alone. The Prime Minister has said small businesses are just a way to avoid taxes.
He said that?
And just today, a Liberal member said in the House that the small business tax rate doesn't matter.
Unbelievable.
When will the Liberals reverse their broken promise and bring the tax rate to 9%?
Good question.
The
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Small Business and Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question, because we do know that there is a loophole that allows some to use the tax rate to get out of paying the personal income taxes the rest of us pay all year. But, Mr. Speaker, we do understand small business, and I understand small business, and we know they need a robust economy, and they need strong consumers. So with their middle-class income tax cut, the child benefit, the investment in infrastructure, in broadband, in incubators, in accelerators, in tourism marketing, the list goes on. All of it, absolutely all of it, Mr. Speaker, helps small and medium-sized businesses. Thank you.
For South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives renewed the P3 Canada funding by providing $1.25 billion over 5 years as part of the new Building Canada plan. Infrastructure projects worth over $100 million. They were required to go through a P3 screen to maximize the value of taxpayers' dollars. But late last year, the Minister of Infrastructure announced that the screening requirement would be removed. Why are the Liberals getting rid of all the taxpayer safeguards?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, the reason that we have removed the P3 condition is to allow local autonomy, to allow local governments to make their own decisions how they procure infrastructure. But furthermore, also allow them to tap into federal resources at a larger amount, at 50% of the project cost. Under the previous government, they only qualified for 25% of the funding because of that particular condition, Mr. Speaker. So our plan will deliver more. It will deliver more for all Canadian communities.
South Surrey White Rock.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first the Liberals removed the requirement for the P3 screen. Then they transferred responsibility from the Finance Minister to the Infrastructure Minister. And now they introduced Bill C-15, which gives the Infrastructure Minister the power to sell off shares and assets of P3 Canada. Now, Mr. Speaker, something here doesn't add up. Are the Liberals intending to shut down P3 Canada and sell off its assets in order to pay for their out-of-control spending?
Yes. The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, P3s are a valuable tool that we respect, but we also respect the ability of the local governments to make their own decision. We trust them to make their own decision, unless the previous government imposed certain procurement process on municipalities. And we heard from municipalities, we heard from Federation of Canadian Municipalities, we heard from big city mayors, and they all support our decision to remove the P3 condition, so they're allowed to make their own decisions, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, we often hear this. The Minister tells us that we want to leave the municipalities to be able to take their own decisions, but now in Quebec we're trying to go through the province and there are no projects that have been launched. There'll be no work done this summer. So I agree entirely with my colleague. The example of the PPPs, P3, is another example of the government's inability to act to create jobs. Do you want to sell P3 Canada's shares to pay for your out-of-control spending, yes or no?
Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me share some information with the House that despite allocating almost $2 billion for Quebec in 2014, the previous government delivered $0. Mr. Speaker. And so we are committed to delivering that money to Quebec, along with new money under public transit, under green infrastructure, and social infrastructure. We are here to support communities. We are here to support.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Trans-Pacific Partnership will have huge consequences for Canada. We're talking about 60,000 lost jobs and a loss of our sovereignty, and the arguments against it are piling up. This morning at the International Trade Committee, Jem Balsillie said that the Trans-Pacific Partnership, under it, the best thing that a Canadian company could do would be to move to the United States. Mr. Speaker, is it because there are so many problems with the agreement that the government refuses entirely to make public the economic impact study on the Trans-Pacific Partnership? The Honourable Minister of International Trade. Mr. Speaker, the NDP was opposed to the TPP without even having seen it, but this government committed to consulting Canadians, and that is what we are doing. Next week, the International Trade Committee will consult Canadians in Montreal, Quebec City, Windsor, and Toronto. This will be a very significant consultation, an important debate for our country, and I would appreciate the contribution of the members across the way.
Did he say? Sorry. Mr. Speaker, we saw the Trans-Pacific Partnership at the same time the Liberals did, and that was after the campaign. That was after the election, after it was kept in secret by the Conservatives. The fact is, this minister refuses to release an impact study and refuses to launch the public consultations that Liberals promised. Mr. Speaker, the committee's work is not her own. But we are hearing very troubling testimony. Today, RIM founder Jim Balsillie warned that, quote, there will never be another large Canadian tech company under the TPP. He has also said Canada would be a colossal loser. Why is the minister proceeding with a deal that will so badly damage Canada's tech sector?
Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that's simply not true. The NDP opposed the TPP before even reading it during the campaign. We were all there. We made a commitment to consult with Canadians, and that's what we are doing. Next week, I'm delighted that the Trade Committee is actively consulting with Canadians. It will be in Montreal, Quebec City, Windsor, and Toronto. This is a very important national debate. It's important not to cut it short.
Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, the Transport Minister was at committee discussing his Air Canada bill. When asked by one of his own members how carrier maintenance obligations affect its competitiveness, he had no answer. Shockingly, he responded by saying, "It's a big, serious question, and I don't have the answer at my fingertips." If the entire purpose of this legislation is to make Air Canada more competitive, could the minister at least have done his homework before introducing this bill?
Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I always do my homework before I speak, and I want to make it very, very clear that one of the reasons that we are amending this act is because not only to prevent litigation in the future, but also to allow Air Canada to have more flexibility when it is competing in a very competitive environment domestically and internationally. We know that by removing from them certain obligation with respect to where they must do their maintenance, we will allow them to be more competitive. We're convinced of this, and that's why we're doing it. Thank you.
Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, Mr. Speaker, with that answer, it's clear that the Minister of Transport still hasn't done his homework. I also asked if he could tell the committee what Air Canada's maintenance costs are, to which he responded, "No, I can't tell you what the costs are." So let's try again. The minister obviously can't explain the bill, so can he at least provide a shred of evidence to support it?
Transport.
I believe, Mr. Speaker, that my honourable colleague is simply going on a fishing trip here. It is expensive for our airlines to maintain their airplanes, to make sure that they are very, very safe. It is a significant amount of their fiscal expenditures every day of the year. We are providing Air Canada, which has over 400 airplanes, with some flexibility in deciding where it will do its maintenance, while holding on to the obligation that they must do some maintenance in Ontario, Quebec, and the province of Ontario.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, Canadians and Quebecers are very concerned about the government's positions to support the aerospace sector, which is of critical importance to our economy. Recently, when we asked the Minister of Transport why he had accepted to put C-10 under closure, which would allow Air Canada to do its maintenance abroad, he said it was to make them more competitive. Will the minister finally admit that he's leaving Canada a free hand and that they will be sacrificing quality jobs here in Canada? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, the fact that the province of Quebec and the province of Manitoba have decided to drop their lawsuits against Air Canada has allowed us to make amendments to the law under C-10 on Air Canada public participation. That's what we're doing, but I remind my colleague that there are still obligations on Air Canada's part to do maintenance in Ontario, in Quebec, and in Manitoba. Thank you. Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, transferring these maintenance jobs abroad is, if that's going to make Air Canada more competitive, I'm really seriously concerned. Where the Quebec Minister of the Economy urged the government to take its time with the bill, the Minister of Transport seems to be very much in a hurry and shut down debate for reasons that he's having trouble explaining. There's something fishy here. Mr. Speaker, can the minister clarify his position and explain why he was in such a hurry to shut down debate? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, I'm not in a hurry. And to explain to him, I'll speak slowly. We decided to change the legislation, C-10, as I've said from the outset, because the province of Quebec and the province of Manitoba decided to drop their lawsuits against Air Canada. This allows us to clarify the law and to give more flexibility to Air Canada as to its decisions regarding maintenance of its aircraft. Thank you. Members know that disagreements here are acceptable, but I think we have to be respectful of comments.
Mr. Speaker, ever since the old Liberals slashed billions in funding for post-secondary education, the cost of tuition has skyrocketed. Now, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, a majority of Canadian students are from higher income families. The PBO also said that a majority of federal funding is benefiting these same wealthy families, and the Liberals' recent budget won't significantly change this situation. The Liberals claim to help the middle class, but they're actually doing the opposite. So why don't they help all students get a good quality education?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for that question. That is exactly what we're doing in Budget 2016. Yes. We are helping 250,000 lower-income Canadian students with grants that are going from $2,000 to $3,000, a 50% increase. We're helping another 100,000 middle-income Canadian students going from $800 to $1,200, a 50% increase. We're making an enormous difference for the students of today, and we know that's going to help us today and tomorrow.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals haven't understood anything. The report of the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirms today that federal measures to foster access to post-secondary studies benefit largely high-income families, and the budget won't change anything. We've also learned that the government is spending less on post-secondary education for Indigenous peoples, and some 40% of students end their studies with a debt of $25,000. The government says that it wants to help young Canadians who are less well off to join the middle class. So what is it waiting for to make post-secondary studies accessible to all? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, we understand exactly how problematic it is for students now, and that is why we introduced budget measures in Budget 2016 to help them with an increase of their credit from $2,000 to $3,000 for 2,500 students. But in addition, we have changed the amount from $800 to $1,200 for people in the middle class. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada Post offers important services to the people in my riding of Laurentides-Labelle as well as to all Canadians.
At the lack of respect and service cuts the previous Conservative government imposed on Canada Post. In rural ridings like mine, these impacts were even more noticeable. During the last election, the Liberal Party committed to a comprehensive review of the Crown Corporation. Can the Minister responsible for Canada Post please update this House on the status of that review? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. The Government of Canada promised Canadians they would have a say in the service that Canada Post provided. And today we are keeping that promise. Today I announced an independent review of Canada Post. The review will be a two-phase process, which will be completed by the end of this year. An independent task force will prepare a discussion paper that presents viable options for Canada Post, following which a parliamentary committee will consult with Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And we are encouraging all members of the public to take part in this very important review.
Excellent. Lloydminster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Leader is once again being thrown under the bus by his friends on the front bench. He's turned himself into a human pretzel trying to defend the Justice Minister's questionable fundraising, and he's now assuming the position for the Trade Minister and her Hollywood agreements. Will the Trade Minister finally table those agreements, or is she prepared to pay for the ongoing House Leader's chiropractic treatments with her own money?
Minister of International Trade.
It's my job to promote Canada to the world. That's what I did in California, meeting with business leaders, cultural leaders, and the international media. The Conservatives opposed the positive message I delivered on television about Syrian refugees and to the LA Times about reducing income inequality. I was proud to do it, and I would do it again. The Conservative failure on these issues is why the Canadians rejected their government last fall and why they're sitting on that side of the House.
The battle for Lloydminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the reality is her marketing is working so well that trade numbers with the U.S. are down by 6.3% in March alone. So the question is simple, Mr. Speaker. Did the Trade Minister mislead the House Leader? That's just not cool, Mr. Speaker. Will the House Leader stand in this place and apologize for not being the House Leader, but for being the House Misleader?
The Minister of International Trade.
Here's one of the things I said on TV during that visit. Quote, I think that it is incredibly important, particularly after the Paris attacks, particularly now with the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria raging around the world, to stand up for real diversity and to say our diversity is our strength. Mr. Speaker, now more than ever, the Conservatives should be joining us in speaking up for our belief in diversity around the world, including in the United States.
I'm able to hear the questions, but sometimes not the answers. Let's hear from the member for Lanark, Frontenac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said, and I quote...
No, hold on. Oh. Sorry, your light's on, I realize, but you got to wait till I sit down, as you know. As member knows. So, now that it's a little quieter, let's all listen carefully to the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Hey. Oops. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "We are in discussions with the other parties to set up a committee on electoral reform." He explained that the reason why it has not yet been struck is entirely the fault of the Conservatives and the NDP, since both parties won't give consent without unreasonable preconditions. This whole process, Mr. Speaker, is imaginary. I've met with the relevant minister exactly twice in 6 months, once in December at my request, and once at a breakfast where she sat at my table for less than 10 minutes. My NDP homologue says that it's the same thing with him. So why did the Prime Minister just invent this patently false story about opposition delay?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize through you to the member of the House. So we are engaged in many different processes, and on the focus on electoral reform, we know how important it is and how passionately members of this House feel about it. And I look forward to ensuring that we get moving on this committee in short order.
Hear, hear. For Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister repeated this 3 times, so I hope we can get 3 apologies from him. He said, and I quote, "There are ongoing discussions with the other parties," which is false. And he said, "There are ongoing discussions on the mandate and engagement of that committee," which is also false. And he said, "We are in discussions with the other parties about how to set up that committee." Well, Mr. Speaker, this is where I tell the MP that even in the world of quantum computing, the non-binary repetition of an untrue statement does not make it true. So why did he repeat
Okay, after we finish enjoying the joke, the Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind all members of this House that my door is always open, and we will deliver on our commitment to modernize our electoral system. We will deliver on that promise, just as this Prime Minister delivered on our promise to reinstate the long-form census and return to evidence-based decision-making. Just like he made good on his commitment to bring forward a gender-balanced cabinet, just as he's made good on his promise to introduce a merit-based, independent appointment process for appointing senators. I'm confident, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. 65% of the amounts invested in homelessness by the federal government go to funding the Housing First initiative. Only 35% remain of this homelessness partnership strategy for prevention. Shelters have to close down for lack of funding, and Quebec is pleading for a return to a general approach to homelessness. This week I tabled two bills, one on the right to housing for all, and the other for a national strategy for housing. Does the government intend to support these bills so we can stop sending people into the streets, and will it respect Quebec's demands? The Honourable Minister of Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question and for her interest in this file. It is something that concerns us all greatly. The proof, Mr. Speaker, is that in our recent budget we announced a record investment, an increase in $50 million per year over the next 2 years to support the fight against homelessness in all communities. And I would also like to say that I am listening to my partners in the provinces and territories to do good work. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, this is what happens when we need the Liberals from Quebec. Hello, you've reached the Liberal Party. All our members are currently hidden, but please stay on the line. Your call is important for us. Can you tell me what good the 40 Liberal members of Quebec are? For nothing. They sacrificed 1,800 Air Canada jobs. They're betraying dairy farmers. They're ignoring the citizens of Lac-Mégantic. They're neglecting Canada Post, the unemployed, and the French language. Are they asleep at the switch? Where's the Quebec lieutenant in that party? The Honourable Minister of Transports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that my colleague perhaps veered a bit off track in his comments. The reality is that we are extremely proud of the 40 Liberal members from Quebec who represent the interests of their province. Inaudible for the interpreter.
A member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, 6 months ago, the Liberals claimed that they would, quote, immediately lift the Mexican visa requirement. And today, Liberals and officials confirmed that a standard evidence-based formal review has not been completed. Moreover, they confirmed that Mexico does not meet certain factors required to lift the visa requirement. So given this, at the upcoming Three Amigos meeting, will the Prime Minister publicly admit that he knows that the exemption won't in fact be immediately lifted?
Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question, and I can assure you that we are all convinced that our commitment to lift the visa for Mexico will indeed give major economic benefits in terms of tourism, as well as a stronger partnership with our second North American partner. That being said, I am working with my colleague, the Minister of Public Safety, to ensure that we mitigate any risks arising from irregular immigration that could arise from this policy change.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if that's the case, Department of Immigration officials confirmed that prior to imposing a visa requirement for Mexico, the asylum rate was at 25%, and many of these claims were rejected as false. Normally, Canada would consider a visa exemption if the asylum rate is lower than 2%, and today at committee, department officials confirmed that this rate remains very high. What assurances can the government give Canadians that there will not be another wave of unfounded asylum claims if this exemption is immediately lifted?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that is precisely why officials in my department and I are working along with my colleagues in public safety to find ways to mitigate precisely this risk, which is high on our minds as a challenge which we have to deal with. But that being said, there are major benefits that I mentioned earlier from lifting the visa with Mexico, and we are confident that we will be able to keep our election commitment while at the same time mitigating those risks that the member describes.
For Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, since visa requirement was introduced 4 years ago, asylum rate for Mexican nationals has remained below 1%. In 2008, prior to imposing a visa, asylum rate was above 25%. The Liberals have not conducted a visa exemption review and yet have promised to lift the restrictions. What are Liberals doing to ensure the asylum rate does not increase when they lift the visa requirement for Mexico? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, as I've implied a couple of times, Canada attaches great importance to our friendship with our second North American partner, to the closer ties that will come from lifting the visa, and to the economic benefits to many middle-class Canadians who will benefit with jobs from the additional tourism. But at the same time, we are not unaware of the problems raised by my colleague from Markham Unionville, and I can assure him that we are all working assiduously to deal with those problems and to mitigate them.
Member for Mississauga, East Cooksville.
Mississauga, East Cooksville are eager to take advantage of the benefits of CETA, which will give our exporters unprecedented access to over 500 million people and a GDP of some $20 trillion. Can the Minister of International Trade update this House on what she is doing to ensure a deal is promptly signed and ratified?
Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I was proud in February to announce improvements to CETA's investment chapter to make it a more progressive deal, and I recently traveled to Berlin and Brussels to promote its swift ratification. I was delighted there to meet with German Vice Chancellor Sigmar Gabriel, the leader of Germany's Social Democrats, who previously had concerns about CETA, but who now says, quote, "It's clearly a good agreement," end quote. The Conservatives spent hundreds of thousands of dollars celebrating CETA, but the truth is they didn't get it done. We will.
For Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Foreign Affairs said the previous Conservative government withdrew from Iran because we dislike the regime. But let's be clear, not only do we dislike this regime, we abhor this regime. Mr. Speaker, Iran wants to destroy Israel. Iran imprisons and tortures its own people. It sponsors terrorism around the world and is determined to become a nuclear power. So, forgive my confusion, Mr. Speaker, but can the Minister please tell us what he likes about Iran?
For Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I like the people of Iran. I don't know how long I have for my answer now. Just want to say that yesterday the rapporteur of the situation of Iran rights in Iran said, from the UN, he said that we should engage in Iran. The best way to see improvement about the appalling situation of human rights in Iran.
Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
According to BC's Auditor General, the devastating Mount Holly mine disaster is the result of negligence by the BC Liberal government. This resulted in one of the biggest mining disasters in the province's history. Fish habitat was destroyed and mine tailings spilled into surrounding lakes and rivers. Mr. Speaker, the federal government must not turn a blind eye to this clear violation of the Fisheries Act. What action will the Fisheries Minister take against the BC Liberal government?
Hear, hear. For Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we value our relationship with the BC government and with all provincial governments, our partners. We will work with them to address any issues that come forward and deal with them appropriately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, for some seniors, the Guaranteed Income Supplement is an assistance that makes all the difference. In fact, during the last election campaign, several seniors in my riding of Rivière-des-Mille talked to me about this. In March, the government finished making retroactive GIS payments to vulnerable people who hadn't had access to them. What does the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development intend to do to compensate these needy people? The Honourable Minister of Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to say that the 86,000 seniors who were penalized for this error will receive compensation for their loss of purchasing power. This error went back to 2008, and we will also ensure that these 86,000 seniors will not lose any more money due to this error. We want to make sure that these seniors are protected from these administrative errors.
Mr. Speaker, any changes to Northern Shrimp allocation could affect jobs in Newfoundland and Labrador, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia and Nunavut. But you wouldn't know it from the so-called independent advisory panel the minister has set up. 3 of the 4 members are from Newfoundland and the other is from British Columbia, and 5 of the 7 public consultations will be held in Newfoundland and Labrador. How can the minister expect to have an honest, independent review of the Northern Shrimp policy when he's excluding so many communities? Or is the fix already in?
Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do understand the importance of the shrimp fishery to those that depend on them. Mr. Speaker, we committed to review the last in, first out policy. I have appointed a ministerial advisory panel that can assure the member it is an independent panel. Members of that panel were appointed and names were requested from both sides of the industry. They are on there. It will be an independent panel, and I look forward to the great work that they're going to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is taking a piecemeal approach when it proposes to add 4 regions to the 12 that are currently receiving extraordinary EI extended coverage. But we need a real EI reform, accessible to all, and adapted to the reality of these workers. We need to put an end to the black hole, Mr. Speaker, and we need a standalone EI fund, far from the grasping hands of the Minister of Finance. To break the silence of the 40 Quebec members of the Liberal Party, I ask, will the minister pledge to reform EI based on the pressing needs of the workers in the regions of Quebec?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to say that we've completed the first phase of EI reform and are in the process of doing the second phase, much broader, much more comprehensive, looking at flex time, maternity leave, more comprehensive, and dealing with some of the more challenging problems of vulnerable workers and seasonal workers. This will include every region of Canada, and I look forward to everyone's input. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the Employment Minister remains vague each time we ask her about this. For over 20 years, the Upper North Shore has been calling for an EI reform that takes into account its high unemployment rate and its seasonal industry. She's refusing this to Manicouagan, but she's offering it to 16 other regions in Canada. Among the 40 members of Quebec who are in the government, some of whom represent citizens who are grappling with the same problems of the people in my region, for example, in Gaspésie, who will join me in convincing the minister that Quebec deserves the same treatment as the rest of Canada?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, it's important for us to recognize that employment is a fundamental right of Canadians and that we all want to see employment for citizens, no matter whether they're in Quebec or in Newfoundland or in Alberta. Our goal is to have a robust economy, and by investing in infrastructure, our economy, we are going to build a strong and sound economy and put more Canadians to work.
I believe the Honourable Member for Regina Capel has the usual Thursday question.
I thought there was table something. Oh, sorry, I just have to try to table something. Fiscal monitor from February. Should I go left with
No.
Yeah,
We want to table. Is consent? Apparently not. Let's go on to the Thursday question. The Honourable Member for Regina Capel. Oh, sorry, a point of order. The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise reluctantly following question period today because I think all Canadians would expect our Prime Minister to always conduct himself with the highest level of dignity. And I think to demonstrate the utmost respect for an institution such as the House of Commons. And that should happen whether the Prime Minister is on camera or off camera, Mr. Speaker. And on a number of occasions during this Parliament, I have witnessed the Prime Minister, and I'm sure others on this side of the House can confirm this, behave in a manner that I would say is far below the dignity of his office that he holds. And in fact, I think one could even call it childish behavior, in fact, Mr. Speaker. And I only stand today because I think it was particularly egregious today. I saw it on a frequent number of occasions today, taunting, making faces at other members of Parliament as they were speaking. And he certainly went too far, Mr. Speaker, when I saw him stick his tongue out. It was following a question that had been put by the member for South Surrey White Rock. And that is clearly, in my mind, far below the dignity of the office that he holds. And I certainly hope that the Prime Minister will stand in this place and apologize to this House and to all Canadians for such immature behavior.
I thank the honourable member for Banff Airdrie for his point of order. When I observe something the type that he describes, I will often rise and ask the member not to do that. I did not observe it in this case. I see the Honourable Government House Leader rising to respond.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising to reiterate something that Canadians know well, is the Prime Minister's deep respect for Parliament and every member of this House of Commons. And one of the priorities the Prime Minister has set, Mr. Speaker, for his government is to work collaboratively with all members of the House of Commons to improve decorum in the House of Commons. And Mr. Speaker, if my colleague in front of me, was honest, he would agree that we can all do more to improve decorum in the House, and we should.
I'm sure the Government House Leader wouldn't want to question the honesty of any member in this House. None of us would do that, especially when we all want to see greater respect shown in this place from all sides. The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Speaker, and following what I'm sure was a very productive week in our constituency, getting in touch with all our constituents. We're back at it now this week, and I wonder if the Government House Leader can update the House as to what the business will be tomorrow and for the rest of next week.
Government House Leader.
That's an excellent question, as usual, on Thursday. This afternoon, we will continue the debate at second reading of Bill C-15 on the budget. And we will resume that important debate tomorrow.
Speaker, I know members are really looking forward to this. We're going to commence report stage and third reading debate on Bill C-7, the RCMP Labour Relations Bill, until 2 p.m. And in the afternoon, we'll resume debate on Bill C-15. I'm hoping, Mr. Speaker, in working hard to reach an agreement with my colleagues in the House to be able to conclude the debate on Bill C-15 on Monday evening. That certainly would be my hope. I think that the Canadians would benefit from that legislation being in committee. Those conversations are ongoing. On Wednesday, Mr. Speaker, we'll resume debate on Bill C-7. And, Mr. Speaker, finally, next Tuesday and next Thursday, something I know you're looking forward to a lot, will be opposition days. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I encourage members to take their discussions into the lobbies. J'encourage les députés.
I would encourage members to continue their discussions outside the House. I am now prepared to give you my decision on the point of privilege raised on April 16th.
Alors, par l'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm concerning a misleading statement allegedly made in the House by the Minister of Transport and the Parliamentary Secretary of Transport on Bill C-10. The Air Capital Public Participation Act. I would like to thank the honourable member for Montcalm for raising the issue, as well as the Minister of Transport for his observations.
The member for Montcalm alleged that the Minister of Transport and the Parliamentary Secretary for Transport misled the House by giving mistaken information more than once on Bill C-10 in response to oral questions and during debate. In particular, the member indicated that the prosecution, the court case, had been dropped by Quebec. The federal government had made those statements, and therefore this misled members who then made a wrong decision.
Stood by his statements while pointing out that the federal government was not privy to the negotiations between Air Canada and the government of the province of Quebec. He concluded that in his opinion, the matter raised did not constitute a question of privilege, but was more a question of debate. The House of Commons is a debating chamber where opposing views are passionately held and vigorously defended, and where opposition members have a duty to hold the government to account. Consequently, the need for members' access to truthful and accurate information is primordial and goes to the heart of their role and privileges as legislators.
In fact, strong debate is certainly frequent. The member for Montcalm recognized this and said that disagreements among members are quite normal and are just matter for debate.
Member deliberately misled the House is a most serious one. In adjudicating such matters, the Speaker has a defined but very limited role, one which prevents the Chair from judging the content or accuracy of statements made in the House. As Speaker, my role is strictly limited to determining whether, in the course of debate, a member has deliberately misled the House. Les présidents,
speakers in the past have clearly laid out three criteria that have to be proven in coming to a conclusion. My predecessors have given these criteria. For example, November 22nd, 2015, page 22,187, the Speaker said that, first of all, a statement must be wrong. The member who made the statement must know that statement to be wrong at that time. And finally, another member must prove that the first member intended to mislead the House.
The threshold is very high, purposely so given the seriousness of the allegation and its potential consequences for members individually and collectively. From this, it stands to reason that a finding of prima facie case of privilege is an exceedingly rare occurrence in cases with respect to disputed facts. Speaker Jerome understood that such situations are rarely grounds for finding a prima facie question of privilege when he stated on June 4, 1975, on page 6,431 of debates that, quote, a dispute as to facts, a dispute as to opinions, and a dispute as to conclusions to be drawn from an allegation of fact is a matter of debate and not a question of privilege, unquote.
In the case before us, there is no indication that the Minister of Transport knew that his statement was misleading when he made it, or that he intended to mislead the House. As a result, although the member for Montcalm has shown that there was a difference of opinion in the interpretation of certain facts, it is clear to the Speaker that we cannot conclude that the House was deliberately misled. the threshold has not been met. The Speaker therefore concludes that the parliamentary rights of members were not infringed on. And in this case, this is a disagreement as to facts, and there is no prima facie case of privilege being infringed on.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Resuming debate at the second reading stage of Bill C-15, Budget Implementation Act 2016.
Before we go to resuming debate, I'll just take a moment to briefly outline another matter that was raised earlier in the day. During the debate on Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22nd, 2016, and other measures, the bill that's currently before the House, I took under advisement a sub-amendment moved by the member for Rimouski-Nejet to Amiskatale-Basque. I'd like to thank the member for New Westminster Burnaby for his comments on the matter, and I am now prepared to rule. Les amendements motivés permettent...
I would like to indicate the reasons, or rather, the member can be allowed to indicate why the second reading is opposed, but as indicated by the member for New Westminster Burnaby in O'Brien and Bosque, page 534, the subject of the remarks has to be the amendment. The sub-amendment has to amend the amendment and not the main motion.
Why the House should decline to give second reading to the bill, and not simply the phrase indicating that the House declined to do so, as the latter could be achieved by simply voting against the second reading motion.
In order to be eligible, sub-amendment cannot just indicate that the House refuses to adopt the bill at second reading. Certain provisions can be proposed for substitution or removal, and other measures can be proposed for addition. Therefore, the sub-amendment is not admissible, and we will continue with debate on the amendment.
Debate. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Beauce.
The honourable member for Beauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to take part in the debate on the budget. And I'd like to point out that the Liberals confirmed in their latest budget that they still, unfortunately, believe in the old Canadian theory that governments create wealth by spending more. But when the government injects money into the economy, you have to ask, where does that money come from? It doesn't fall from the sky, Mr. Speaker. The fact is, every time a government takes one more dollar out of Canadians' pockets, that's one more dollar that Canadians don't get to spend or invest. Public spending goes up, but private spending goes down. So there's no wealth creation. Government loans have the same effect. Private investors who loan money to the government will have less money to loan to private sector business people. So public borrowing and spending goes up, private borrowing and spending, private lending and spending goes down. There's no wealth created. Nothing could be clearer than to express it this way. It's like taking a bucket of water out of the deep end of the pool and pouring it into the shallow end. As you know, the net effect is zero. It makes no difference, except maybe some water gets spilled along the way. And it's the same thing with the government. When it borrows and spends, it prevents the private sector from spending. And we know the private sector is better at creating wealth. What we see with the Liberal government's budget is that it puts us in a difficult economic situation. They're going to create deficits, a bit like the Trudeau government did in the 70s. It's important to tell government members that prosperity does not arise when the government spends, but rather when business people invest. In order to kickstart the economy, business people need to be given the means to create wealth. What the government should do is give business people the best possible conditions for productivity by cutting taxes for all business, by reducing the regulatory burden, and by promoting free trade. Growth and progress require more economic freedom and less government intervention in the economy. More public spending is not the solution to our socioeconomic challenges. Quite the contrary, that will only get us caught up in a debt spiral, and that debt spiral for the next 5 years with this budget, we're going to be caught in that spiral, and that will hardly help future generations. I'd like to summarize the government's economic logic. It's quite simple. They think if we're in recession, we should spend, and if we're not in recession, well, let's spend to make sure we don't. That's the simplistic economic logic of this government. They haven't understood that Keynesian economics does not create wealth.
I have a few questions for my Liberal colleagues. What if the Liberal government economics policy is deeply flawed and does not bring us prosperity? What if more government borrowing and spending are not the answer to our economic challenges? What if we wake up one day and realize that the deplorable state of Canada's finances is a predictable consequence of the current government's excessive borrowing and spending? What if the Prime Minister is wrong when he believes that the more the government spends and the more it stimulates the economy and the less he needs to worry about the deficit? What if the Prime Minister is completely wrong and budget does not balance itself? What if the Finance Minister is wrong and make a huge mistake thinking that we can spend our way to prosperity on borrowed money? What if Canadians are right when they believe that you don't get richer when you spend money that you don't have? What if deficits don't create wealth but harms future generations? What if prosperity does not come from government spending but rather from entrepreneurs investing? What if more government spending and borrowing does not act as an economic stimulus but rather as an economic sedative? Mr. President, what happens if my concerns are completely unfounded? Nothing. But what happens if my concerns are justified and ignored? Nothing good for Canadians. What I'm saying right now is very simple. You cannot borrow money and spend money that you don't have and you don't need to spend when you don't have an economic crisis or a recession. And that's what the Liberal government is doing right now. And that will harm future generations. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to have had the opportunity to take part in this budget debate. And as you can see, I think we should have smaller government in Canada that lives within its means and a government that allows future generations to make progress and live in a freer and more prosperous country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sackville, Preston Chescook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his very interesting speech. Always focused on the economy. But my father was an entrepreneur, an electrician, and often he was also a municipal councillor, so he supported business and the community. And one thing he always said was, it takes money to make money, so you have to invest to make money. If you don't borrow, you won't be able to invest. And the best time to borrow is when interest rates are very low. So, is my colleague announcing? Is he saying that today's industry, today's small and big companies shouldn't borrow in order to invest in the economy and their workers in order to bring greater prosperity to the local economy as well as to all of Canada? Thank you. Now, member for Beauce. Well, what I'm saying is that entrepreneurs are free to make their own choices. It's not up to the government to dictate those choices to entrepreneurs and to interfere with the marketplace. If some want to invest, great. If some would prefer to wait, great. They're the experts. But the government, my colleague says when interest rates are very low, but I'd like to remind him, when you consider the size of the debt, each and every Canadian, for every tax dollar they send the federal government, 10 cents goes to paying just the interest on the debt. And with additional borrowing for the next 5 years of over $100 billion, imagine that 10 cents in interest on the debt will go to 12 cents, 11, 12 cents, and then the government has no wiggle room because today's borrowing will be tomorrow's taxes. And it's unfortunately that this government is going to indebt future generations with borrowing and spending today, which will not benefit future generations. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my colleague from Beauce's speech. I wasn't at all surprised by his speech. He's still in his libertarian utopia. But my question I'd like to ask about public infrastructure. You need to have an educated, healthy population. You need roads. You need good waterways. So that's why we invest in these public services, because that helps the economy out. So I'd like to ask my colleague, if he doesn't believe in government, why does he want to head one up? The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, I do believe in the federal government. I'm a member of Parliament, and for the past 10 years, I've been a member of the governing party. I'm very proud of that. I believe in the role of the federal government, and the role should be what it was when we were living within our means. And this liberal government is living beyond our means, and that's going to impact future generations. So I believe in an efficient federal government, a strong federal government within its jurisdiction, but one that lives within its means. And I'd like to quote Paul Martin, former finance minister, on February 22nd, 1994. I'd like to quote him talking about deficits and the debts and living within your means. And he said, the problem of the debt and the deficit is much more than an economic challenge. It's also a moral question. What right do we have to deprive our children of their possibilities? Unquote. And that is what this government is doing. They're borrowing at the expense of future generations, and that is going to hinder future generations from living as we do, as Paul Martin, the former finance minister, once said.
For Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. I know him to be a strong advocate for balanced budgets and living within our means. And I do know that he stays strongly connected to his riding in Quebec and has indeed been going across the country, listening to Canadians. And I'm wondering if he could tell us what he is hearing from those that he's been meeting with in regards to this government's deficit budget.
Deputy de Beauce.
Member for Beauce.
To share that, and actually I was in my riding last week, and what people told me, they think that it is irresponsible from that government to do huge deficit like that, because as workers and Canadians, they are working hard for their money, and they want to keep their own money in their pockets, and they know that the taxes will go up in the near future, and they will have to pay for that. And what they told me also, they see that the federal government, the Liberal government, want to shrink their paycheck, and they want to expand the role of the government and expand government programs, and that's not what they want. They want to have a government who will respect them, and that's not what's happening right now. Thanks.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I would like to say that I'd be splitting my time with the member from Vancouver Quadra. Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege for me to rise today to be able to speak in this chamber about the great riding of Surrey Centre. The city of Surrey is one of the fastest growing cities in the province of British Columbia. Each month, over 1,000 people move into it. At the current rate of growth, it's expected to eclipse the city of Vancouver in terms of population within the next 20 years. Because of the growth of Surrey, it's home to the most young people in the province of British Columbia, as well as the most young families. That's why I'm proud, Mr. Speaker, to return to Surrey and speak with my friends, neighbours, and colleagues about how Budget 2016 will positively affect their lives. Surrey Centre is home to young families who are keen on making their homes and lives in Surrey. And as a national government, we have a duty and a responsibility to support them when and where we can. The new Canada Child Benefit is our government's response to this. We are putting forward a more generous, simpler, and income-tested benefit that benefits more Canadian families than ever before. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you how many times in recent weeks that I've heard from constituents in Surrey having had to pay taxes on their previous child benefits. I'm pleased to see that our government recognized that this new benefit should be tax-free, as it should. So no taxing a Canadian child benefit. On average, this new Canada Child Benefit means that 9 out of 10 Canadians will receive more monthly benefits than ever before. And that means families in Surrey will receive more help towards child care and more money to put their children through soccer, hockey, or ballet. The city of Surrey is also home to two of the greatest universities in the country. Simon Fraser University, the Surrey branch, which celebrated its 50th birthday this year, and was designed by the eminent architect Arthur Erickson, and was just recently acclaimed as the best comprehensive university in the country, along with Kwantlen Polytechnic University. Both of these universities are helping to contribute to the excellence in research that Canada is known for. Recently, I was able to speak and meet with the two presidents of both universities about our federal government's program of post-secondary institutions through the Strategic Investment Fund, which will provide over $2 billion over the next 3 years to help accelerate infrastructure projects at universities and colleges across Canada. That means universities like Simon Fraser can finally expand to meet the demand of a growing city like Surrey, and that Kwantlen Polytechnic can continue to offer more great programs that they are known for. Mr. Speaker, more than anything, I am thrilled to be a part of a government that recognizes post-secondary education should remain affordable and accessible to all those who seek it. It means that when I return to Surrey, I can tell students that our government is taking action to ensure that post-secondary education is more affordable for students from low and middle-income families, and that we will make it easier for students to repay their student debts. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd be remiss to not speak about some of the many challenges and difficulties that Surrey faces. As many in this chamber know, and have no doubt heard in the recent weeks and months, there is a violence and gang problem that has beset our city. Having been involved in helping ensure that at-risk youth in our communities have alternatives to a life of gangs and violence over the last 2 decades, I am honored to be part of a government that will champion a new strategy of how the federal government can best support communities and law enforcement in their ongoing efforts to make it harder for criminals to get access and use such weapons. This reduction in guns and gang violence, thus will reduce gun violence and gang violence in our communities. I am proud of the exceptional and hard work of the Surrey RCMP, which they have done to address this problem in our community. Being the fastest growing city in the province, Surrey also has challenges with meeting the growth and demand for public transit that meets the needs of our constituents. Our government recognizes that we must invest now and not later. And that is why we are putting forward $460 million towards public transit in British Columbia alone. Canadians should be proud of our government putting veterans first. Budget 2016 proposes that we enhance service delivery for veterans by providing $78.1 million over the next 5 years. This includes reopening service offices in Prince George and Kelowna, and it also means opening an additional office in Surrey to ensure that veterans across the Lower Mainland can get access to the services that they deserve in their community. Mr. Speaker, we are reopening the Veteran Service Centres the previous Conservative government closed. We are doing this not because we have to, but because it's the right thing to do. Low-income seniors from my riding are happy to know that the guaranteed income supplement will now be increased by 10% for those single-income earners. Surrey Centre is also home to the Surrey to British Columbia's regional headquarters for Royal Canadian Mounted Police, our E Division. Our government recognizes that the RCMP's forensic laboratory services play a crucial role in supporting law enforcement investigation through forensic identification and analysis of evidence from throughout British Columbia and across Canada. This budget provides $60.4 million over 5 years for a new RCMP forensic laboratory to be built and located within the RCMP's regional headquarters in Surrey Centre, British Columbia. My constituents are very happy to know that the initial infrastructure funding is going to inject billions into much-needed repair, delayed maintenance, and upkeep of our community's infrastructures, such as our community centres, our rec centres, and our swimming pools. This is money that's past due, will create better social infrastructure, and create good-paying jobs in the next building season. I want to close today by sharing how proud I am to be part of a government that recognizes the realities of the constituents of my riding. Our government has put forward a proposal in Budget 2016 that recognizes and addresses the high cost of raising families, a proposal that helps the constituents in my riding get what they need, where they need it, and when they need it. A proposal that helps to address violence by guns and gangs through a new federal strategy. A proposal that ensures that veterans across the Lower Mainland and the province get the services that they deserve. And it's a proposal that ensures that Canada is a more fair and prosperous place to call our home. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2016 is good news for the people of Surrey and good news for British Columbians, and most of all, good news for Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. Always lovely to hear from a fellow British Columbian in this chamber, speaking up, of course, for the province we know and love. I would like to ask the member specifically in the provisions of the Budget Implementation Act pertaining to the bank recapitalization regime, otherwise known as the bail-in. Mr. Speaker, that particular provision takes up about 20%, if not 25%, of the actual Budget Implementation Act. I'd like to know, has the member opposite heard from his constituents? Has he heard concerns regarding this? Obviously, it sounds like a very eloquent regime. However, would the member agree that this particular kind of measure is untested in the G7, I would say probably G20? Does he have any concerns about this type of legislation? And does he feel that more discussion needs to be made on this particular provision?
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. I think the bank recapitalization regime is consistent with international best practices and standards developed following the financial crisis. I think it'll help enhance the bank resolution toolkit. It'll support resilience of our financial sector. I believe this bail-in regime would apply only to Canada's largest banks and would allow authorities to recapitalize a failing bank by converting eligible long-term debt into common shares. The government is introducing a legislative framework for that regime, which regulations and guidelines will follow. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member from Surrey Centre for his comments. And of course, in British Columbia, we have a robust small business community. 98% of our economy comes from the small business community. The current Prime Minister, when he was campaigning in the election, then he denigrated the small business community and pretty well called them tax cheats. He flip-flopped and then promised to reduce the small business tax community's taxes down to 9%. In this budget, he failed to deliver on that promise. So I wonder whether or not the member from Surrey Centre, who has a robust small business community in his riding, if he would join with the opposition, with the NDP, to call on his own government to make good on the small business tax cuts that the Prime Minister promised during the campaign.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, when I speak with my constituents and the small business owners in my riding, what they want is shorter travel times. They want better infrastructure. They want to get to and from their businesses quicker and faster. They want a more robust economy. That is their first and foremost demand. And they are very happy with the current budget, which is going to help them get to and from work and job sites quicker. They're going to get their employees to and for job sites quicker through the public transit infrastructure investment, through the transportation infrastructure investments that are going to happen, and those are what the small business economy needs. They need jobs, and they need to get to their jobs quicker, and that is what they are demanding, and that's the response I'm getting.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Surrey Centre for his remarks about this budget. I actually had 3 children who were educated in their primary school years in Surrey, so I know the community quite well. And I would like to hear from the member, what does this budget offer, in his view, to alleviate the shortage of affordable housing and to address housing prices in his riding and in the Greater Surrey area? Thank you.
For Surrey Centre.
And thank you to the member from Vancouver Quadra. This budget brings a lot in terms of CMHC and through the social funding that they're going to do. And one of the first things that my constituents were very happy to hear is actually, in fact, the first question when I campaigned and got nominated from the floor of my nomination meeting, which was on co-op housing. Would they be their agreements be renewed and upkept? And my understanding is that this budget will upkeep and renew those agreements so that we can keep affordable housing in our great city and help those that are financially challenged or from lower incomes stay in my city. And I am very happy that this budget addresses the very first question that I was ever asked as a political candidate in this election. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to speak on the bill that I just asked a question about, Bill C-15.
which will implement many of the measures contained in the budget that our government tabled on March 22nd. Mr. Speaker, in electing a new government, millions of Canadians signaled their desire for change. And our government was elected in part because we took that desire seriously. We offered Canadians an ambitious new plan for a strong middle class and a strong economy, and we promised we would do all that we could do to help every Canadian succeed. And Budget 26 is an important part of fulfilling that promise. It offers immediate help to those who need it the most and lays the groundwork for sustained, inclusive economic growth that will benefit Canada's middle class and those working hard to join it. It helps reduce the income inequality gap while stimulating the clean economy. So for generations, Canadians worked hard, secure in the belief that their hard work would be rewarded. They trusted that in exchange for their honest efforts, they would realize greater opportunities for themselves and for their families. And this sense of optimism, paired with government policies that strengthen the middle class, as well as the robust immigration that we have had that's created such a diverse country, have helped to make Canada the country it is today. In recent years, however, the benefits of economic growth have been shared by fewer and fewer Canadians, and Canada's wealthiest 1% have seen their income double in 30 years, actually. Meanwhile, even though household costs continue to rise, for most families, income has barely risen over those same past 30 years, making it harder to make ends meet. In Vancouver, we have the double whammy of a shortage of affordable housing and skyrocketing housing prices. And first, that started in my riding of Vancouver Quadra, the west side of Vancouver, but it has now moved out right into our metro area. I'm pleased to say that I have met directly with leaders in CMHC to make sure they really understand the Vancouver situation and how hard it is for ordinary families, for young people to buy a house and make a home in Vancouver, and what the downside that is for our city. And I am also pleased to have met several times with the minister responsible for housing so that he could understand Vancouver's unique situation. And I'm pleased to say that our government responded in this budget, not only with the massive infrastructure investment, social housing being a big part of it, but also through $500,000 allocated for Stats Canada to thoroughly research and understand the statistics and bring the evidence forward about the housing price increases that I just described. So with Budget 2016, our government seeks to help more Canadians and restore Canadians' confidence in a brighter, more prosperous future. I'm going to speak about a couple of things that are near and dear to my heart, and one of them is the environment, and another one is veterans. So the environment is actually, it comes out as the top issue for Vancouver Quadra constituents, according to the surveys and what how they fill them out. And I would say our government is operating on the principle that the economy and the environment go hand in hand. Now, Mr. Speaker, I used to say that 15 years ago when I was an environment minister for the province of British Columbia, but that principle has not been in operation over the last 10 years. So I am very pleased that our environment minister, our prime minister, our cabinet see the world that way. And I'd like to highlight some of the investments in the environment. Budget 2016 provides $3.4 billion over 5 years to address a range of climate change, air pollution, ecological protection, and to restore public trust in the environmental assessment processes. Very important investment. In addition to that, the budget invests $81 million to boost Canada's marine and coastal protected areas from 1% today to 10% by 2020, a very ambitious program of improving protection for our marine areas. In addition, $40 million a year has been reinstated for ocean science investments, for research and science, so that we can help protect our fish stocks like our wild salmon that are so important to British Columbians. Mr. Speaker, the Kitsilano Coast Guard base which is an absolutely necessary facility that was closed by the Conservative government, is being reopened or has been reopened. The announcement took place just a week or so ago, and this will have a strengthened mandate to protect our environment, our ecosystem in English Bay and Burrard Inlet and the beaches by responding to oil spills. So a lot of good news on the environment. The other area I wanted to touch bases and where we needed real change to happen, and which Vancouver Quadra constituents see as a core responsibility of a responsible government, has to do with veterans. Veterans who have dedicated their lives to the defense of our country. They deserve our unwavering support, and frankly, they did not receive that from the previous government. The Government of Canada, over the decades, has had a social covenant with all veterans and their families, but the previous government actually had their lawyers arguing that that did not exist in lawsuits in which they were trying to prevent the veterans from having a fair settlement for their injuries. So that is a sacred obligation we must and we will meet with both respect and gratitude. As the defense critic for the 2 years prior to the recent election, I met many, many times with veterans in town halls, in Legion halls, in meeting rooms across the country and in Ottawa, and heard their many concerns. So I am delighted that our government will give back to veterans who've given so much to Canadians. We will respect the social covenant, the sacred obligation. And the bill restores critical access to services for veterans and ensures the long-term financial security of disabled veterans. Canada's veterans will receive more in local in-person government services, as well as better access to personalized case managers. With this budget, we are providing additional funding to Veterans Affairs Canada so it can reopen service offices recently shuttered in Charlottetown, Sydney, Corner Brook, Windsor, Thunder Bay, Saskatoon, Brandon, and in my province of British Columbia in Prince George and Kelowna. And we're also planning to open a new office in Surrey, BC. So to help veterans in the rehabilitation process, we'll enhance frontline services by hiring additional case managers and reduce the client-to-case manager ratio to no more than 25:1. We'll increase the earnings loss benefit from 75% to 90% of a veteran's monthly gross pre-release military salary. So, Mr. Speaker, the principle here is that veterans who have been injured should not have to live in poverty because the government is ignoring their needs. So there are many other aspects of the veterans' requests that are being satisfied in this budget, and the government will continue to consult with the veterans towards the full package of support and respect that they've earned and they deserve. So, Mr. Speaker, Canadian Armed Forces and veterans with service-related disabilities will see an increase in the benefits they receive, and they will see an increase in the services that they are provided. The measures contained in our budget will not only benefit our veterans, but other groups of Canadians who deserve our support and our respect. And this includes senior citizens and our children. I don't have time, unfortunately, alas, in this speech to elaborate on the investments that we are making in seniors and children, the groundbreaking investments that will remove almost a million single low-income seniors from from below the poverty line, and will lift hundreds of thousands of children above the poverty line as well. So by boosting funding for the most vulnerable, we are reducing income inequality. We are investing for the years and the decades to come. We are investing in our children and grandchildren so that they may inherit a more environmentally sustainable, prosperous, and hopeful Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, simpler, tax-free, and more generous, the child tax benefit is an example of the kind of good public policy that is in this budget. This bill is an essential step to restore prosperity to the middle class and fairness to all Canadians. I look forward to hearing from colleagues from all sides of this House as we discuss this bill in the coming days this very timely and very important piece of legislation for Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for her comments, especially in regards to our veterans. Being deputy critic for veterans on this side of the House and the opportunity to be serving on the committee, it's very clear within this House that they are a high priority for all of us. And I think it's important to make note that the previous minister just passed was making some significant progress on the initial charter that was introduced by the Liberal Party with the set amounts for the disability award that were put in place by them at that time. And we all want to see this program grow and our vets to be truly cared for the way they should be. We are hearing in the committee over and over again about how things were improving and are now continuing to improve as well. But in my own riding and with many veterans groups that I'm meeting with, there are two things that are concerning and I would like her to just comment briefly on. And the first is our veterans are concerned with the reality that their services are being provided in a very large deficit budget situation, and they are concerned about the ongoing viability of those awards, and then also they're very concerned about what's happening with the Department of National Defence. Our veterans care very much about our soldiers and are concerned about the cutbacks that we're seeing there.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member for those questions. But I do have to say that in the 2 years that I was defence critic, nobody ever came to me and said, gee, our most severely incapacitated and disabled veterans are living below the poverty line when they turn 65, but it's a good thing because we need to cut our spending. No, they weren't saying that. And in fact, I want to point out that the previous government took $1.1 billion out of the funding for Veterans Affairs Canada. And that is contributed to the shrinking of services, the shrinking of funding and benefits for those who deserve it the most. And I am very proud that we are reversing that. And if we're doing that in the context of a deficit that we will be eliminating over the course of the next few years, so be it. Our veterans deserve to be put first.
Question and commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her comments. I think we heard during the campaign, certainly, that the Liberal folks were promising more help to the middle class. In my riding, I have 5 neighbourhoods where the majority of people make $45,000 or less a year. And I think we have heard that the middle class tax cut, or the so-called middle class tax cut, will benefit those earning $210,000 or more the most, which means 6 out of 10 Canadians won't be getting anything from the tax cut. The bill, C-15, does not really offer help through that tax cut to those who need it most, and I'd ask the member to make a comment on that.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just have to say I don't know what the source of the member's data is, because people making $210,000 and over will not enjoy any net benefits from the middle class tax cuts because there is an increase in their taxes. Nor will they enjoy any benefits from the new Canada Child Benefit because it will not be available to them. So those who need it the most at the lowest end of the income spectrum will receive the bulk of the Canada Child Benefit. And in fact, a low-income family with 3 young children could end up with about $19,000 of tax-free funding, almost like a guaranteed minimum income out of the Canada Child Benefit. 9 out of 10 families will benefit from this change, and it's exactly what we need to address poverty and to reduce income inequality. So I'm proud to support it.
We have the time for a brief comment or question. The honourable member for Pontiac.
To rise to ask a question of my colleague whose politics I've admired for a long time, a very authentic politician from Vancouver Quadra. I'd like to ask, having lived in her riding and having cycled and taken the bus in that riding many times as a grad student at UBC, what are her constituents saying about the proposed investments in public transit and also in active transit, which is just so important to our country?
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, and the member from Pontiac clearly understands Vancouver Quadra because the environment is the #1 concern as people express it to me, and so people in Vancouver Quadra are delighted at the investments in growing a clean energy economy, the investments in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, over $2 billion, I believe, over 2 years to help the provinces do that. Our huge increase in investment in infrastructure for public transit is a very important program which will take a lot of cars off of the streets in Vancouver. So there's a wealth of issues that this budget addresses in terms of the priorities of Vancouver Quadra. So I thank the member for his question.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for Cardigan. Mr. Speaker, I'm really pleased to be here today to speak to Bill C-15. I'm pleased, but I'm pleased because I'm speaking here with my colleagues and 2 Canadians, but I'm not really happy about the bill. Before getting into my topic, I hope I will be allowed to just say quickly that I would call on all Canadians to lend a hand in the face of the disaster in Fort McMurray. We have asked for people to make a donation through the Red Cross. We were helped by the Red Cross and many Canadians when our relatively small downtown was destroyed. And still today, the Red Cross is helping us, providing support. What is happening right now in Fort McMurray is terrible, and those people will also need Canadians' help. I would like to note the commitment made by the government this morning to match donations by Canadians to the Red Cross to help people in Fort McMurray. I think that is a great thing, and so I hope that this support will arrive soon. People can go on the Red Cross website. If all Canadians put in just the price of a coffee, then we would have almost $60 million that would help those people. Mr. Speaker, to come back now to Bill C-16, when I read the bill, Bill C-15, this is how it starts. The first part of the bill will bring into effect certain clauses, certain provisions that were stated in the that were proposed in the March 22nd, 2016 budget, eliminating the education tax benefit and so on. There are a lot of things in there, and then it continues and says that it will eliminate the textbook, the tax credit, the arts tax credit, the family tax credit, and the universal tax, child tax benefit and child care benefit, eliminating the child fitness tax credit. So that's how this government that claims to speak on behalf of families and be the champion of Canadian families, this is how it starts its budget implementation bill. It wants to support the middle class, it says, but I think that middle class people in Quebec know what's going on here. When the majority of people in Quebec who work, after all, for small and medium-sized businesses, and their children want to take part in these activities, well, they are discovering now that the tax credits that we brought in are no longer in effect. And then there is the agricultural sector. We could talk a lot about what is in the bucket, in the document, but we could also talk a lot about what is not in this bill, and that is important for a region like mine. We also need to talk about the liberal way of governing, and that is deficit after deficit. Let's start with small business. During the election campaign, the Prime Minister clearly laid out what he thought about small business. He said that these were just ways that rich people use to be able to avoid paying taxes. And he knows what he's talking about. He did that. He has businesses that help him save on his taxes. He created 4 corporations so that he could avoid paying taxes. I will give him the benefit of the doubt. He knows what he's talking about. He knows small business. But in my region, we have many small businesses that hire 5 or 10 or 50 people, and they create wealth for all of Canada. So small businesses are not just a tax dodging tool. It's something concrete. They create wealth. Small businesses in my region, we used to have one main employer, the mines, and now they are all closed. But that seems to be something this government is forgetting. Now, I would like to give you a definition that has been proposed by the CFIB, who says that people tend to think that small businesses make their owners rich. But in fact, most of these business owners are middle-class people. Surprise, surprise. Most of them earn less than $33,000, and a third of them, 2/3, earn less than $73,000 a year. So there are very few that earn over $250,000. The huge majority do not. Now, what the Prime Minister was saying during the election campaign was very different. This budget directly attacks small businesses, and so, therefore, it attacks the middle class. The owners of businesses are middle-class people. In our regions, the Liberals decided to keep the corporate tax rate at 10.5% instead of bringing it down by a point. They promised to bring down the rate, but they did not.
To CFIB members and in campaign stops across the country, the new government promised to reduce the small business corporate tax rate to 9% by 2019, sorry. That promise was broken today, and it announced the rate will remain at 10.5%. Une autre promesse brisée.
That is another broken promise, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals also ended the recruitment tax credit, and that means more than $2 billion taken away from small businesses in Canada. And as I said, small businesses owners are not rich. They are middle-class people. So that's another bill of $2 billion slapped on small businesses. So, in fact, the Liberals are increasing taxes. Now, what about agriculture? I can't say very much because there is very little in the budget on agriculture, no measures to help producers. They are losing millions of dollars every month because of imports of diafiltered milk. I hope that the government will talk about this because we need to have that problem solved. Now, deficits, I can't really talk about that. I did ask my constituents what they feel about having deficits imposed on them. We, in fact, brought in legislation to force governments to have balanced budgets. The government is saying that it wants to stimulate the economy, but our constituents are saying the government has to make sure to pay its bills. Otherwise, we can't really have wealth in our country. So this is what people are saying. How much will this cost future generations? We have to live within our means. The Liberal team is either incompetent or is not telling us the truth, and that's how they won the election. So I've had a lot of comments like that from constituents. I see I'm running out of time. In conclusion, this budget does not lead us toward sustainable development, but rather toward a sustainable budget. And this is why I will be voting against Bill C-15. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleagues for his statement. Mr. Speaker, I was a small business owner before I had this job as a parliamentarian, and I knew that tax decreases enabled my business, but what allowed my business to grow and prosper was getting customers through the door. And through this budget, we've decreased taxes for middle-class families. We've added a larger tax-free Canada Child benefit. We've increased digital infrastructure spending and much, much more in this budget. So my question to my colleague through you, Mr. Speaker, is that don't you think that the changes that we've made and the policies we put forward in this budget will help middle-income families, many of whom own small businesses, and will likely help them to grow?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Les-Rables. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that my honourable colleague was doing everything she could, had to work hard, because that's what middle-class or small business owners do. They spend many hours trying to make their business run properly, and our government lowered their taxes so that they would have more money to be able to grow their businesses and provide more services to Canadians. We know that when the money is in the hands of entrepreneurs, then people benefit a lot more than if that money is in the hands of government. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech, and I am a proud representative of an agri-food region, and he knows that agriculture is close to my heart. The only aspect of the budget that deals with agriculture, and that very indirectly, is really aimed at rural regions in general. So what does he think should have been in the budget on agriculture? The Honourable Member. Well, I would have liked to see the budget at least talk about agriculture and say that agriculture was important to our economy, because agriculture isn't just about producers, farms, or manure, but jobs. It can be the backbone of an economy in a village like my village. People in rural areas are being ignored by this government. It doesn't seem to be an issue at all of concern to the government.
Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and as we see, he may be new, but he has great experience in politics because he was a municipal mayor. Now, in Quebec, the municipalities are not allowed to go into deficit. They can borrow money, but they can't go into deficit. This government came in saying that they would have small $10 billion deficits. Now we see it's $30 billion. So can my colleagues say why it is a problem that we would have a deficit 3 times more than what the Liberals had said? The honourable member. Well, when a municipality has a deficit, even if it's $1, that money has to be reimbursed right away in the first year. So it can't be done in 10 years or 30 years. It has to be done immediately. So we can't use money that we don't have in municipalities to pave the roads or anything else. So the Liberals said that they were going to have just a tiny deficit, and now they have a huge one.
Not seeing any points of order being raised there. So, resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you. I'll try to stay grounded, Mr. Speaker. You know, we're told all the time that activist government is like a gigantic fairness machine, transferring money from the wealthy to the needy. Why then does this machine seem so often to send money in the opposite direction? The Bombardier bailout is a case study. The Liberal government has now offered $1 billion middle-class tax dollars to a company that paid $8 million to just one of its executives in 2015. According to Statistics Canada data, the lion's share of federal income tax that will fund this bailout comes from people earning between $45,000 and $90,000 a year. The federal government got more money from this income cohort than any other, money that it will use to bail out a company whose controlling family is said to be worth $1.77 billion. In the same year as the company began seeking that bailout, it had enough money to pay $32 million to 8 named executive officers, an average of $4 million per person. That does not just make them part of the infamous 1%, but the 0.01%. Now, a company has the right to pay its leaders anything it wants with its own money. But this bailout represents a massive wealth transfer from the working class to the wealthiest of the wealthy. Now, some will argue that rich pay packages are necessary to attract top executive talent. But Liberals explicitly reject that argument. They just won an election on a platform of raising taxes on anyone earning $200,000 a year, which is the Liberal definition of rich. Yet Bombardier paid 40 times that amount to a single executive. If executive compensation were capped at $200,000 a year in 2015, Bombardier would have saved enough money to fund 400 more jobs at $75,000 a year. And of course, this is not about jobs. If it were, the budget would not have simultaneously raised taxes on small business job creators, incidentally, by $1 billion between now and the next election. The same $1 billion that the Liberals want to give to Bombardier. Taking money from job creators to give it to billionaires does not create jobs. If this were about creating jobs, the company would not have rejected the federal government's initial bailout of just a few weeks ago. It turns out beggars can be choosers. Nor would the vice president of the company's C-Series program have said a bailout is not needed to save jobs, but merely, quote, an extra bonus. Mr. Speaker, Is it really the responsibility of middle-class taxpayers to fund extra bonuses for the wealthy and well-connected? Unfortunately, it would seem so. According to a recently leaked government report entitled Examining Ontario's Business Support Programs, quote, the conclusion of our review is that Ontario's business support programs favor the largest and oldest companies, the companies least likely to be in need of support, end quote. About 200 companies, or 0.1% of Ontario businesses, got 30% of government subsidies, the report calculated. Why? Because the wheels of corporate welfare are greased with money. Money for consultants to help navigate Ontario's 65 corporate aid programs in 9 ministries, money for lobbyists to push an application along, and money for donations to the politicians who will make the final decision. The Post-Media's Anthony Furey recently revealed that companies that donated to the Ontario Liberals enjoyed massive taxpayer-funded grants. While Bombardier does not donate to federal politicians or parties, the Lobbyist Commissioner's website shows the company met with designated federal public office holders 54 times in the last 6 months. Now, all of this activity is legal, ethical, and properly reported, but it costs money. So those without money cannot do it. Because they cannot influence the government's commercial decisions, they rarely benefit from them. The wealthy can afford to work the system, and so the system works for them. Examples abound. Ontario's taxpayer-financed electric vehicle incentive program recently helped super-rich car lovers buy the $1 million Porsche 19 Spyder, according to CBC. Or there's Ontario's so-called Green Energy Act, which forces higher hydro bills on seniors living on fixed incomes in order to subsidize well-connected so-called clean energy companies that produce almost no reliable power. Elsewhere, government-mandated taxi cartels shut out competition and empower millionaire taxi plate owners to exploit cab drivers and passengers. It's not that government failed to stop these injustices. Rather, it caused them. It is like the Sheriff of Nottingham posing as Robin Hood. We should fight for social justice, and we Conservatives believe in doing so. But the best way to start is by getting government and the wealthy interests that influence it off the backs and out of the pockets of the middle class and less fortunate. In so doing, we can truly champion the underdogs among us so that they can be part of a better and brighter future for us all. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the member's words. Don't necessarily agree with them, and I find it somewhat interesting. You know, on the one hand, we have the Conservative Party, and listening to the member speak, would say, forget about Bombardier, forget about trying to help the potential of thousands of employees in a very important aerospace industry, not only for the province of Quebec, but other provinces that are directly or indirectly also affiliated. Then you have, on the other hand, the New Democratic Party, who is saying, throw it all in, give more, do this, do that, and members of the Bloc. I think the Liberal Party has had the right approach, and that is to work and try to develop and see what we can do to enhance the aerospace industry in all regions of our country. My question is related more specifically to, he talked about tax fairness. This government has brought forward, and my question is why would the member vote against a budget that delivers a tax decrease to 9 million Canadians? That is what the member is voting against. Why would he do so if he truly believes that the middle class should have more money, when in fact that's exactly what they're getting?
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, the budget in question will give that member a nice big tax reduction, even though he makes $150,000 a year. But the single mother earning $45,000 a year will get no income tax reduction whatsoever. Second point on Bombardier. The Liberal approach on Bombardier has been to do $2 billion worth of harm to the company by blocking the expansion of the Toronto Island Airport and in the process cancelling the order of $2 billion worth of jets by Porter Airlines, which lands at that airport. To do $2 billion worth of damage and then come forward along with the government of Quebec to offer $2 billion worth of taxpayer help. Mr. Speaker, our approach would be to do neither. To let the company expand its operations and sell to another great Canadian company by landing in the heart of downtown Toronto, which has the simultaneous effect of cutting traffic between Pearson Airport and downtown business section in Canada's busiest city, and giving a free enterprise solution that will cost nothing to taxpayers to a company that's seeking to attract new revenues. By contrast, the Liberals' approach is to take $1 billion from everyday middle-class Canadians and give it to bail out a company that is controlled by a billionaire family and which paid $32 million in executive compensation in the same year that it was seeking handouts from the government.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It's been a long time since we've had the opportunity to debate. It's a bit surprising to hear a Conservative so concerned about social justice and the poor when his government handed out tax cuts in the billions to banks and big oil. I'm also surprised to learn that the Conservative position on Bombardier is to do nothing whatsoever and abandon Bombardier. I'd like to hear him say that when he comes to our part of the country. What does he think about the Liberal deception when they talk about reducing taxes for the middle class when 6 out of 10 people will not benefit from it? Those most in need are those who earn less than $45,000 a year. Those people have been abandoned by the Liberal budget. The honourable member for Carleton. What the honourable member just said is true. He's right. People earning $45,000 a year will get absolutely nothing in terms of tax breaks from the federal government. So that's true. But I find it ironic that a so-called socialist, he corrected me, not a so-called socialist, a true socialist, in his opinion. He considers that a compliment. He wants to give $1 billion to a company that's owned by a billionaire family. It's true, Mr. Speaker. We now see that it's the socialists and people on the left who want to redistribute the wealth, yes, but they want to take it from the poor and people in the middle class and give it to the richest. But we want to do exactly the opposite. We want to let people keep the money they earn, they deserve, from the fruit of their own labor, from their investments and their merits, and that's what sets us apart. That's what sets our approach to poverty apart from left-leaning parties.
It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek in respect to the economy, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon West regarding asbestos, and the Honourable Member for Salaberry-Sirois in respect to the environment. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with my honourable colleague from St. John's South, Mount Pearl. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today and speak on Bill C-15, the Budget Implementation Bill. Just a short time ago, I had the opportunity to stand and speak on Budget 2016, which I referred to as a middle class, or better yet, a growth budget. I spoke about a budget based on the fundamental principles of investing in and strengthening our middle class, as well as revitalizing the Canadian economy with an historic $120 billion infrastructure investment plan. I also talked about how the budget would help ensure a prosperous future for the residents of my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, and in fact, of all Canadians. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, I spoke about how, as a father of two young daughters, Natalia and Eliana, that budget 2016 puts in place a plan for economic growth, not only for today, but for successive generations, that all our children inherit a more prosperous and hopeful country. Well, Bill C-15 is the concrete foundation emanating from the Budget 2016 blueprint. The bill makes real the principles and commitments laid out by our government. The principles of greater tax fairness for Canadians, the belief that we should be there for our seniors to ensure they have a dignified retirement, a firm commitment to families with the introduction of the truly transformational Canada Child Benefit, a large step forward to honour our commitments to Canada's veterans, and significant improvements to the Employment Insurance Act. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-15 also continues to work on strengthening our financial system with the introduction of a bail-in regime for banks that ensures that Canada's banks remain the soundest in the world and that, very importantly, Canadian depositors and taxpayers remain protected. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-15 is a bill containing 15 sections. It had to be substantial because our budget made substantial commitments to Canadians, and the technical underpinnings of these commitments are contained in this piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, because there is so much to speak about in this bill, I'm going to focus on a few sections. I have stated how proud I am of this government's commitment to families, and Bill C-15 makes good on that commitment by introducing the Canada Child Benefit. The Canada Child Benefit will replace the current system of a Canada Child Tax Benefit and a Universal Care Benefit. This transformational CCB will be simpler, paid monthly, and tax-free to eligible families beginning in July of this year. Mr. Speaker, 9 out of 10 Canadian families will receive more under the Canada Child Benefit than under the current system. Overall, about 3.5 million Canadian families will receive this benefit, with the average increase in child benefits at almost $2,300 annual. Mr. Speaker, independent analysis, and I emphasize independent analysis, indicates that 300,000 fewer Canadian children will be living in poverty in 2016-2017 than in 2014-2015. I am proud to be part of a government that has taken this bold step to build a better and what I believe is a more just and inclusive society. Mr. Speaker, as I've stated repeatedly, seniors built this great country, and we will always be indebted to them. Bill C-15 contains measures to increase the GIS, or Guaranteed Income Supplement, by providing up to an additional $947 per year to our most vulnerable seniors, single seniors, a majority of which are women. Seniors with personal incomes, excluding OAS and GIS payments, benefit between $0 and to $8,400 will see increased benefits. This step will help improve financial security for about 900,000 of our most, again, vulnerable senior Canadians. We should know that Budget 2016 does not, and I repeat, does not impact pension income splitting for seniors. This will remain in effect. A large portion of the Budget Implementation Act addresses regulatory changes to our financial system. There's a very good reason for this emphasis in the legislation. Mr. Speaker, the strength of our economy and the middle class, in large measure, rests on the stability of Canada's financial institutions. Canadians rely on our banks and credit unions on a daily basis for virtually every aspect of their lives. And while the failure of a large Canadian bank is very unlikely, it's still important that authorities have adequate tools to promote and preserve financial stability, as well as to protect taxpayers in a crisis. Canadian banks are amongst, if not I would argue, the soundest in the world. They have robust levels of capital, lending practices that are sound, and stood out as pillars of strength during the 2008 global financial crisis. Mr. Speaker, I had a first-hand view of the global financial crisis and know full well the benefits of sound regulatory environment governing our financial system. And Mr. Speaker, I'd be remiss if I didn't add that while I worked in New York City during the 1990s, that it was a Liberal government under Prime Minister Chrétien and Finance Minister Mr. Martin that said no to the Canadian banks merging. This decision, I believe, is a major reason why our banks came out of the 2008 global financial crisis with shining colors. The bail-in regime contained in Bill C-15 was strengthened a toolkit and only apply to Canada's domestic, systematically important banks, and allow our regulators to recapitalize a failing bank by converting eligible long-term debt into shares. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, the bail-in regime makes it clear that the shareholders and creditors of Canada's largest banks are responsible for the bank's risks, not taxpayers. This way, Canadians aren't stuck with the tab in the event of an economic crisis. This regime is consistent with the international best practices and standards that were developed following the financial crisis of 2008. And although we have a robust banking sector, the provisions contained in the legislation will provide the legislative framework for the regime with regulations and guidelines to follow. Mr. Speaker, I wish to make clear to all Canadians that insured and non-insured deposits will continue to be protected by the Canadian Deposit Insurance Corporation. In addition to the bail-in provisions, there are also a number of additional technical changes in this legislation which will help strengthen credit unions and the CDIC. Bill C-15 also helps Canadian families by putting into place changes to the Employment Insurance Act, which assists those Canadians impacted by the very unfortunate situation of a job loss. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the changes our government will implement will increase employment insurance payments to unemployed Canadians by $2.5 billion over the next 2 fiscal years. Mr. Speaker, key improvements will include extra weeks of benefits for workers in regions affected by the downturn in commodity prices. In addition, the waiting period will be reduced from 2 weeks to 1 week and will provide unemployed workers with hundreds of dollars more at the time they need it most. Mr. Speaker, our government will work and create the conditions for all Canadians to find meaningful employment. That is what we want. But we must ensure a system that provides help for when Canadians and their families require it. During the election campaign, one of our key commitments was to greater tax fairness for middle-class Canadians and all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, our government has also introduced a bill, C2, that lowers the income tax rate for middle-class Canadians. Today, over 9 million Canadians are benefiting from lower taxes, with a total tax reduction at approximately $3.4 billion.
Here. Good stuff.
Bill C-15 even provides further tax fairness measures, with amendments to the Income Tax Act contained in the first 3 sections of the bill. For example, we've added insulin pills and needles, feminine hygiene products, as well as catheters to the list of items that are exempt from GST/HST. The budget bill contains provisions that increases the maximum benefit under the Northern Residence Deduction, exempts taxable income amounts received as rate assistance under the Ontario Electricity Support Program, and, quite proudly, introduces a teacher and early childhood educator school supply tax credit. This measure alone will provide a benefit of $140 million over 5 years in tax relief to our educators. These are just a few examples of the elements contained in Bill C-15. As I had previously stated, Budget 2016, the middle class or growth budget, provided a blueprint for a hopeful future for all Canadians. Bill C-15, Mr. Speaker, is a solid legislative foundation for the future. I hope my colleagues on all sides of the aisle will join with me in supporting this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to offer, first of all, congratulations to the member's speech, but also a comment and then a quick question. First of all, in regards to the bank recapitalization provisions of this budget, obviously this is a newer idea. What might be a good suggestion, I'd like to see here the members' comments, would be to have the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions to make public stress tests so that the public and the people that invest in banks can know that the banks that they invest in or are trading on are at the highest standards. The question I have for this member, I've heard a few Liberals mention today that this recapitalization regime meets international standards. First of all, can he name one country that utilizes it? And then second of all, Mr. Speaker, the second question is, in regards to the capitalization scheme, it's never been used. Does he agree that there is some trepidation, the fact that the next time there's a financial crisis where this may be used, that this would be the first trial, I think, in the world of such a bail-in regime? And is he concerned about that?
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my honourable colleague for that comment. As we all know, in the 2008 financial crisis, one of the impacts was, for example, the United States injecting capital or equity into their banks to boost their banks, and the same situation also happened in Europe. From that, we had what was called contingent COCOs or bail-in securities created where taxpayers would not be on the hook. This came out of the G20, the G8, the FASB, many international organizations where it was determined that taxpayers would no longer face the risk in case of a too big to fail situation where creditors and equity holders would face the risk of a recapitalization. Contingent securities are in effect across Europe, Switzerland, the UK, Italy, Germany, France. They have been issued. They are traded in the market. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire. Alors, la députée de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bégotte. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When the Liberals were in opposition, they criticized the omnibus bills and they called them, in fact, a bad thing to do. But this time here, we're looking at a very large bill. I don't know how they can be proud of a bill with 169 pages, which amends some 30 individual pieces of legislation under many different departments, and it has an impact on several others. It would make retroactive changes to other legislation as well. My question for my colleague opposite is this. He says he's very proud of banks, but does he not think that a complete chapter on recapitalization of banks wouldn't warrant a much deeper study instead of simply putting it into an omnibus piece of legislation?
I thank my honourable colleague for her question. What I will say is this piece of legislation, Bill C-15, contains many of the measures that were in our platform and obviously came into effect into our budget. So we are obviously producing a piece of legislation that fulfills our commitments to not only members of the House but to Canadians entirely across this country. So I will leave it at that. In terms of our banks, I'm very proud to say that Canada has the soundest banks in the world that employ literally hundreds of thousands of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And we want to maintain and ensure that our financial system is still the soundest going forward. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, what I would like to ask my friend is that given that last week MPs were all back in our home ridings and having the opportunity to speak with our constituents, what he heard from his constituents as to what were the greatest needs from young families or from seniors and how this budget might actually help to solve some of the problems that they're facing.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you to my honourable colleague from Toronto Danforth. What I would like to say is that many young families in my riding are looking forward to receiving tax-free checks on a monthly basis beginning in July with an average increase of $2,300. That also transpired to 9 out of 10 families that currently receive the UCCB and the Canada Child Tax Credit receiving higher payments. I believe for the province of Ontario alone, over the next 2 years, the increased payment amount will total $4 billion. That's $4 billion going directly to the pockets of residents in the province of Ontario. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. John's South, Mount Pearl.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honor for me to rise in the House today to speak on this important piece of legislation. March 22nd was an important day for Canadians when the Minister of Finance introduced Budget 2016. The first glimmers of hope were restored to Canadians who, for too long, have been made to work too hard but just couldn't seem to get ahead. Middle-class families, vulnerable seniors, veterans, and Indigenous people were all given hope for a more secure tomorrow and a brighter future. The Canada Child Benefit, a simpler, fairer, and tax-free solution to child benefits, will deliver more money to 9 in 10 Canadian families and end the practice of sending benefit checks to millionaires. More importantly, it will lift 300,000 children out of poverty and give them the start that they need. The rollback of changes to the age of eligibility for old age security and the guaranteed income supplement from 67 to 65 will allow people who have worked their whole lives to get the income security they deserve when they retire without having to wait. For veterans who have bravely dedicated their lives to the defense of our country, we will enhance services and benefits in light of their dedicated service. This will help those veterans who have become injured and disabled and aid all veterans in the transition to civilian life, an all too challenging feat for those who've experienced the trauma of war.
For Indigenous people who have suffered for too long from neglect and failed policies, the budget provided a new beginning, a first step in the nation-to-nation relationship with the fastest-growing segment of the Canadian population. Our investments will contribute to improve in economic prosperity for them and for this country. Today, it is my honor to rise in this esteemed House to speak in favor of the Budget Implementation Act No. 1, a piece of legislation that will move many of the provisions contained in the budget forward. The BIA is about many of the things that I have spoken to, but it also takes critical action in some areas that are occasionally overlooked in the fog of Budget Day. Importantly, it implements key measures designed to ensure tax fairness and a strong financial sector in this country. As a matter of principle, our government is committed to tax fairness. We believe fundamentally that all Canadians, individuals and corporations alike, must pay their fair share of taxes so that all Canadians can benefit in return. Tax evasion and avoidance put strain on this principle. They negatively impact the revenue collected through taxes, in turn compromising the services offered to Canadians. The Budget Implementation Act contains improved provisions to cut down on the people's ability to use increasingly sophisticated means to avoid paying their fair share. This, combined with the budget's increased funding to the Canada Revenue Agency to hire additional auditors and specialists to undertake better quality investigative work, and its ability to collect outstanding debts. As well, this budget addresses unintended tax advantages that businesses and high net worth individuals may be able to obtain through sophisticated tax planning techniques involving private corporations. These actions are consistent with the principles of fairness, economic efficiency, and responsible fiscal management. The government will continue to identify and address tax planning schemes to ensure that the tax system operates as fairly and as effectively as possible. We need to know that the system is working as it should to ensure the economy is working for everyone. This is a critical part of strong fiscal management. Strong fiscal management also depends on ensuring our financial sector remains competitive and efficient. Canada's financial sector is world-class and has remained resilient and stable even in the face of the Great Recession and throughout the slow recovery. But we must keep the financial sector strong, especially at a time when new market forces like digital currencies and rapidly changing global regulations are precipitating equally rapid change. Canada's financial sector remains the envy of many countries around the world. This reputation was a result of hard work and prudent decision-making by financial institutions and by the actions of the federal government in the 1990s and by our regulators. We want to keep it that way. To ensure that Canada continues to benefit from a strong financial sector, the government proposes to introduce a bail-in regime for Canada's largest financial institutions that will promote financial stability and reinforce that bank shareholders and creditors are responsible for the bank's risks, not taxpayers. In the highly unlikely event of a system bank failure, we want to ensure that Canadians will not be on the hook and that banks will convert their debt into equity rather than force the government to bail them out. Mr. Speaker, it is important to add that this provision will not hurt depositors, as all insured and uninsured deposits will remain protected. The Budget Implementation Act is a critical step on the path to a fairer and more prosperous Canada. It brings into effect much-needed relief for Canadian families, for vulnerable seniors, and for our veterans. But it also takes action to close tax loopholes that hurt all Canadians and to ensure that our financial institutions remain strong so that Canadians can continue to rely on them in the years to come. For these reasons, I would encourage all members to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. And I'm really glad to hear that he praised the Conservative government's financial prudence in getting us through the recession of 2008 and 2009, because if it wasn't for the prudent financial planning of this government, we may have not have been able to come through that as one of the strongest economies in the G7. So I want to thank my colleague for highlighting our good work and the government that we had. But something I want to highlight with this budget is we've heard a lot today about employment insurance and some of the benefits that is going to entail. But I'd like to ask the honourable member why those EI extensions are only going to be given to 12 specific areas across the country. And those 12 do not include Edmonton, which includes Nisku and Leduc, which is the heart and soul of Alberta's energy industry. It does not include southern Saskatchewan, also a very important oil and gas area where communities there are feeling the pinch of the downturn. And also, is something going to be done with Fort McMurray and what's gone on there? Is there going to be some special concessions there for that community as well?
The honourable member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
And I thank the honourable member for his question, and certainly the minister spoke to the situation in Fort McMurray, I believe it was this morning, and special measures that this government will be taking to take that into account. And before going any further, Mr. Speaker, once again to reflect on what is currently going on in Fort McMurray, I can tell you, somebody who grew up in what I would term to be, anyway, the subarctic, but somewhere along the same latitude as Fort McMurray, in Goose Bay, Labrador, and as someone at a very young age who was confronted with a forest fire that almost hit our community when we were woken up by the RCMP at 4 o'clock in the morning and told to evacuate our house because we wouldn't see it again because it would have been taken down by a forest fire that was literally licking the lips of the hills of Northwest River, Labrador, only some 40, 50 kilometers away from where I grew up in Happy Valley, Goose Bay. The night before, watching the sky lit up pink from the flames that were just beyond that hill by the smoke that we inhaled from that forest fire, knowing that feeling of having to choose what items you will take with you and what you will leave behind is a feeling that I will never forget, even though I was only the tender age, I think 13 or 14 years old. I feel with all my heart for what is going on for those people in Fort McMurray, having had firsthand experience, and I know that our government will work together with those members on the other side of the House to ensure that everything possible is done for what is looking right now to be one of the most cataclysmic catastrophes, natural catastrophes that our country has ever faced.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The questions and comments. The honourable member for St. Boniface, St. Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the honourable member. I know that we've recently had the opportunity to spend a week in our home constituencies, and budget 2016 and Bill C-15, of course, contains some extremely positive measures that are going to benefit Canadians from coast to coast to coast, including Canada's largest ever infrastructure program, the Canada Child Benefit, which is going to benefit 9 out of 10 Canadian families. I'm wondering if the honourable member can share with this chamber what his constituents are saying about both C-15 and our budget 2016.
The honourable member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
And I thank the honourable member for the question. I think like many other members of new members of this House, who campaigned for the first time in order to be able to enter this honourable House, were struck by how our constituents spoke to us and the concerns that they held, and certainly their ability to find some stability in a world that is so rapidly changing, to find some financial security for their children, for them to be able to have the choice on how to spend limited resources on their families and their children was something that was brought up time and again. And I'm very, very happy with the fact that the Canada Child Benefit will come into effect on Canada Day, July 1st, that people will be receiving their checks and that families will be able to determine how best to spend them on them and their families. I'm a big believer in efficiencies, and to be able to take 3 separate, very disparate child benefits or family benefits and to turn them into a tangible check, into something that, not just something that we use at the end of the tax year, but a tangible benefit that Canadian families can feel
and can use and can spend throughout the year on their children and better lives for them and their families, I think is one of the most tangible and most important parts of this budget, and I thank the honourable member for his question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill, Kiwatanuk, Aski.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in this House to speak to Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget. And I'd like to begin by noting that I will be splitting my time with the member from Saskatoon West. Mr. Speaker, budgets should reflect priorities, and the priorities of any government governing at this time in history ought to be the growing inequality in our country. Over the last 30 years, we have seen the gap between the rich and everyone else grow. The richest 100 Canadians now hold as much wealth as the bottom 10 million combined.
Wow.
Just this week, Statistics Canada released a study that showed that over the last 30 years, it is getting harder and harder for Canadians to move up the income ladder, but it has become easier for the wealthy to hold on to that wealth. Mr. Speaker, this didn't just happen. It is the result of decades of successive Liberal and Conservative governments who have chosen not to support the middle and low-income Canadians in our country. And this budget, sadly, is no different. Early into the Liberal mandate, they prioritized a so-called middle-class tax cut. However, a study from the Parliamentary Budget Officer himself proves the Liberals' tax plan will give nothing to 60% of Canadians. The biggest breaks will go to the top 30% of income earners, and those making $200,000 or more will receive the maximum amount.
Ever thus.
This on top of no action to help minimum wage workers earn a fair living. Mr. Speaker, another broken promise to Canadians made by the Liberals in the campaign was one which we now see was not taking any action to close the stock option loophole for CEOs. A loophole that costs the public $800 million a year. But, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the growing inequality in our country and the kind of crushing poverty we know to exist, our minds, I think many of our minds, go to the experience of First Nations. Let's talk about First Nations youth. Half of all First Nations children in Canada live in poverty. In Manitoba, my province, 62% of First Nations children live below the poverty line. So what about this budget? We saw the Liberals choose not to live up to their promises to First Nations children. This budget shortchanged First Nations education by $230 million.
Shame.
Following the historic ruling by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, First Nations child welfare saw $130 million less than was promised. There's also no money for First Nations health care, Jordan's Principle, or mental health supports, while many isolated First Nations, including communities in my own constituency, struggle with suicide crises. We've also seen the Liberals choose to break their promise to invest in health care. After promising $3 billion over the next 4 years to help Canadians access high-quality home care, this budget has nothing. We've also seen the way the Prime Minister, the self-appointed Minister of Youth, came up $170 million short from his commitment he made to young Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the millennial generation needs more than a selfie to help them grapple with the challenges that they are facing. Skyrocketing student debt, out-of-reach housing prices, and a labour market that is flooded with precarious, unstable, low-paying work. Unfortunately, this is another missed opportunity by the Liberal government to reduce inequality. And when we look at the history of growing inequality in our country, we know that the 1990s, under the successive Liberal governments, was the period of time in which the trend around inequality began to grow the fastest. We've heard from those that have studied that trend that one of the major contributors were the cuts to employment insurance. So on that note, let's look at the recent changes that were made to EI. The system left in place by the Conservatives was nothing less than devastated. But let's be clear, the system the Conservatives inherited was already deeply troubled. The Liberals plundered countless billions of dollars, in fact, $54 billion from the EI fund for political purposes and supervised the biggest and most thorough attack on our social safety net as of yet. If the Liberals believe that the only reason why our EI system is in shambles is the Conservatives' reforms, I recommend that they look into their own history and uncover the real reasons why a majority of Canadians who are out of work today are left without access to EI. In fact, regarding the changes implemented by Bill C-15, we can see that they don't go far enough. The areas, we know that while there are some extensions that were made, areas like Edmonton and southern Saskatchewan were completely left out of the government's relief measures.
What's that about?
When we asked the government why, the reply was blunt and brutal, because of, quote, cold, hard math, end of quote. Those words are certainly cold comfort to Canadian workers out of a job. The cold, hard math rhetoric they're basing their policies on apparently has come out of thin air. When we've asked for reference to studies and government reports, we've seen nothing. So we call on the minister to correct this mistake and to include Edmonton and southern Saskatchewan in their targeted regions immediately. The broader picture, though, is the failure that the regional thresholds have met in trying to achieve more fairness for the EI system. The regional thresholds have been described as inadequate by countless stakeholders. We in the NDP will continue to advocate for a universal 360-hour threshold that would be fair and adequate for all workers.
Hear, hear.
Monsieur le Président, le filet social du Canada est brisé. Le gouvernement se plaît à souligner à quel point la faute revient au gouvernement précédent, qui n'a pas ménagé ses efforts pour les tailler en pièces. Mais les libéraux doivent aussi se regarder dans le miroir. Ce qu'ils nous présentent aujourd'hui comme une victoire pour les travailleurs est dans les faits un retour à une période creuse, où les dommages faits à notre filet social soulèvent chrétiens.
Order. Just interrupt the member momentarily. It would appear that the translation's not working. La traduction fonctionne maintenant.
Now the translation is working. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll repeat the section. Monsieur le Président, le filet...
Mr. Speaker, Canada's social safety net is broken. This government keeps saying it's the previous government's fault, but the Liberals need to look at themselves in the mirror. What they are presenting as a victory for the workers is actually an empty victory, because we know that there are still a lot of economic difficulties. We need to preserve the social safety net because we have to remember what it represents. An increasing number of workers don't qualify for employment insurance. We need to make sure that we don't let people slip through the cracks. We need to make sure that people have the support that they need and get back on the right path. The social safety net has enabled many workers to get back to work, but for the last few decades, increasing numbers of workers have not been able to get the benefits that they need and have fallen between those cracks. They have had this net cut from underneath them. We know that the problems are well known. For example, we have the gap where people cannot get the benefits that they need from the employment insurance system. We know that the government has lengthened the weeks to 5 weeks that people will be covered, but we still have this gap. The NDP will continue to defend the rights of workers and make sure that they are well treated.
I also want to spend some time talking about how this budget left out major promises to my own constituency, including a commitment that the Prime Minister made during the election to partnering on the construction of the East Side Road, a legacy project that would allow 11 First Nations that are currently isolated in my constituency to access something that so many Canadians take for granted, a road. Mr. Speaker, climate change has made their existence in isolated communities more and more difficult, in fact, more and more precarious. We're talking about communities that have as high as 80% of the population on welfare. We're talking about communities that are struggling day to day. So on September 29th, 2015, the Prime Minister said, when asked if he was going to be a partner on the East Side Road, the full answer is yes. The federal government will be the partner Manitoba needs in order to deliver the infrastructure that is required. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, there is no such commitment on the budget, in this budget. So whether it's on the East Side Road or whether it's on the other broken promises, Mr. Speaker, we will remain vigilant. But I also want to end off by saying that much work needs to be done on this budget to understand exactly what it covers. And so, Mr. Speaker, before I end off, I would like to seek unanimous consent to move the following motion. That notwithstanding any order or usual practice of the House, that Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2016, and other measures be amended by removing the following clauses. A. Clauses 80 to 116 related to the Canadian Forces Members and Veterans Re-establishment and Compensation Act. B. Clauses 126 to 168 related to bank bail-ins and the bank recapitalization regime. Clauses 188 to 191 related to the Old Age Security Act, and D. Clauses 207 to 231 related to the Employment Insurance Act. That the clauses mentioned in Section A of this motion do form Bill C-16, that Bill C-16 be deemed read at first time and be printed, that the order for second reading of the said bill provide for the referral to the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs. That the clauses mentioned in Section B of this motion do form Bill C-17, that Bill C-17 be deemed read a first time and be printed, that the order for second reading of the said bill provide for the referral to the Standing Committee on Finance. That the clauses mentioned in Section C of this motion do form Bill C-18, that Bill C-18 be deemed read a first time and be printed, that the order for second reading of the said bill provide for the referral to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. That the clauses mentioned in Section D of this motion do form Bill C-19, that Bill C-19 be deemed read a first time and be printed, that the order for second reading of the said bill provide for the referral to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, that Bill C-15 retain the status on the order paper that it had prior to the adoption of this order, and that Bill C-15 be reprinted as amended, and that the Law Clerk and the Parliamentary Council be authorized to make any technical changes or corrections as may be necessary to give effect to this motion. Mr. Speaker, we are proposing this motion in order to give the full scrutiny that is required by parliamentarians on behalf of Canadians. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Well done. Does the honourable member for Churchill-Kiiwetinoong-Aski have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? No? There is no consent. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member, la députée de Laurentide.
The honourable member for Laurentide. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about social equality, we need to keep in mind that we have to invest in infrastructure, in our communities, and in our future. So we have to borrow to invest. That's part of our role as a government. So can my colleagues say whether we should never have a deficit, and how could the NDP have managed things without a deficit?
Churchill-Kiiwetinoong-Aski.
Thank you to my colleague, and while I appreciate efforts to change the channel, what we're talking about here is an omnibus budget bill that includes broken promises to Canadians, and I explained a laundry list here, including broken promises to First Nations children, amongst the poorest children, poorest people in our country. It includes a failure to step up to important election commitments. And Mr. Speaker, I mean, when Canadians were presented with the vision, or the tagline of real change, that's what they expected. They didn't expect broken promises. They certainly didn't expect more of the same, including omnibus bills. And that's unfortunately what they're seeing from this government.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce que commentaire? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments. She cited some of the challenges that she faced in her community, and particularly on the issue around income inequality. And in many ways, there are some similarities between her riding and that of mine. And the issue that troubles me the most, of course, with the Liberal budget is on the income tax cuts and who it benefits. So I wonder if the member could elaborate on that and how the government can make those changes that will assist people in her community and in my community, and like so many Canadians who are in greatest need.
The honourable member for Churchill-Keewatin-Napaski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague who's an incredible defender in terms of the issues that that many people on the margins face, including in her own constituency, and the advocacy she's given alongside many, particularly Indigenous advocates that speak passionately about the issues of poverty and marginalization that they face on an ongoing basis. Mr. Speaker, as we've pointed out time and time again as New Democrats, one of the first things that this government came up with was a tax cut that they claimed helps middle-class Canadians, when in fact we know that, and the Parliamentary Budget Officer himself came out and said that it's Canadians that make $200,000 or more a year that actually will stand to benefit the most. So, despite the rhetoric, what's true is that the wealthiest Canadians continue to benefit more under this government, while everybody else continues to lose out. And I can speak to a big issue, and I referred to this as well in the speech that is on the minds of many people in my constituency, and that's the issue of employment insurance, for example, a program that should be there for Canadians when they're faced with fallen on hard times. And unfortunately, this budget doesn't go nearly far enough in making EI more accessible to Canadians. Only 40% of Canadians are able to access it. So much more needs to be done. And fundamentally, what this budget doesn't do is get at the structures that exacerbate inequality in our country. It continues under the Liberals. It continues to benefit those that have a lot already, while certainly not being on the side of everybody else.
Hear, hear. Great. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Budget 2016 is indeed a missed opportunity to reduce the inequality in our communities, and therefore it is a missed opportunity to actually create real change. But as my mother taught me, I do want to start by giving credit where credit is due. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to commend the government on its choice to make investments in affordable housing by way of confirming for the next 2 years the rental subsidies for social housing. I know that the social housing providers and the tenants in social housing in my community are relieved that this support is continuing. I welcome the increase to the Guaranteed Income Supplement and the commitment to enhancing the Canada Pension Plan. Likewise, I applaud the leadership and this budget's commitment to lift the punitive and unfair 2% cap on funding for First Nations. The tax-free Canada childcare benefit will assist many parents and families in my riding. Each of these commitments is a good first step. That said, Mr. Speaker, this bill and budget, when we weigh its costs and its benefits to Canadians, does not remove enough of the tax burden for those hardworking Canadians who fall below the median income of those few lucky enough to receive the tax breaks. In fact, the so-called middle-class tax break offers nothing for more than 60% of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, with their first budget, this government had the opportunity to create real change, to invest in reducing income inequality in this country, to begin to really tackle inequality through the most effective and efficient way possible, and that is through progressive tax measures. I know for a fact that a large number of people from communities in my riding will not benefit from the middle-class tax cut. According to the City of Saskatoon statistics from 2014, The median income for 5 of Saskatoon's core neighbourhoods in my riding will not benefit from the tax break. That's thousands of people in my riding alone. Mr. Speaker, these are folks working 2 to 3 minimum wage jobs, paying well over 30% of their wages for unaffordable housing, and living in what we've called a food desert. If they are fortunate enough to have money left over after paying rent, the cost of healthy food is often out of reach. Research done in my community saw an increase in the number of women, mothers, going hungry in order to afford to provide food for their children. Put simply, good, healthy food is unaffordable. Mr. Speaker, a tax break for those doing well will do nothing, absolutely nothing for these people. Likewise, this budget does nothing for those who can't find affordable childcare, especially those looking to re-enter the workforce, to get training, to upgrade their skills, and to become employable. Mr. Speaker, many in my riding are young people with young children, and they have dreams and aspirations. These dreams are not unreasonable, nor should they be unattainable. We should support them in every way we can. And one of the ways we can do this is by providing increased access to childcare spaces that are affordable. Right now in my riding, you pay almost as much for a single child in childcare as you will for your rent. And that's, of course, if you can actually find a space. Where is the incentive to work or go to school in that kind of situation? Simply put, a lack of affordable childcare spaces is a huge barrier to young parents being able to realize their dreams. It is, in fact, a deterrent. It inhibits the economic growth by reducing productivity, and we must remove this barrier. A government that is committed to women's equality can pave the way to realizing that equality by implementing a national, universal, affordable childcare program. There is no mention of childcare in this budget. Mr. Speaker, this budget has been called a betrayal of small business by none other than the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses. Canada's #1 job creator is small business, and small business is a hugely important source of employment in my riding. In a city where there is limited primary industry, we survive on the strength of our secondary industries and small businesses. Small business is central to the economic well-being in Saskatoon, especially, of course, during a downturn in the resource sector. As a matter of fact, one of my campaign volunteers, a bright young woman and mother, started her own business while I was on the campaign trail. After spending her formative years in too many foster homes to count, Rachel is working harder than I have ever seen to make it, and she is. But where is the help? Where is the support for people like Rachel? This budget also disappoints in another way. It provides no assistance at all for those in need of prescription drugs or home care. Right now, I have a veteran living in my riding who has to choose between rent, food, and the charge for essential drugs that he needs. He pays his rent, which takes up to 85% of his pension, and uses the rest to pay for necessary prescription drugs. He has trouble looking after himself, has no family to help, and lives in a home that he increasingly can't afford, and which causes him to be housebound because of the physical inaccessibility of the building. How is he supposed to survive? And how does this happen in a country as rich as Canada? How is it that a country such as Canada does not have a national pharmacare program? It's about choices. It's about choosing to believe in either a failed theory of trickle-down economics. Mr. Speaker, the government's thinking in this budget seems to be if they give tax breaks to those who don't need it, eventually, and somehow miraculously, people living in poverty will somehow be lifted out of poverty. That is wishful thinking and proven time and again to fail in practice. It is anything but real change. It is pretty much same old, same old. Moreover, if that kind of thinking worked in practice, we would have eliminated poverty a long time ago. Mr. Speaker, that trickle won't get anywhere near being helpful for the poor because this budget and bill also does nothing to rein in the super rich who are hiding hundreds of millions of tax dollars in overseas accounts. People making $45,000 or less a year won't get a tax break, but the rich and profitable get a chance to avoid paying taxes altogether. That's plain wrong. It's unfair. It costs us Canadians dearly, not only in the millions of foregone tax revenue, but it also impedes our ability to make real change right now in 2016. What makes the rich and the large profitable corporations better than those working long hours at 2 minimum wage jobs just to get by? Why do they not have to pay their fair share? Why are they getting better and special treatment for their income? Mr. Speaker, budgets are about choices, and choices that say this is what is most important. Budget 2016 and the implementation bill chooses tax havens for millionaire CEOs and giveaways, often to foreign-based corporations that take economic wealth from our country and profit off our public resources, all the while being carried on the backs and taxes of hardworking Canadians, the people that live and work and go to school despite all the barriers in my community. That's unacceptable. It's a long way off from real change. Real change doesn't make First Nations children wait for equality. Real change invests in health care. Canadians need improved pharmacare and home care. Making health care accessible and affordable will save lives, so why not choose to save lives? Why has the Liberal government chosen to break their promise to invest in health care? After promising $3 billion over the next 4 years, the Liberal government has provided nothing for home care in the budget. Real change doesn't continue to raid the EI fund of almost $7 billion over the next 3 years. People need those dollars now. It's their money. Mr. Speaker, in my riding, we have lots of talented, hardworking Canadians who are unemployed thanks to an economic downturn in the region. Real change is using EI money for what it was intended, to help unemployed workers. Mr. Speaker, people are working harder than ever but can't get ahead. As my colleague mentioned, the recent Stats Can report demonstrates that income mobility is not happening. The rich are staying rich at the same rate as the poor are staying poor. Over the past 30 years, hardworking Canadians have helped grow our economy by 50%. But those same hardworking people have seen wages stagnate and retirement security vanish. Budget 2016 makes some changes, but not real changes. It merely tinkers when there was so much potential to have made bold, important investments, the choices that bring real change, like equality for women and more fairness and equity for everyday Canadians. Unfortunately for them, Mr. Speaker, Budget 2016 is many deficits away from real change. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her words today. However, I am standing to ask this question today because she spoke a lot about childcare and the NDP promise in their campaign about a $15 a day childcare. And now, I was very concerned about this particular policy during the campaign for a couple of reasons. My background, Mr. Speaker, if you're not aware, is working with organizations like the YMCA and the Boys and Girls Club. In fact, it was my name on the license of one of the largest childcare licenses in the Niagara region. We had over 200 participants in our childcare program with the Boys and Girls Club. Now, most of the people in that program were subsidized through the region, and they actually paid about $8 or $9 a day. And one of the biggest problems I had with the NDP plan, there were two actually. One was the $15 a day would disproportionately support those that truly didn't need it. And two, there didn't seem to be a plan on how to pay for it. And I know this question's already been asked to the previous speaker, but how, Mr. Speaker, could the honourable member explain how are we planning to pay for this plan?
Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
I'll thank my honourable colleague for the great question. And nice to know that your background is in the YMCA and the Boys and Girls Club. And for those in the House to know that the YMCA is the largest provider of childcare spaces and services in Canada. So obviously I like the YMCA. That is a very good question. And of course we did get asked about that. And if you heard my comments, I talked about the opportunity, the real opportunity to make real change, to look at a tax system to make it more progressive rather than regressive. And for folks to know that the corporate tax rate in Canada is at its lowest point ever since the year 2000, one of the lowest in the G7 countries. We had an opportunity to increase that corporate tax rate slightly in order to increase the revenue for the government, which I believe the government has an issue around increasing revenue, and that would be available there to fund programs like a national child care program, which is essential for a government that wants to bring equity to women. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce commentaire? The Honourable Member for London, Fanshawe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the colleague for her remarks. I, like her, very concerned about the Liberals falling into bad ways with what we can only describe as an undemocratic omnibus bill. And the fact that it is 179 pages long and addresses a significant number of ministries and statutes concerns us very much. But my question is twofold. First of all, I understand absolutely that child care is an investment. For every dollar that's invested, $1.79 comes back into the economy. So it is a smart investment. I'm sorry that it hasn't seen the light of day in this government. And secondly, I'm very concerned about how veterans are being treated. Bill C-12 has been incorporated into this budget bill, and it deserves our full attention. It is a bill that addresses the needs of our veterans in regard to their pensions. It needs to be separate, and I wonder if my colleague could comment upon that.
Member for Saskatoon West.
Well, I would thank my honourable colleague for her comments and her question. And I think certainly my colleague prior to me, the Speaker, had asked for an opportunity through a motion to separate out this bill so we could actually refer some of the bigger, more complicated pieces to committees to have a very good study. And included in that, of course, were the changes to veterans and the issues that were contained in there. And I fully support that. I think when I came to Parliament, this is my first time, obviously, I was looking forward to more democracy, to an opportunity to discuss and feel that democracy at the committee level. And so I was disappointed that so much was included in this bill and that we are getting shortchanged as far as being able to really look at what's contained in this bill at the committee level, where democracy and parties are able to work together to improve bills. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I may just start off by expressing my prayers and best wishes to Fort McMurray and a community that's indeed in need today, and to do what the Prime Minister earlier this morning indicated, and to tell the residents of that area that across Canada, there is very much a caring and compassionate mood from all Canadians, and that the federal government is going to be there for the community, not only for today, but into the future. And whether that's dealing with infrastructure, whether it's dealing with employment insurance-related issues, and the many other issues in which the federal government can be of assistance, I know and I'm confident that this government will be there for that community, as all members of this House truly care about what's taking place in Fort McMurray today. Mr. Speaker, I have had the opportunity now to listen for a number of hours from many members of the Chamber on this particular issue. And I suspect it's being a bit of a challenge for New Democrats in particular, and if I spend a little bit of a focus on that, as I've seen them kind of bend over or turn themselves into pretzels to try to figure out what it is that they should or possibly could be doing on this budget. My best advice, if you're a New Democratic member of Parliament, is you should vote in favour of this legislation. You can try to come up with all the excuses you want, but at the end of the day, if you have a progressive mind and you like to see Canada move forward, you should be voting in favour of this budget. Let me expand on a couple of comments. I listened to the member from Churchill, and she talked about our First Nations community. If you truly care about what's happening in our First Nations or in the First Nations community, Mr. Speaker, this is a budget that you should be getting behind. I listened to the member one thing after another just being critical of the Liberal Party. And there's nothing that could be further from the truth. In fact, if you just take a look, and if you want to take a look at the NDP government of Manitoba that was there, this is a provincial government that 4 years ago intentionally flooded out reserve communities. And some of those reserve communities that were flooded out by the NDP government are still evacuated today, and that was 4 years ago. I'm talking about Lake St. Martin First Nation Reserve and Little Saskatchewan Reserve. Today, we do see more cooperation with Ottawa to try to assist, but let there be no doubt that the provincial NDP government abandoned those communities. When she talks about poverty that's there, that's very real, and there's no doubt that there is a significant issue of poverty, I would potentially argue, Mr. Speaker, and it's not with pride, but Manitoba's percentage based on per capita, we should be concerned about poverty in the province of Manitoba. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, in the last decade, it has not gotten better, whether it's from the federal Conservative government here in Ottawa or the provincial NDP in Manitoba. And I could cite many different reasons why that the NDP's performance in government has been a big disappointment in the province of Manitoba over the last number of years. Now, I say that for one reason, and that is that the member went at great length to try to be critical of the Liberal Party as if they have the high road in terms of trying to fight for good social programs, Mr. Speaker. That's not the case. If you take a look at what's being said inside this budget, what you'll see is there is a huge redistribution of wealth. Well, we often hear the opposition members criticize the tax cut to Canada's middle class. It's something in which they make mockery of. They say only a small percentage of people are actually benefiting by it, and it's only the rich that are benefiting by it. Well, Mr. Speaker, they are wrong. They are dead wrong. There are workers from every region of our country, from factory workers to teachers to healthcare providers, you name it, Mr. Speaker, and they are benefiting by that percentage or 2-point tax break that's being given to Canada's middle class. Then they'll cite, well, what about those that make less than $45,000? Well, Mr. Speaker, they are very much aware of the Canada Child Benefit Program. Think of the individuals that are going to be directly benefiting by that program. A single mother with one child and the extra hundreds of dollars that she's going to be receiving every year because we have developed a program that will in fact give more money to those that are in need. So that when you take a look at the budget in its entirety in terms of what's being proposed, what you will see from a tax point of view and a redistribution of wealth is three very significant measures. One, for those that are making more than $200,000 a year, they are going to be expected to pay more in taxes with a special tax increase, Mr. Speaker. Even those individuals will acknowledge that, yes, they want to, I believe, continue to contribute to making Canada a great country to be a part of. That is one tax increase. And the monies derived from that tax increase is going to be going a long way in providing the middle class tax break that in which estimated 9 million Canadians will benefit, Mr. Speaker. And a vast majority of those 9 million are not making the types of monies in which they try to portray of 170,000, 180,000 and so forth. Mr. Speaker. We're talking about hard working class families anywhere from the range of 45,000 to 190,000 or a bit more than that, Mr. Speaker. Then we have that Canada Child Benefit Program. And that is something that I believe is virtually revolutionary. And I think it's quite significant to see that that particular program is going to kick in on July 1, on Canada Day. I would ultimately argue, Mr. Speaker, if there is one aspect of the budget in which I feel most proud about, it is that particular program. I think history will reflect on this budget and say that here and within this budget we created a Canada Child Tax Program or benefit program that lifted hundreds of thousands of children in every region of this great country out of poverty. That is something in which we should all be very proud of. And that's why I'm suggesting to you that at the end of the day, from a tax and poverty-related issue, that if you're a New Democrat, I cannot understand why it is you would vote against this particular budget implementation. I don't know how many times I've heard Conservatives stand in their place and say, well, we support tax decreases. Well, Mr. Speaker, this budget provides that tax decrease in which they want to see happen. Yet I suspect that they will no doubt vote against this budget. We hear New Democrats saying, and I'm not too sure, I believe they'll end up voting against this, this particular piece of legislation, and it sounds as if they're going to vote against it because of the process. They're talking about it not being really a budget bill. Well, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to them, because I've been here for the last 5 years, I know what a massive budget bill is and what a massive budget bill is not. And when I look at this bill, every measure, every change is what is actually required in order to implement the budget that was presented to this House not that long ago. And we know that Canadians from every region of this country are supporting this budget because they understand that what was promised during the election is in fact being delivered in this budget. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I believe at the end of the day that the New Democratic members should seriously look at how it is that they might want to vote on this particular budget implementation bill. Because if they do believe that we need to put emphasis in areas in which they've talked about, you know, some talk very passionately about Indigenous people, our First Nations, the Métis Nation, and so forth, our Inuit nations, Mr. Speaker. These are communities in which this budget has allocated hundreds of millions, going into the billions of dollars over the next few years, in order to resolve many of the problems in which opposition members have talked about for years. And if not this budget, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what it is that they would vote for. You know, I recall the election platforms that were presented, and there was quite a bit of difference. You know, the Liberal Party was the only party that indicated right from the get-go, from the beginning, that we were not going to be having a balanced budget. And the reason why, Mr. Speaker, is that we believed it was time for Canada to invest in our infrastructure, to do more for Canada's middle class. We believe that if you have a healthier middle class and you can allow for growth within the middle class, support the middle class, that we will have a healthier economy. And meaning a healthier middle class, healthier economy. A number of questions that have come forward by the Conservatives lately has been about small businesses. And they talk about the small business tax. Mr. Speaker, what they don't seem to realize, that the most important thing that a small business wants is customers. They want business. And if you have a redistribution of hundreds of millions of dollars that goes into billions, what do you think that middle class And the others, Mr. Speaker, in particular, I'm thinking of the benefits of the Canada Child Benefit Program are going to be doing with the money. They're not hoarding it, Mr. Speaker. They're going to be spending the money. That means they're going to be going to the retail outlets. That means that they're going to be doing things ideally within Canada, but whatever the decision is, Mr. Speaker. The point is that the disposable income of Canada's middle class is going to be going up under this budget. And, Mr. Speaker, by doing that, what you are seeing is more money then being invested in our small businesses. I, like everyone else, have many small businesses in the community in which I represent. And I can tell you, as a whole, the small business community is very supportive, and they're encouraged by what they're seeing in regards to this budget, Mr. Speaker. So when the Conservatives stand up and they talk about, well, this budget is not doing anything for small businesses, they're wrong. They are, Mr. Speaker, they're not recognizing the reality and the potential strength that the middle class has in terms of driving Canada's economy. We recognize within government that the backbone in terms of growth and the creation of jobs is our small business sector. We recognize that factor, Mr. Speaker. But we also recognize the importance of that middle class, and by supporting the middle class, you're supporting small businesses, you're supporting the Canadian economy. Mr. Speaker, for many, many years, in sitting in opposition, I watched as government created debt or deficit after deficit after deficit. In fact, it would have been maybe about 2 weeks from now, a year ago, when I stood my place and I had indicated that I don't believe for a moment that the government had a balanced budget. You know, for years, you know, when they first came into government, they inherited a multi-billion-dollar surplus. We know that because the books did actually show that, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the fiscal year, the books actually showed it. They actually converted that multi-billion-dollar surplus into a multi-billion deficit even prior to the recession taking place, Mr. Speaker. And they did not balance the books ever since. Year after year after year after year, they had a deficit. And then lo and behold, we're into an election year, and they say, well, now we're going to get a balanced budget. Well, Mr. Speaker, back then, I questioned and I indicated that there was no balanced budget, that it was just cooking the books to try to deceive Canadians. In fact, back in July, I think it was the Bank of Canada governor that indicated that there is going to be a deficit. So no one should be surprised. And then they say, well, you know, for this particular month, there's a surplus, or for this particular month, it's a surplus. Well, they talk a lot about small businesses, and if you talk to small businesses, they'll tell you what matters is at the end of the year. And we know at the end of the year that there's going to be a deficit, Mr. Speaker. But the good news is that previous Liberal administrations, whether it's Jean Chrétien or Paul Martin, both governments have been able to deliver balanced budgets. The only party that has not, in the last 50 years, that's been unable to produce a balanced budget is, in fact, the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. And that is, in fact, the reality of it. So when we take a look in terms of where it is that the government of Canada is going today, well, it's pretty straightforward. We understand and believe in Canada's middle class. Therefore, we are investing by giving significant tax breaks for them. We understand and appreciate the issue of poverty, and we are lifting hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty as a direct result of the Canada Child Benefit Program. We understand that there are communities throughout our great country that are in need of infrastructure dollars, and we are providing those infrastructure dollars, not 5, 6, 7 years from now, but in this fiscal year, Mr. Speaker.
We know and appreciate by investing in Canada today that it's going to make a world of a difference going forward. And we have had independent stakeholders that have been very clear on the fact that this is indeed a progressive budget, that it will allow for the Canadian economy to grow. Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that I've always been very passionate on is the issue of health care. Within this budget document, we have seen a commitment to a health care accord. That's something in which the last time we had one that was signed off and working with the provinces was back in 2004. Expired in 2014. The government then did absolutely nothing. But once again, we have seen a government demonstrate that it believes in a health care accord, and the Minister of Health is progressively or proactively working with the provincial counterparts to see if, in fact, we can come up with something going forward. We have had a substantial commitment going forward in terms of palliative care. In the last couple of days, we've had a great deal of debate about palliative care. Well, one of the ways in which you can ensure that there is good quality palliative care being delivered in all regions of the country is you have to work with the provinces. I was a healthcare critic many years ago in the province of Manitoba. You have to recognize that if you're going to deliver a program, one of the best ways of doing that is actually by working with the different stakeholders, and that means the provinces. We've given a $3 billion commitment going forward dealing with palliative care, Mr. Speaker, recognizing that it is an important issue, and it goes beyond just palliative care. Take a look at the costs of medicine. Take a look at home care services. As Liberals, we believe in our health care system. We believe that the federal government does have a role to play, Mr. Speaker. And we will work with the different stakeholders to try to continue to push forward a health care system in which Canadians will continue to be proud of. I always find it interesting when I ask constituents and others, what makes them feel so good about being Canadian. And you'll quite often, Mr. Speaker, you will find that they will respond by saying that we love our health care system. And we genuinely, when we look at health care, we want to develop this social program because it is the right thing to do. With less than a minute, Mr. Speaker, there's so much more that one could talk about. The first thing, well, if you give me leave, I'll be happy to. But, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, we're giving substantial increases to our seniors, in particular, the guaranteed annual income. Imagine being a single senior living at a fairly low level. What you're getting is somewhere in the neighborhood of about a $900 increase through this budget, Mr. Speaker. A $900 increase. That is a substantial amount of money for a senior that's on a fixed income, Mr. Speaker. I guess I've ran out of time. Do I ask for leave, Mr. Speaker?
Unfortunately, the honourable member doesn't have the right to give you more time. Questions and answers. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Speaker, prior to coming here, I was a small business owner, working day and night with my husband, employing 4 other people, working very hard as a small business owner in Canada. And as we know, small business is a huge economic driver in this country. And the way that we do that is being able to invest in our businesses. I know that the individual across the way indicated that his people that are small business owners in his riding are happy. I just need to quote the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses' responses to your budget. In reacting to the 2016 federal budget presented today, the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses is deeply troubled that the federal government broke an election commitment. and that was in regards, I won't read them all, corporate tax rate promise, giant deficits with no exit plan, commitment to expand CPP, QP payroll hikes, youth employment hiring credit canceled. It does not sound to me like small businesses in Canada are happy. However, I would like to ask the member across if he would be willing to give me the names of those businesses in his riding. I would be really pleased to get a balanced approach to this situation.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government of the House.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would invite the member to come out to Winnipeg North and we can go and visit some small businesses together. Just give me a call and we'll see what we can make in terms of connection. What I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, is I used to be a store manager. And when I was thinking in terms of from a store manager's perspective with the number of employees, the most important thing that I wanted is I wanted to see customers walking into my store. Because I knew if customers were walking into the store that they were buying products. And if they were buying products, that meant that I would needed people to put that product on shelves. And if you take a look in terms of the hundreds of millions of dollars that we are giving in terms of disposable income, what's going to happen is you're going to have a healthier middle class going to stores like I used to manage, to restaurants and many other small businesses in every region of the country wanting to purchase things, whether it's a goods, whether it's a service, Mr. Speaker, and that's what's healthy for Canada and the economy. And I'll suggest to you that that's what small businesses really want. They want more business. And this budget is going to deliver more business to businesses in every region of our country.
We'll have to break when we resume debate on this bill. The honourable member for Winnipeg North will have 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, and they can resume the questions can be resumed then. It being 5:43, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Député, consideration of motion M45 on infrastructure investments in the name of Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore, seconded by Mr. Amos, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should ensure that before making decisions on infrastructure funding proposals where federal funding exceeds $500,000, an analysis of their impact on greenhouse gas emissions is considered, and B, where appropriate funding priority be given to proposals which help to mitigate the impact of climate change. Debate, the honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a distinct honour to rise in the chamber today to introduce my private member's motion M45. And I'd like to begin by thanking my seconder, the honourable member from Pontiac, and all of my other honourable colleagues in all corners of the House who have agreed to sign on and second this motion. As one of Canada's primary coastal cities, my riding of Halifax stands on the front lines in the battle against climate change. The impact of greenhouse gas emissions, if not curbed, will have serious repercussions for Halifax, for Nova Scotia, and all of the communities that we so love. Mr. Speaker, a decade ago, the three orders of government and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities jointly funded a study called Climate Smart, a climate risk management strategy for Halifax, that painted a very sobering picture of my city if climate change is not addressed. Here's some of what that picture looks like. Halifax's status and viability as a great Canadian port city, a key economic driver in my riding, in my province, and in the east coast of Canada, will be put at risk as changes in ice patterns jeopardize year-round shipping to Halifax through the Northwest Passage. Our port infrastructure will be damaged, at times irreversibly. Our local economy, and therefore the national economy, will suffer. Sea level rise will threaten the quality and quantity of our drinking water, and the existing strain on our healthcare system will intensify as injuries from extreme weather events increase in number and high humidity leads to higher frequency of respiratory ailments like asthma and allergies. Climate change will harm marine habitat as well, and by extension the commercial viability of some of our most critical fish stocks like salmon and cod. This in a province where the fishery accounts for 10% of our GDP. Transportation infrastructure found mostly along the coast will quickly deteriorate, and increased costs for road and rail maintenance will become a larger and larger strain on public resources. Mr. Speaker, this is the potential story of climate change in Halifax, but the implications of uncurbed greenhouse gas emissions are equally dire right across Canada, where we are surrounded by more than 200,000 kilometres of coastline where many upon many communities and cities lie. And the impacts don't stop at our borders. In January of this year, the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, a federal department roughly the equivalent of our own Department of Infrastructure and Communities, announced grants totaling $1 billion in 13 states to help communities in dire need address climate change. And one of those grants is for something new, but it's also something that we're going to be hearing more and more about in the months and years ahead. It's a grant to pay for the resettlement of the United States' first climate refugees from the inundated shores of Louisiana. And Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about some far-off land. We're talking about government-funded relocation of climate refugees right here on this landmass that we share with the United States. Of this, the New York Times wrote earlier this week, around the globe, governments are confronting the reality that as human-caused climate change warms the planet, rising sea levels, stronger storms, increased flooding, harsher droughts, and dwindling fresh water supplies could drive the world's most vulnerable populations from their homes. And just last week, Sally Jewell, the U.S. Secretary of the Interior and a former Mobil Oil executive, said, while visiting right here in Ottawa, these changes are underway, they are rapid, and we're going to have climate refugees. And Mr. Speaker, to bring it back home, we're told that a 2 degrees Celsius in mean global temperature increase could mean that Nova Scotia becomes an island. That's the same 2 degrees that the Paris Climate Accord sets out to limit us to. Just imagine the costs to government of having to extend a lifeline to the island of Nova Scotia. Well, we can avoid those terrible human and financial costs, but we need to act now to protect our environment, to protect our communities, and to build a resilient Canada that is prepared to adapt to the climate change that is already well underway. Mr. Speaker, I come to this House from a 20-year career as a city planner. It's a career that has been dedicated to building livable, sustainable, and resilient communities in various urban, rural, and suburban locales across Canada and the northeastern United States, but primarily, and for the last 11 years, in my hometown of Halifax. I'm proud to have been a co-founder and founding vice president of a national organism called the Council for Canadian Urbanism. The Council for Canadian Urbanism, or CANU, was created 10 years ago by city planners, urban designers, and architects from private, public, and academic practice from across Canada. And in 2013, in an historic moment, these city builders met from across the country in Halifax to ratify and sign the Charter for Canadian Urbanism, a copy of which hangs in my office proudly both here and at home in Halifax. The Charter is instructive in many ways for the members of this House, and today I would like to read this relevant excerpt. Canada's cities and communities urgently require a more progressive and creative approach in order to become sustainable and more successful, healthy, livable, and resilient. Implementing a better Canadian urbanism is key to addressing our most critical challenges, including climate change, ecological integrity, economic health and global competitiveness, energy resiliency, affordability and homelessness, public health, and social inclusiveness. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the way we build our communities, the kind of infrastructure that we deploy, and how we make infrastructure funding decisions will in large measure determine how we face and whether we win or lose the battle against climate change. And that, Mr. Speaker, brings me to my private member's motion, M45. Quite simply, M45 is a motion that proposes that greenhouse gas emission analyses be undertaken for infrastructure projects seeking federal funding, and, where appropriate, prioritizes funding for those that mitigate the impacts of climate change. If passed, I believe the positive impacts of M45 will be profound and numerous, and I'd like to use my time today to talk about just 4 of them. First, Mr. Speaker, is the way in which it will increase government's capacity to make evidence-based decisions. Canadians expect us to ensure decisions are based on science, facts, and evidence, as written in the Prime Minister's mandate letter to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. To this end, we must increase data collection capacity, a directive in the Prime Minister's mandate letter to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities. M45 furthers both of those goals. The scientific evidence makes it clear. We must reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and by having important data on GHG profiles of infrastructure proposals, as M45 would require, our government would have the science and the facts and the evidence to make better informed decisions when making infrastructure funding choices. That's a win for evidence-based decision-making, and that's a win for the environment. Second, Mr. Speaker, is the way in which M45 will help grow a strong economy while protecting the environment. Since the start of this 42nd Parliament and the speech from the throne, our government has recognized that a clean environment and a strong economy go hand in hand. We cannot have one without the other. Protecting the environment and growing the economy are not incompatible goals. In fact, our future success demands that we do both. Because infrastructure spending represents a critical piece of our government's plan to grow the economy, we must ensure that the environmental impact of projects is a key consideration in the rollout of this historic investment program. The onus is on us, here in this chamber, to heed the call for environmentally responsible infrastructure spending, not only because it's the best hope at adapting to and combating climate change, but also because projects with lower greenhouse gas emissions are more cost efficient. They make use of renewable resources, and with current technologies moving away from carbon-based energy, they will last longer into the future. In contrast, infrastructure projects with high greenhouse gas emissions and a lack of climate change resiliency further increase the many costs we know to be associated with the impacts of climate change. Mr. Speaker, our investment in infrastructure is an investment in the future. By investing in a way that also contributes to mitigating and adapting to climate change, we have the ability to significantly amplify the outcomes of that tremendous investment. Simply put, when we invest taxpayer dollars intentionally and intelligently, we enhance our longevity and resilience. And this is not just environmental resilience, but it's economic resilience too. It helps to build an economy that works for the future, and that is what Canadians want. The third impact of M45, Mr. Speaker, is the way in which the motion will foster environmental consciousness in government. If passed, my private member's motion will contribute to a government that keeps environmental costs and consequences in mind for all decisions. That's a government that recognizes infrastructure spending decisions can no longer be made based solely on a short-term bottom line. Projects must not only be shovel-ready, they must be shovel-appropriate. And for that reason, we must consider whether the infrastructure investments we are making today might have future risks that outweigh their immediate benefits. It was only this past January that the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and the Minister of Natural Resources announced a set of 5 interim principles for major projects designed to restore trust in the environmental assessment process. Among these principles was a commitment to assess their direct and upstream greenhouse gas emissions of major projects. These interim principles represent a return of a government that takes climate change seriously, and M45 is a natural complement to and accelerator of this effort. The fourth positive impact of M45, and the last that I'll address today, Mr. Speaker, is the way in which the motion will assist us in fulfilling our international commitments. It was only recently that the Prime Minister signed the Paris Climate Agreement, thereby agreeing to take domestic measures as soon as possible to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in an effort to keep the global temperature from rising more than 2 degrees Celsius. To contribute to this effort and regain Canada's environmental credibility in the world, we must consider the environmental impact of our government's historic infrastructure spending program. This is both an opportunity and a responsibility when it comes to our international standing and the global response to climate change. Mr. Speaker, in the same way that greenhouse gas emissions transcend the boundaries of the places where they originate, so too would the benefits of greener infrastructure. If we prioritize greenhouse gas reductions in our infrastructure spending, the positive benefits of that extend across the country from our bustling urban centres to our beautiful rural communities to our beloved national parks and, yes, even beyond our country's borders. M45 will position Canada to be an active and respected global partner in the worldwide fight against climate change. Mr. Speaker, at the outset of my remarks today, I painted a bleak picture of my riding, Halifax, a picture of what could happen to my beloved city if meaningful action is not taken to reduce GHGs. But there's another possibility. It's a future for Halifax where air and water are clean, where we consciously mitigate against climate change with every decision we make, where the infrastructure we build is resilient against climate change and sea level rise, where we live in healthy, walkable, and vibrant communities, and where looking after the environment is the surest way to ensure sustainable economic prosperity. That's the future that I'm working for as the Member of Parliament for Halifax, for my community and for all Canadian communities. I must applaud the environmental organizations in my city for their work calling on government to address climate change, organizations like the Ecology Action Centre, the Dalhousie University Sustainability Office, the Citizens Climate Lobby, NSPIRG working groups, the Canadian Climate Youth Coalition, and Sierra Club Atlantic, to name just a few. As well, Mr. Speaker, numerous clean tech and green tech entrepreneurs in Halifax like Carbon Cure, like Green Power Labs, Light Sail Energy, Sabre Tech Biofuels, and Scotian Windfields. And there are so many more. I'm very proud to heed the call today of those climate leaders. And I'm so proud, Mr. Speaker, of this government and this cabinet for putting a stake in the ground to say that Canada is back as a global climate change champion. The work of Prime Minister and many others in Paris and around the world has made us proud. But moreover, they have provided hope for the future, for our children and for our children's children. And that has made us grateful. Mr. Speaker, I know that some might worry that the environmental assessment process, like the one I propose, is too ambitious. But I ask them to remember that there was once a time when Canada's environmental assessment process was rigorous and respected. In the decades since then, we've lost time, but it isn't too late to make up for lost ground. It's more important now than ever before to take decisive and meaningful action to combat climate change. I believe my motion represents that opportunity. Mr. Speaker, if agreed to, M45 will send a clear message to Canadians. Your government is committed to building a Canada you can be proud of and one that you'll feel confident leaving to your children. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker, and I commend the member on his speech, and I know his motives are pure here. However, I did want to highlight the fact that his Prime Minister has actually made a clear commitment to a new era of cooperative federalism. And as the member will know, there are somewhere in the order of 4,000 municipalities across the country who will be implicated with this decision. There are 13 provinces and territories across the country. And so before one would embark upon a motion like this, which has such significant implications for municipalities and the provinces, one would think that the member would have consulted with all of those organizations. So there is a preeminent association across Canada that reflects and represents most of Canada's municipalities. It's the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. I would like to ask the member, has he actually consulted with the FCM? Does he have their written support of his motion, given how significant the impact will be on municipalities? And has he also consulted with the provinces and territories and secured their support for this motion?
The honourable member for Halifax.
I'd like to thank the member for the question and respond by saying that this kind of motion is nothing new for the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, nor to provincial governments, nor to municipalities. In fact, 10 years ago, the then Liberal government created a program called the Integrated Community Sustainability Plan program, which linked gas tax funding for municipalities for the requirement that municipalities create a sustainability plan, an integrated sustainability plan, referred to in many cities, including my own, as a regional plan, sometimes for 20 years, sometimes for 30 years. Those went away for a while, and unfortunately now Canada is lagging behind in the climate change fight. These groups that we're discussing, FCM and local communities, are very familiar with this kind of approach of accounting for carbon, and I believe are looking forward to this. And over the course of the summer, I will be gaining those recommendations. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my friend from Halifax for introducing this motion. I think the answer to my Conservative colleague who asked the question earlier was no, but we never sacrifice the good while seeking the perfect. It's always exciting to introduce a motion, especially one that can help us deal with an issue that has long been ignored or neglected in this country by successive governments who have not even, in some cases, attempted to meet our climate change obligations and promises that we've made. Part of the history, I think, is important of this, Mr. Speaker, that prior to 2009, all federal investments had to receive an environmental analysis, of what their impact would be. The Bill C-10 was promoted by the then Conservatives and supported by Liberals, removed that to $10 million, and then it was gone entirely. So restoring back to this idea, my question is twofold. One, I don't look at the motion now and understand what the analysis would mean, that GHGs would be analyzed or assessed. And I don't see any prioritization of projects that actually have a lower GHG impact. Is this something that my friend is contemplating, to promote up the projects that actually have greater environmental benefit than another, if two are of somewhat comparison size. And if it's good for environmental assessment to do on federal infrastructure projects, would it also be good to have a transparent analysis on all resource projects that the federal government assesses, so that Canadians could understand what the GHG impacts would be both upstream and downstream?
The honourable member for Halifax.
I thank the member opposite for the question and for the history there. It's very interesting. Yeah, so embedded in the motion is this idea that there would be some prioritization of infrastructure projects that do help to achieve our country's greenhouse gas reduction goals. A motion like this, rather, is going to have an implementation plan, and that's the kind of detail that we're going to sort out in the implementation plan. But I would take this opportunity to make one thing clear. There are projects in this country, like roads and bridges and such, that are critically important to the prosperity and even the safety and health of our communities. And this motion is not about saying no to funding those, but it is saying we should understand what the carbon profile is, what the GHG profile is. We should account for those, because how else can we responsibly try to achieve our GHG reduction goals that we've committed to internationally? Further, there's also a low threshold in there for municipalities that may be proposing small projects of inconsequential carbon load, and particularly those small municipalities may not have the resources to conduct a full-blown analysis on the carbon profile. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Surrey White Rocks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to speak to this private member's motion today. Canadian communities across the country are looking for a clear, defined infrastructure plan from their federal government. And currently, there are many mixed messages coming from this government on infrastructure funding, and even more uncertainty as to when municipalities will actually see this funding. Now, this motion from the member from Halifax does nothing but cast further uncertainty on the future of infrastructure in Canada. Mr. Speaker, let me start by first addressing the beginning portion of this motion. And I would like to first say that we are all concerned with greenhouse gases. We are all looking forward to the plan from the Minister on climate change. And one of the things that this government did was implement in 2009 the Green Infrastructure Fund. So I think we're all on the same page there, but I think we have to drill down just a little bit further. And as part of the phase one of the Liberal infrastructure spending, the Minister of Infrastructure's top priorities for the next 3 years were road repair, rehabilitation, and maintenance. But, Mr. Speaker, with this motion, phase one of this plan will not be able to proceed. Now, placing mandatory GHG emission screens on municipalities will do nothing to speed up the infrastructure funding approvals nor the construction. Now, that's something that the Liberal government claims is a top priority for them, and certainly a top priority for many of us. But instead, this motion will place an extra burden on small and rural communities across Canada. Now, these communities now will have to find additional funds to go through this process. And furthermore, many Canadian municipalities already have their own environmental screens in place. And the FCM released a report, and it was released early in 2016. And over 90% of the surveyed Canadian municipalities either already had or were developing policies and plans to mitigate climate change and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And the additional screening required by this motion will now mean that municipalities will have to spend more taxpayers' money on something that they're already doing, and before their projects are even approved. So this does not take into consideration the administration costs that would potentially be burdened upon communities. But what is even more troubling about this specific motion, Mr. Speaker, is the second portion. Now, this states that projects that mitigate climate change will be chosen over other infrastructure projects. And this is contrary to the Liberals' own policy, and it directly contradicts the Minister of Infrastructure's own priorities, as I stated, of road repairs, maintenance, and rehabilitation. That is a priority over the next 3 years. This would mean that Canadian cities would not and could not build new roads, bridges, or upgrade any highways. And roads like was spoken about by a member earlier, to get to isolated communities, the East Side Road to connect those people in rural communities. Now, these projects are vital to the Canadian economy, but they would not meet the definition of mitigating climate change. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I would be curious to find out how this motion fits in with the larger context of the Liberals' Pan-Canadian National Climate Change Framework, of which we hope to see the details of. And we don't know if this motion is a piece of that plan or it's not a piece of that plan. So, Mr. Speaker, this private member's motion is really counter to what is being put forward by the Minister of Infrastructure, and also in supporting the vital trade corridors between provinces and, in fact, between Canada and the United States. I mean, we're talking about bridges. And I think this motion jeopardizes those road repairs, buildings, and it will certainly impact, as I stated earlier, small and rural communities and their access to trying to get their share of infrastructure funding. Now, there's no doubt in anybody's mind that we need to be protecting our environment, and that is critical for this generation, for future generations. But we also have to have the responsibility to ensure that we have a strong economy, we are creating jobs, and we are building those trade corridors. And we also need to make sure that we have fiscal prudence, responsibility in spending, and really well thought out public policy. And with the massive amount of debt that is projected to be added to Canada's debt load, passing this motion, I feel, would just add to that. We need a comprehensive plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. There's no doubt about that. We are patiently awaiting the Pan-Canadian National Climate Change Plan from the Minister of the Environment, and I do believe that this would be in some form within that context. But again, I'm not sure if it's isolated or part of it. That was unclear. So as it stands right now, Mr. Speaker, I will not be supporting this bill.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in this place and attempt as I can to speak on behalf of the people of northwestern British Columbia, beautiful Skeena Bulkley Valley, and in particular when talking about climate change. For us, the realities and impacts of climate change are an incredibly intimate and real phenomena. It's not some esoteric exercise. It's not some group of academics thinking and musing about graphs and parts per million. It's real, and it's in the forests that we live around and generate our economy from. It's in the oceans and the rivers that provide us with sustenance and other forms of work. And over the last number of years, we've been raising the call many times. We've seen the pine beetle infestation across northern British Columbia that's then gone into Alberta and unfortunately into other provinces and other forests to an enormously devastating effect. We've also seen the impact of forest fires that have come at times that have never been seen before, with an intensity unlike fires that we were used to in the past. And we've had to grapple with what this means and what these changes mean. For our colleagues who represent the far north, the changes have been even more dramatic, more impactful on their lives, particularly for those who gain sustenance and a livelihood from the natural environment. And while this is an issue that connects all of us, I think it touches us in different ways. And so legitimate and real action after so many years of disappointment on the issue of climate change is welcome. And of course, we'll be supporting this. We have some recommendations for improvement that I think the member from Halifax should welcome, simply because they put a little bit more specificity to what it is that I think he's trying to achieve, put a little more teeth into this. The debate, for those that don't follow this, and why would you, the difference between motions and bills is quite significant in what their impact is. A motion is a call upon government to do such a thing, and a bill changes law. It brings in with it the strength and bearance of law. So, but a motion is quicker. So there is some advantage because it doesn't have to proceed through so many stages like a bill does. And these are the choices each of us make when introducing private members' legislation. I referred to it earlier, and the history on this particular question of how we build things, how we fund things as a federal government, and that connection to the environment and to climate change has been a bit of an unfortunate one. There was a bill introduced a number of years ago, back in 2009, in fact, a Bill C-10, and it was a minority parliament, and I can remember the then Prime Minister threatening the then official opposition that if they defeated any bill, that was a confidence bill. They started very early on to attach the notion of confidence to virtually every piece of legislation. They never fully confirmed it, but they hinted at it. And that hint was enough for the now Foreign Affairs Minister, who was then leader, to blink more than 140 or 50 times to vote with the then governing party and pass legislation. And one of the bills, unfortunately, that got passed with the Conservatives and the Liberals playing the sidecar role was this Bill C-10. And what it had done up until that point, every time the government funded anything, any infrastructure project, anything, it had some kind of an environmental analysis, a lens that we passed through in order to understand what the impacts would be on the environment. Seemed logical. It was 2009, after all. We're a modern country. We're a very thoughtful country. Bill C-10 went in and said, well, it's so bothersome, it's so quarrelsome to ask these annoying questions about what impact a bridge or a road might have, or funding a new thing here or there or anywhere. And so they stripped it down and then eventually tossed it completely out, which was unfortunate. So this motion attempts to put some of that back together. We'd have some other suggestions around bills like C-51 and some other more than just dalliances that the previous government rammed through that we would like to pull back and restore some sanity to Canadian law again. But this is a start, and that's important to start somewhere. I do believe that this government has a strong and clear mandate to take significant action when it comes to climate change. I think the so-called debate that went on was so reminiscent of those debates that my friends will remember from the 70s and 80s and 90s about smoking, where there was a debate about whether smoking caused cancer. And there was just enough scientists willing to sell out their souls to say, well, it's in doubt. Maybe smoking doesn't actually affect our health, and maybe secondhand smoke isn't so bad either, and on and on and on it went, and delayed action. That exact same strategy was taken out to great effect by Exxon and large companies. It's now been revealed just in the last couple of weeks that since the late 70s, Exxon knew clearly that the burning of fossil fuels contributed to climate change, and climate change was an issue and a problem, and actually threatened some of their facilities, as it turned out, and that's why they were so concerned with sea level rise and all these big impactful storms. So all that's going on. The dance of deniability went on a long time, and so true, not just in industry, but it was true within governments, because it's a hard thing to get at. It's a hard thing to actually look at and address. And so when we look to this particular piece of legislation, we say, all right, so there's going to be some analysis applied. There's going to be some understanding, or an attempted understanding, of what the greenhouse gas impact is going to be when the federal government writes a check. When Canadian taxpayers pay for something, what is the impact on this other question? Not just the question of, are we putting some people to work? Is it good infrastructure for our economy? Those are all very important questions. So too, if you look at sustainable development, you need that second and third pillar. Is it socially sustainable? Is it good for people? I know, radical notion that is. And that third one, that environment leg that you need to stick on the stool there to say, does it irreparably continue to harm our planet? I know, another radical notion. So here we go. The government's going to pass through this lens. One of the questions, and this is where we'll be looking to get a bit more specific with my friend, is to suggest that an analysis is fine, But what does it mean? Does it mean that a project, if it exceeds a certain amount of greenhouse gases, will not be funded? Does it mean that a project that mitigates and reduces greenhouse gases in its construction and implementation greatly is promoted up the chain ahead of other projects? And who does need to know this? And I will say this about my Conservative colleagues. They never miss an opportunity to shoot down an effort when dealing with climate change. But they also asked, I think, an important question earlier, which is our municipalities. And all those people that write the funding proposals, our regional districts and our mayors and councils who put the proposals together are going to want to know what this motion does to their proposal. And I think that's a very fair question. Because councils can only fund so much, they can only ask for so much, they can only do so much. If this motion then says everything that mitigates or reduces greenhouse gas emissions will rocket to the top, or if there's a limit, a per tonnage limit, you can only emit so many tons of greenhouse gases in your project per dollar spent. Some sort of transparent, open calculus so that people can understand who are actually trying to build these things, that would be very helpful. Because similarly, the Environment Minister and Natural Resource Minister attempted to bring clarity to the natural resource sector and unfortunately sowed a whole bunch of confusion around this same topic. And this was a curiosity for me to see infrastructure but not resource, because when you look at Canada's profile of emissions, the lion's share comes from transportation, it comes from resource extraction. Those are the big ones that you got to deal with, and governments have sometimes even tried. But when talking about the resource sector, the Liberals came out and said, we're the champs, we're going to now consider greenhouse gas emissions when looking at mines and pipelines and all of that. And our first question, as was the question of industry and from environment groups and First Nations, was, great that you're going to consider it. How are you going to consider it? Is it the first priority? Is it second? Is there a greenhouse gas limit to every project? Is there not? And for industry, who's looking to invest billions of dollars in this or that, they would like to know. Environment groups and environmentally thoughtful Canadians would also like to know, and I think these are fair questions. Yet all we have is vagueness, and when you have vagueness, you allow people to feel a bit uncertain and a bit worried about things. And this is why we, as New Democrats, have pressed time and time again, our leader from Outremont has pressed time and time again to say the government went to Paris, urged the world to go to 1.5 degrees below pre-industrial levels of greenhouse gas emissions. The world congratulated them. We then asked, what's Canada's target? And I was in Paris and asked the government officials, did you do any analysis of what that 1.5 degree meant? How would you translate that into a target for Canada? And the shocking answer was no. We made the 1.5 degree commitment, but we didn't analyze what it meant. And I had this Kyoto flashback where I thought, wait, I've seen this movie somewhere before, where the government goes out and makes a bold pronouncement to the world and says Canada's there or back or coming again or some other catchy phrase. And then when we say, what analysis, how are you going to do this big thing? Government says we're going to get to that later. Well, we still have hope. We're hopeful people over here. New Democrats are ultimately wanting good things to happen. As we wish for ourselves, we wish for others. And we want the government to actually succeed on this one, because guess what? It does matter to our kids and their generations to follow. So in this, Mr. Speaker, the motion moves us a little ways down the road a bit. So we'll be supporting it and looking for so much more brighter things and bigger things coming from the government. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to rise in the House to speak to motion M45 concerning infrastructure investments and climate changes proposed by my colleague, the member from Halifax. Let me begin by saying that the objective of the motion, to achieve concrete outcomes for our climate through infrastructure investments, is a critically important one for the government. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, implementing measures outlined in my colleague's motion represent a significant opportunity for our government. Ensuring that an analysis of GHG impacts of relevant infrastructure investments is undertaken, considered, and factored into investment decision-making is a way for our government to concretely advance mandate priorities on clean growth and climate change. Mr. Speaker, the link between climate change and infrastructure has been made repeatedly by our government. For instance, the relationship was referenced in our election platform, in mandate letters to both the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, as well as to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities. and most recently in Budget 2016. That budget stated that Phase 2 of our government's infrastructure plan will go hand in hand with the transition to a low-carbon economy. Infrastructure was also identified as an early action under the Vancouver Declaration on Clean Growth and Climate Change, agreed to by the Prime Minister and Premiers a few months ago. The significance of the declaration cannot be understated, Mr. Speaker. The declaration charts a course for collaborative efforts to develop a comprehensive national climate change plan that responds to international commitments Canada made under the Paris Agreement, an agreement the Prime Minister and many other world leaders signed recently in New York. Federal, provincial, territorial working groups have been established to identify specific actions to grow Canada's economy while reducing greenhouse gas emissions and adapting to climate change. These working groups will develop reports identifying options for action in 4 areas. First, clean technology, innovation, and jobs. Second, carbon pricing mechanisms. Third, specific mitigation opportunities. And fourth, adaptation and climate resilience. These reports will help inform the development of a national approach to climate change and clean growth, which First Ministers are to finalize this fall. Infrastructure investments are likely to feature in the options identified in these reports. Mr. Speaker, there are many ways that infrastructure can advance Canada's climate change objectives. In terms of climate change adaptation, infrastructure that is designed, built, and operated with the existing and projected impacts of a changing climate can help in enhancing Canada's overall resilience. For instance, infrastructure that accounts for and is better able to withstand the impact of extreme weather events helps to address vulnerabilities and better protect communities from the impacts of climate change. In terms of climate change mitigation, which is the focus of the motion, infrastructure can also play an important role. Mr. Speaker, the construction and operation of infrastructure assets often has a direct implication for GHG emissions. Much of Canada's public infrastructure is comprised of assets with long lifespans that can lock in emission levels. Ensuring the analysis of GHG is undertaken and considered in specific cases could help avoid locking in higher levels of emissions. For instance, climate change mitigation efforts can be supported by making investments in our built environment that reflect the latest standards in energy efficiency. Whether it's new construction or retrofits of existing stock, investments in buildings that meet stringent energy efficiency standards will reduce greenhouse gas emissions, lower heating and cooling costs, and create jobs. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, infrastructure investments can also help to address barriers to reducing emissions in key sectors of our economy. For instance, strategic investments in electricity transmission infrastructure could bring increasing shares of lower and non-emitting sources of electricity to jurisdictions that have higher emitting sources. Investments in innovative storage infrastructure could also increase shares of non-emitting but intermittent forms of electricity in Canada's grid, like wind and solar. To use another example, investments in alternative, lower-emitting fuel infrastructure and infrastructure for electric vehicles could support the increased uptake of lower and non-emitting forms of transportation, particularly along key travel corridors. Mr. Speaker, these examples demonstrate that applying GHG impact analysis to infrastructure projects can concretely help to advance the government's commitment on climate change. Nonetheless, GHG impact analysis is not suited to all infrastructure investments equally. Currently, the threshold of the motion is broad and would apply GHG impact analysis to all legacy infrastructure funding and investments, as well as investments under Phase 1 of the government's infrastructure plan, including many initiatives that don't have meaningful climate change implications. For instance, this analysis would not be relevant for service-based infrastructure investments in initiatives like early learning and childcare. It would also not be relevant for projects where GHG impacts are minimal and, for instance, only associated with the construction phase of the project. These GHG impacts are marginal relative to Canada's overall emissions profile, and subjecting these types of initiatives to additional reviews will run counter to the efforts to streamline the infrastructure approval processes which our government has committed to doing. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, it may be appropriate to focus the application of the motion to areas relevant to consideration of GHG impacts. Options to focus the application of the motion could be explored with provinces, territories, municipalities, and other partners in the course of planned engagement on the development approach for Phase 2 of our infrastructure plan. As owners and operators of large portions of public infrastructure across Canada, other levels of government must be invited to help shape how best to implement the next phase of investments. Phase 2 of our government's infrastructure plan is meant to transition Canada towards a low-carbon economy, and implementing M45 will help ensure that the government's future infrastructure investments support this transition. Moving Canada towards a cleaner, lower carbon, climate resilient economy and society will require a significant level of effort from all levels of government, as well as from individual Canadians. As a result, we'll need to leverage all the tools available to us. Infrastructure will be a central part of that. Implementing M45 will help ensure federal infrastructure investments are deployed to advance work under the Vancouver Declaration, as well as Canada's international commitments under the Paris Agreement. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, it will also help to begin factoring climate change considerations into infrastructure investment decision-making as part of the normal course of business going forward. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member from Halifax for bringing forward this important motion for our consideration. However, to give the government greater flexibility with regard to the implementation of M45, I am proposing the following amendment. Whoa. Sorry, somebody wrote too small. That the motion be amended by replacing all of the words after the words funding proposals with the following. An analysis of the impact on greenhouse gas emissions is undertaken for those projects exceeding an appropriate threshold to be established in an implementation plan. B, where appropriate, funding priority be given to proposals which help to mitigate the impacts of climate change. And C, that an implementation plan be developed. Seconded by the member from Whitby. I vote in support of the amended motion, given the significant opportunity it represents for the government to advance Canada's clean growth and climate change agenda. I would also like to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak to this motion. Thank you.
It is my duty to inform honourable members that, pursuant to Standing Order 93.3, no amendment may be proposed to a private member's motion or the motion for second reading of a private member's bill unless the sponsor of the item indicates his or her consent. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Halifax if he consents to this amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I consent.
Very good. Resuming debate. Hang on. Oops, sorry. Wait, actually, one moment. Parliamentary, she's not the only one getting notes passed to them at the last second. Let's see. By Ms. Rudd, seconded by Ms. Cesar Chavan, that the motion, I'll read the motion now, that the motion be amended by replacing all the words after the word funding proposals with the following. An analysis of their impact on greenhouse gas emissions is undertaken for those projects exceeding an appropriate threshold to be established in an implementation plan where appropriate funding priority be given to proposals which help to mitigate the impacts of climate change, and C, that an implementation plan be developed. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to engage in this debate. I wanted to begin my comments by just framing what this is all about, what the motion is all about, because we have viewers, we've got other MPs in this House. Really, the motion does two things. Firstly, it calls upon the federal government to impose a full greenhouse gas emission impact study for every single federally funded infrastructure project over the value of $500,000. And secondly, it calls upon the federal government to give priority to infrastructure proposals which specifically mitigate greenhouse gas emissions, notwithstanding the clearly expressed preferences of municipalities or provincial governments. Now, I don't question the motive behind this motion. It has to do with ensuring governments at all levels exercise wise environmental stewardship. We can all agree on that. Sadly, the wording of this motion is reflective of how Liberal governments can't resist the urge to overreach and increase red tape by interfering in the affairs of cash-strapped local and provincial governments and in the lives of ordinary Canadians. What this motion is about is essentially a big government solution for a perceived local government challenge. And essentially, when you talk about big government, you're talking about big cost. And who bears the cost of this? Well, that's where my criticisms are focused. Firstly, these additional costs for municipalities will be imposed without guaranteeing any value for the money that is spent. Secondly, the decisions on local infrastructure priorities will no longer be made exclusively on the merits of the projects and the needs of local communities. And thirdly, what this motion really does, if the government follows through on it, it indirectly intrudes on provincial and municipal jurisdiction. Why do I say that? Most of these projects will be cost-shared, either 50-50 between the federal government and the municipality or the provincial government, or a tripartite funding agreement, one-third, one-third, one-third. So most of these projects will be actually funded one-third, 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 with the federal government only contributing one-third of the cost and yet imposing upon municipalities the requirement to embark upon a very expensive greenhouse gas emission assessment process. Now, the large majority of these projects, of course, are going to take place in the 4,000 municipalities across this country. And I asked a question earlier of the sponsor of this bill, had he actually consulted with those municipalities and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities? He didn't actually give me a straight answer, but it was pretty clear the answer was a big, resounding no. Same thing with the provinces and territories. Were they consulted? It appears that they weren't. And yet, who bears the expense and cost of this? It's going to be the provinces, territories, and the municipalities across Canada. Because we talked about partnerships, I can talk a little bit about Abbotsford, the city I represent. You know, we have a recently completed project funded under our previous Conservative government, the Mill Lake Spray Park, a small project, doesn't have serious greenhouse gas emission impacts. But you know what? That project would be captured by this motion, would have to go through this expensive review process. And we're talking about not only upstream, but downstream greenhouse gas emission impacts. This is horrifically expensive. We're talking about a significant amount of research that has to be done. We're talking about a lot of time spent on putting together the information to make this assessment and tremendous costs to local communities. And we have to understand that the priority setting that takes place for these projects and the design and engineering and the costing and all of the other fundamental work on these projects is done at the local level. They'll be the ones who have to pay the cost for this ill-advised motion. Now, these requirements capture most of the infrastructure projects that will be built by municipalities across Canada. Now, as I'm a former city councillor, I spent 9 years as a city councillor as well as 5 years on local school board. I've become keenly sensitive of the pressures that municipalities face. They are stretched to the max. Many of them no longer have any ability to raise tax revenues to meet the demands of their residents. In fact, this all goes back to the 13 long, dark years of the former Liberal government under Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin. And what did they do? After years of accumulating national debt, they realized there was a problem. But instead of making the tough decisions, controlling spending as we as a Conservative government did, and controlling the growth of government, what did they do? They looked for an easy target. That easy target was the provinces and territories. So they downloaded billions of dollars, somewhere around $20 billion a year, of federal government transfers, which were intended to support the provinces in providing health care, social services, education. So the provinces were left with this crater in their budgets, and what did they in turn do? They looked for the next target, which was municipalities. I remember in 1 year alone, we had approximately $3 million of cutbacks of provincial transfers dumped on us as a municipality in Abbotsford. I mean, the impact was so significant, and many municipalities across the country have yet to recover from that. In fact, our former Conservative government tried to address that. We actually went out of our way to double the amount of gas tax funding for municipalities. And on top of that, we made that gas tax program permanent to try to help our municipalities grapple with these demands for services, but a declining tax base. So, Mr. Speaker, you can see where this all comes down to. And I asked about whether the sponsor had actually consulted with our municipalities across the country. It's pretty clear he didn't. And the reason I wanted him to advise us of that is because our municipalities across the country have made it very clear. In fact, the 2015 Federation of Canadian Municipalities report on local climate action across Canada, the report said and highlighted the disparity between municipalities with capacity to undertake detailed environmental analyses and those that lack the human resources, scientific and planning expertise to be able to afford to do that. And that's the case here. This motion is imposing additional burdens on our municipalities, and many of the projects that are captured on this motion should never actually require these assessments to be done. So this is an example of top-down government, a failure to respect the knowledge and wisdom of local communities. And it's all being done in the absence of the long-promised pan-Canadian framework on climate change, which the Prime Minister promised in Paris he would deliver within 90 days in Vancouver. Well, I was in Vancouver, Mr. Speaker. Was it delivered? No. So you have these ad hoc environmental initiatives, greenhouse gas emission reduction initiatives being implemented by this Liberal government willy-nilly without an overarching national climate change plan. In fact, they're spending $2.65 billion in foreign countries without us even having a national climate change plan in place. So the bottom line is this. All Canadians expect their government to take action on protecting our environment, meeting our environmental challenges. But those efforts should never displace investment in critical infrastructure driven by the priorities of the municipalities, the provinces, and the territories. As governments address those environmental commitments, we need to be selective in determining which projects merit greenhouse gas emission assessments and which don't. Otherwise, we're wasting taxpayers' dollars. And of course, this motion does not in any way contain those safeguards. So, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude. It's very simple. Of the many effective tools government has available to address greenhouse gas emissions, this motion is not, and should not be one of those tools. Thank you very much.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Drummond. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to have this opportunity to rise to talk about this motion, M45, which deals with greenhouse gas emissions and assessments. I support the motion at second reading in the name of the member for Halifax, and I also acknowledge that I too have worked in the environment, on the environmental file since 2011 with the Megan Leslie, who is also from Halifax and who did excellent work on the environment and who continues to work in the same field. She was an inspiration. And so I'm happy to have an opportunity to continue to work today to advance these environmental issues. So I think it's important to point out that this is a first step. It's unfortunate that it's just a motion and not a bill, because it isn't binding, it won't force the government to act, and it's disappointing, in fact, because the Liberal government that was the one, well, in fact, it was a Conservative government, rather, that put an end to these environmental assessments. And in the NDP, we believe that it's important to have a good plan to deal with climate change. And, Mr. Speaker, you'll remember that in 2007, back in the day, Jack Layton had to table the bill. It was a Climate Change Accountability Act, and it would have required the government, regardless of its political stripe, to be accountable as regards climate change. And that would have been very important. But unfortunately, that bill didn't see the light of day. The time set aside for the consideration of private members' business had expired, and the matter is placed on the bottom of the order paper.
À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 38,
now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the question is that this House do now adjourn. The motion to adjourn the House is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, on January 27th, I asked whether the member for Wascana would stand up and support the economy of Western Canada and the hundreds of thousands of Western Canadians who work in resource sector jobs. This topic is especially important given Western Canada is presently suffering from structurally low prices for resource products, which is affecting hundreds of thousands of workers and their families. Unfortunately, this government and the lone Liberal member from Saskatchewan have been silent on their plan to support this region. The Liberal plan for the struggling sectors of Western Canada's economy is to provide a temporary bump in employment insurance to folks who are out of work, rather than support getting resources to market, which would create real new opportunities and new jobs. Western Canadians aren't asking for a government handout. They need a federal government that supports the West because we have a dynamic and innovative economy that is struggling because of a drop in demand for goods. Canadian companies from Western Canada are innovative and have exported incredible technologies around the world. But unfortunately, Western Canada's economies can't succeed by just being innovative. The reality is that Alberta and Saskatchewan are both landlocked provinces that need a willing partner in the federal government to facilitate resources to market, getting resources to market. A willing and proactive federal government is the only way to overcome the not-in-my-backyard mentality that has become too prevalent in a federation like Canada's, where the success of one region truly is the success of the entire country. Imposing a crude oil moratorium on BC's west coast will not help get Canadian resources to some of the world's fastest-growing economies. According to internal documents, 64 major resource projects are presently waiting for approval from Just Transport Canada. The Minister of the Environment likes to talk about the Woodfibre LNG project getting approval from her department, but they are still waiting for approval from Transport Canada. But what was most worrisome in the Minister of Finance's response on behalf of the member from Wascana was that he happily admitted that he was working diligently to figure out the priorities of Canadians. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, you don't need to be the head of the C.D. Howe Institute to know that the greatest long-term problem facing Western Canada's economy is the challenge of getting resources to market, whether down south to the United States, west to Asia, or even east to Ontario, Quebec, and Atlantic Canada. Sadly, this budget has only added to the regulatory debt load that companies face, making it more difficult to get resources to market. Will the member from Wascana today stand up and state what specific actions he intends to take to help get resources to market and get Saskatchewan workers back to work?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it's interesting, the member made reference to the fact that she believes that we need to have a proactive government, a government that's prepared to get engaged and get the job done. And I want to talk a little bit about the pipeline issue. But suffice to say that the member from Wascana and representing Saskatchewan has done an outstanding job in terms of making sure that, and we recognize how important our natural resources and other commodities are to not only the province of Saskatchewan, but indeed the prairie provinces. So it's especially nice for me to stand up in my place as a member of Parliament from the prairie provinces, being very familiar with just how important our natural resources are. Very sympathetic to the issue of being landlocked. I have lived in Saskatchewan, I have lived in Alberta, and Manitoba is my current home. So I'm very sensitive to the issue. I think it's important that we recognize in the Minister responsible for natural resources and the Minister of Finance has talked a great deal. Indeed, the Prime Minister of Canada has talked a great deal about the needs of our western provinces, in particular dealing with the issue of pipelines. It's just one example. And when I use that as one example, the member herself said that we needed a proactive government to try to help get resources to market. It's really important that the member reflect that after 10 years of being in government, that government failed at getting 1 inch of pipeline going towards tidewaters, Mr. Speaker. Not 1 inch of pipeline. One of the first things that we did in recognizing the importance of building that social contract, of trying to move forward on the pipeline file, is we had the Minister of Natural Resources, when working with the Cabinet and the Prime Minister, come forward with what we believe will be an effective tool in managing the Western Canada's, in particular for now, Saskatchewan's and Alberta's oil resources, and make a commitment to do what we can. And we cannot do any worse than what the Conservative government did, Mr. Speaker. But we've put into place a system that at least shows promise that we will, in fact, see greater potential to see natural resources getting to tidewater. With the disaster that we've seen taking place today in Fort McMurray, I've made reference to it earlier, so did the Prime Minister. When you think in terms of the infrastructure dollars, we have made that whole area a priority. We've recognized, unlike the former government, that we need to invest in Canada's infrastructure. And if we invest in Canada's infrastructure, as we have been advocating, it will help in terms of getting our natural resources to market. So I would suggest to the member that this government has listened to and canvassed and been very thorough in terms of trying to ensure that we can do what we can in regards to the whole issue of natural resources and being there to support our prairie provinces. This government has clearly demonstrated that. I would suggest that the member join the member from Wascana in this government in recognizing the valuable role we have played in just six or so months to date.
The honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with all respect to the member opposite, we've seen all too often over the past 6 months members across the way all too willing to pat themselves on the back before they've actually accomplished anything. The Northern Gateway project received approval to go ahead from the National Energy Board with 209 conditions after thousands of hours of consultations. How many more conditions can be placed on a project before social license can be attained? There is no single resource or product in which Canada has a worldwide monopoly. Our country has been blessed with an abundance of natural resources, but a lot of these resources need to be shipped long distances to get to market. Every day that the federal government is not proactively helping get resources to market, we become slightly less competitive internationally. Is the minister willing to come out and say that he will champion any project that receives the approval of the National Energy Board, or will he dither on this matter as the Prime Minister?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member knows, that there has been no greater champion in terms of building on Canada, in particular Western Canada's infrastructure, than the current government. Not only are we making promises to build the infrastructure, but we're already starting to build the infrastructure. The money is there and it's put in place, and we are encouraging it. And this is something in which the previous government did not do. I want to emphasize, even in the following follow-up question that the member put to the government, she makes reference to the fact that the government needs to do something. In 6 short months, this government has done more to trying to be able to deal with the natural resources, because where I do agree with the member is that we are a country that has been blessed with wonderful natural resources. And the job of government is to work with the different stakeholders, build that social license, and to build the infrastructure that...
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On February 2nd, I asked the Minister of Public Services and Procurement to stop using asbestos in federal public buildings. Asbestos has been called the greatest industrial killer the world has ever known, and New Democrats have been fighting hard to get this carcinogenic and toxic material out of buildings and people's lives. This known carcinogen has claimed the lives of thousands of Canadian workers, so it is shocking to learn that while the federal government is spending millions to remove it from buildings, it is installing new asbestos in other buildings. I was very encouraged when the minister replied that the government would undertake a review of this issue. It was quietly announced at the end of March that as of February 1st, 2016, the federal government has officially banned the use of asbestos-containing materials in all construction and major renovations. The NDP applauds this move, Mr. Speaker. It is a good first step in a decade-long struggle to remove asbestos from workplaces and buildings. However, Canadians are left wondering, what will it take for the government to finally remove this cancer-causing substance once and for all? Last week on April 28th, the National Day of Mourning, I called on the government to join a growing list of countries, including Australia, Britain, Japan, Sweden, that have already banned the deadly killer. So did the Canadian Cancer Society, the Canadian Labour Congress, and many, many more organizations. Over 150,000 workers in Canada are currently exposed to asbestos, especially in the areas of specialty trade contractors, building construction, auto repairs and maintenance, ship and boat building, and remediation and waste management. Many Canadians, including children, are unknowingly exposed to asbestos every day. It is found in schools, hospitals, homes, and building materials. Canadians dying of cancer caused mainly by workplace exposure to asbestos has rose 60% between the year 2000 and 2012, according to Statistics Canada. Since 1996, there have been 5,000 approved death claims stemming from asbestos exposure, making it by far the top source of workplace death in Canada. Yet statistics show that asbestos imports in Canada continue to rise. The International Agency for Research of Cancer classifies all commercial forms of asbestos as carcinogenic. Its evidence shows that there is no safe form of asbestos, nor a threshold that it considers safe. When pipes and tiles containing asbestos are cut to size, fibers are often released. Materials naturally break down over time, and warning labels fade. It is impossible to monitor all workplaces to ensure younger, newer workers, in particular, are wearing protective gear. When there are rush deadlines or precarious informal jobs, proper procedures often fall by the wayside. Younger, less experienced workers are less likely to complain. The World Health Organization bluntly says all types of asbestos cause lung cancer, mesothelioma, cancer of the larynx and ovary, and asbestosis. Yet Health Canada's website continues to play down the risk of asbestos exposure. It never clearly states that all forms of asbestos cause cancer, but rather, and I quote, asbestos poses potential health risks only when fibers are present in the air people breathe. Why does the government continue to allow Health Canada to post misleading information about the safety of asbestos? The minister has said that she has heard the concerns expressed by Canadians over the continued use of asbestos and that the health and safety of our building occupants and visitors are a priority. If that is true, Mr. Speaker, when will this government ban the use of asbestos entirely?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to take part in this debate on this important issue. Until recently, asbestos was widely used for many centuries in thousands of building construction products in Canada and around the world. This included insulation for walls, ceilings, and plumbing fixtures. However, an increasing body of scientific evidence has shown us that asbestos creates serious health risks. Health Canada advises us that breathing in asbestos fibers can cause cancer and other diseases.
One of the main responsibilities of the government is to ensure that Canadians' health and safety is protected, especially with respect to the presence of asbestos in old buildings. As a result, as soon as the presence of asbestos is detected, steps have to be taken immediately to eliminate risks. The buildings belonging to Public Services Canada are looked after in this way in keeping with all of the rules applying to asbestos. We make sure that asbestos dust is removed and other measures are taken. Asbestos is removed if there is any risk to the health and safety of people, or if there is maintenance or renovations that need to be carried out. And all materials containing asbestos are handled properly. Government services and procurement understands that asbestos needs to be identified where it is used, and the government is carefully managing the use of asbestos and keeping up with changes in regulations.
The presence of asbestos is identified in a government building, immediate action is taken to remediate the risks. In the case of buildings owned by Public Services and Procurement Canada, this action is taken in strict conformity to all legislative requirements. This includes asbestos management plans and corrective actions, such as asbestos abatement and encapsulation. Asbestos is removed or encapsulated when there's a risk to health and safety or there's a requirement for maintenance or renovation. It is true that asbestos-containing materials are still used across the construction industry in limited applications where it does not easily break apart and thus can't be inhaled. The government takes the health and safety of its buildings, occupants, and visitors very seriously and strictly conforms to the legislative requirements for health and safety. To minimize the risk of building occupants, asbestos is removed when there's a health and safety hazard and when undertaking building recapitalization. As of the 1st of April 2016, Public Services and Procurement no longer uses asbestos in Public Services and Procurement Canada new construction and major renovation projects. This follows a review on the use of asbestos in future Public Services and Procurement Canada new construction and major renovation projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for her comments. Any Canadian who works in or visits a building that contains asbestos really does have the right to know that they may be exposed to harmful substances. With the recently announced registry of federal buildings containing asbestos, at least workers can verify if their workplace will expose them to asbestos. I do call on the Minister to make this registry accessible to all Canadians without delay. And at the same time, I hope the Minister is also planning to create a nationwide registry listing any facility that contains asbestos, not just the buildings owned and operated by the federal government. Mr. Speaker, it is an undeniable fact that asbestos is responsible for thousands of deaths, and it is unconscionable for the government to continue importing and using it in any form. When will the government ban all asbestos?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to summarize the government's position. We take the health and safety of our building's occupants and visitors very seriously. Whenever the presence of friable asbestos is identified, immediate action is taken to remediate the situation. Service public et la présidence.
Public Services, Government Services and Procurement Canada follows all legislation that applies to asbestos, and rigorous asbestos plans are in place.
Services and Procurement Canada no longer uses asbestos in public services in Canada, new construction and major renovation projects. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Moi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On April 13th, I asked the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans why in the 2016 budget the Liberal government allocated $6 million for wrecks along the Newfoundland coast, but I have been sending letters, asking questions in the House, contacting the Department of Transport and Fisheries and Oceans and others about the Catherine Spirit vessel, and I waited until after the election to deal with this new government, but there was no money put in the federal budget to make sure that the Catherine Spirit is removed from Lake Saint Louis to remove danger for the St. Lawrence watershed and also for the people of Beauharnois. Now, I was told that because there was a working group, I could not be told anything. I think that members should be able to make decisions. Now, it's a good thing to have a working group because the Conservatives did nothing for the last 5 years. But what we learned on April 11th is that the vessel is now in such badly deteriorated shape that the working group thinks it cannot be removed from Lake Saint Louis. The only thing that can be done is to dismantle the vessel in place, and there are 3 options to dismantle the ship there have been estimated as costing $5 to $10 million. So does the government plan to pay those expenses? Because it may be $10 or $15 million, which is much too expensive for the people of Beauharnois. The local authorities cannot pay the cost of dismantling this vessel. The minister's answer is irresponsible. There has to be a way to deal with the situation and reassure local people. We also don't have any information about the timetable that the government has in mind to enable local people to know when the federal government will do something so that the ship can be dismantled in time and not continue to deteriorate. There's water ingress, and after every winter, the condition is even worse. So I would mention as well that over the past 5 years, I've been talking about this issue, and the reason is that the ship is over 153 feet long. It has thousands of tons of rusted metal. Thousands of people have signed petitions to call on the federal government to deal with this vessel. We have also asked whether the Coast Guard, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and the Coast Guard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Salaberry-Sirois for her question. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Coast Guard plays a key role in protecting Canadians and dealing with pollution. Since 2011, the Catherine May has been in the Lake Saint-Pierre. Mexican company was planning to take the Catherine May Spirit to Mexico to dismantle it properly. Because there was pollution leaking, the government examined the situation. The company declared bankruptcy in 2013, and in January 2016, tests showed that the ship had deteriorated and therefore could not be towed elsewhere. And that is why the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard has taken action. At the request of the Minister, inspectors from the Canadian Coast Guard met with the Mayor of Montreal to discuss the situation. And following those discussions, Joint Committee of the federal, provincial, and municipal governments was struck to look for solutions that would be safe and sustainable and that would meet the needs of local people. The group met in March and then in April, and there will be recommendations in early summer. We are looking forward to their conclusions, and we will come to a solution with the municipalities and with the province. The Catherine Spirit is not polluting the waters at present. We will make sure that there is a response immediately if that should change. We are taking steps to protect our waters. We know that our environment is important to Canadians, and we are making every effort to protect that environment. I want to thank all those involved in helping solve the problem of the Catherine Spirit.
Salaberry.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Sirois. Mr. Speaker, well, what I'm hearing here, and this is disappointing, is that there are still just discussions. Nothing is being announced. We know that the dismantlement will cost $10 or $15 million. The Canadian Coast Guard is indeed watching the ship. They are flying over it. We don't know whether the machine room was inspected or how often. We don't know what has been done. We know that there is dirty water in the ship. We know that the working group is working, but what is the government doing and what is it promising to do it? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Well, once again, I would like to reassure people that the Canadian Coast Guard takes its mandate seriously. and it is prepared to respond urgently if there is a need. I would say as well that I will be happy to contact the member if there is any change. We have offered to meet with her from the beginning. I would also like to thank the member for Châteauguay, Vaudreuil, and the member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges for their work on this issue. The working group has been struck, and their discussions have been very fruitful. They're working on solutions to the problem of the Catherine Spirit. They met in April and in March. They are going to come up with recommendations that they will present at the beginning of the summer, and we will continue to...
La motion portant...
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed adopted. The House, therefore, will be adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m.